Chapter 148. When Yang Fan returned to the palace, he went through the Black Tortoise Gate because the ushers lived in the western part of the city. Of course, if he went back from the West Gate, he would be the closest to the city, but he would have to go outside the city because the palace occupied more than half of the city to the northwest of the city. To the west of the palace was the Jia City, and outside of the Jia City was the city wall. At the Black Tortoise Gate, Yang Fan showed the fish talisman to the guards and entered the palace after checking it. There was an open space between the Grand Emblem Hall and the Liu Bei Hall. If he turned west, he would be able to go straight to the Jia City. Not long after Yang Fan went around the Grand Emblem Hall, he heard a series of coughs in front of him. At the same time, he heard a man's voice. "Monsieur, don't go cough, cough, cough. Don't go cough, cough, cough." Yang Fan looked up and saw Xie Xiaoman quickly walking out from the corridor behind the Zhenguan Hall. She turned around and walked towards the Jia City, not even sparing him a glance. There was a man chasing after her. Yang Fan subconsciously dodged to the side of the road and hid behind a thick red pillar. Xie Xiaoman stopped, her delicate eyebrows tightly knitted together. She asked angrily, "Young Master Wu, I still have things to do. Why are you chasing after me?" The man chasing after her was Wu Huing. Wu Huing had entered the palace the day before yesterday to see Wu Zetian. Wu Zetian originally wanted to immediately arrange an official position for this nephew of hers. Her plan to replace Li Tang was progressing faster and faster. With an official from the Wu family in the palace, it would be easier for her. But as soon as Wu Huing smelled the fragrance of the dragon saliva in the hall, he couldn't stop coughing. Although he wanted to hold it back, he couldn't. Instead, he coughed even harder. When Wu Zetian heard his cough, it sounded like he was coughing his lungs out. She couldn't help but feel disappointed. How could a tuberculosis ghost like him be of great importance? With no other choice, Wu Zetian could only arrange for him to stay outside the imperial city. She ordered the imperial physicians to treat his body and wait for him to recover. However, Wu Huing couldn't sit still. It was true that his body was weak, but he ate all kinds of nutritious food every day, so his virtual fire was flourishing. As soon as he thought of the pretty girl he had met that day in the snow, this young master from a big house in the countryside felt his heart itch. The day before, when he saw his aunt, he couldn't immediately ask for a maid to serve him in bed. In addition, he was coughing so badly that he put the topic on hold. Now, the more he thought about it, the more unbearable it was, so he came to the palace again. Unfortunately, when he arrived, Empress Wu was resting. Yesterday, Empress Wu and Imperial Physician Shen had sex the night before. Although she took good care of herself, she was old and her energy was lacking. She attended court in the morning and read some memorials in the afternoon. She was really tired, so she took a nap in Zhenguan Palace Hall. Wu Huing thought that he and the Empress Dowager had the same surname Wu. Everyone in the palace was his Wu family's servant, so he barged in. But how could the rules of the palace be the same as his Wu family's courtyard? When Shanghai Wanner heard someone come in to report, she simply ordered, "Tell him to wait." Wu Huing had no choice but to wait outside. Wu Huing waited until the sun was setting in the west. Empress Wu was still sleeping soundly and hadn't woken up yet. Wu Huing was extremely bored. He wandered around the side halls, but there was really nothing to see. He was just about to leave the palace and go back to rest. Tomorrow, he would look for his aunt and ask her to warm his bed. He didn't expect that Xie Xiaoman would come out of the palace just as she was about to finish her shift. As soon as Empress Wu saw her, she was wild with joy. She went over to strike up a conversation. She asked for her name and age. Xie Xiaoman knew that he was Empress Wu's nephew. At first, she replied politely, but when she saw him asking more and more questions, She felt disgusted and hurriedly took her leave. Wu Huing wasn't willing to let her go and chased after her. Wu Huing caught up with Xie Xiaoman. He was panting heavily with one hand on his waist. It seemed like he was having a hard time breathing. He hurriedly gasped for breath and said, "Monsieur, don't go, I cough. This young master likes to talk to you." Xie Xiaoman gently wrinkled her eyebrows and indifferently said, "Young Master Wu, please conduct yourself with dignity. If there is nothing important, then I will take my leave." Wait, cough, cough, cough. Of course, I have something important to do." Wu Huing hurriedly stepped forward to block her way. He had just spoken half a sentence when he bowed his head and coughed uncontrollably. Xie Xiaoman was displeased. "Young master, what else do you want?" Wu Huing looked at the oval face in front of him. Her eyes were like lacquer, elegant, and beautiful. Then there was her beautiful and tall figure. Her long and strong thighs were already higher than his belly button. If he could hold such a pair of slender and round thighs in his arms. Wu Huing's heart warmed. He blurted out, I want you to follow me." "Follow you?" Xie Xiaoman was a little surprised at first. Then she laughed. "How is that possible? The Empress Dowager's personal guards can't be randomly assigned to protect others." "Guard? No, no, no." Wu Huing shook his almost invisible short neck and laughed lewdly. "I mean, I want you to serve me, sleep with me. Ha 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 ha." Xie Xiaoman didn't expect Wu Huing to have such an idea. She didn't expect him to say such vulgar and disgusting words. She glared at Wu Huing with disgust. She didn't even have the mood to talk to him anymore. She turned around and walked around him. Wu Huing stretched out his hand to stop her. Xie Xiaoman scolded, "Get lost." Wu Huing originally had the temperament of a young master. For the sake of this beautiful young lady, he felt that he had already lowered his status and made all sorts of compromises. This young lady actually did not know how to appreciate favors and dared to speak to him like this. Wu Huing was furious. His face instantly darkened, and he angrily said, "Little slut, don't be so shameless when I give you face. Who am I? I am the nephew of the Empress Dowager. It is your honor that I like you." Xie Xiaoman couldn't be bothered with him. She flicked her fingers as if playing a pipa. She flicked Wu Huing's arm away and walked away. Wu Huing flew into a rage. "Little bitch, you really think you're somebody. Aren't you just a dog raised by the Wu family? I want you now," Wu Huing said, and pounced forward. He opened his arms from behind and hugged Xie Xiaoman. Xie Xiaoman shivered. She suddenly had goosebumps all over her body. She had an unknown quirk. She couldn't let men touch her. Maybe only her father-like brother, Cho, was an exception. If she was accidentally touched by a man, she would feel uncomfortable all over. Being hugged by someone's arms like this, it was simply unimaginable. This was probably a serious psychological trauma caused by an accident when she was young. As a result, when Wu Huing hugged her, Xie Xiaoman felt as if a poisonous snake had coiled around her body. An inexplicable fear and anger made her involuntarily erupt. She struggled and shook off Wu Huing's dirty hands. Then she turned around and, without thinking, she kicked him away. This Wu Huing was a sickly person. He coughed for half a day after taking 2 steps. Hugging her with all his strength, he used up all his strength. After being kicked in the chest by her, his body fell backwards, his qi and blood flowed in reverse. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing him vomit blood, Xie Xiaoman was also shocked. After a moment of hesitation, she rushed forward and squatted down. She looked at him helplessly and asked, "What happened to you?" Wu Huing's face was sallow. In his anger, he still wanted to say something. But when he opened his mouth, he vomited another mouthful of blood. His neck tilted, and he died. This time, Xie Xiaoman really panicked. No matter how unbearable Wu Huing was, he was still Empress Wu's nephew. If Empress Wu found out about this, just as she thought of this, a group of guards came out from the corner of the Flowing Cup Hall. When Xie Xiaoman saw the group of soldiers holding halberds, her heart suddenly turned cold. At the back of the Flowing Cup Hall, there was a flower wall that wasn't very high. She squatted on the ground to support Wu Huing. The soldiers hadn't seen her yet, but it would only take a moment for them to turn around the flower wall. And then, thinking of this, Xie Xiaoman's hands and feet couldn't help but feel cold. Xie Xiaoman was at a loss when she heard an extremely exaggerated scream. Xie Xiaoman looked up and saw Yang Fan running from the long corridor in the direction of the Great Emblem Hall's main entrance. He shouted, "Ayaya, what happened? What happened to this person?" At this time, the group of soldiers had already turned the corner of the hall. When they saw a person lying there, they immediately rushed over and surrounded the three of them. This group of soldiers and Yang Fan weren't from the same department. They belonged to the Yulin Guard. Yang Fan had just been transferred here, so these guards didn't know him. But they recognized Yang Fan's clothes, and they also recognized Xie Xiaoman. When the leader saw Xie Xiaoman, he hurriedly asked, "Xie Due, what happened here? Who is this person?" Yang Fan rushed to say, "Just now, I saw this person turn around the corner of the hall. There was a thin layer of ice on the road, so he staggered and fell down. Xie Due happened to pass by and wanted to help him up in time. This person's body is so weak. Why did he vomit blood after falling?" Xie Xiaoman looked at Yang Fan in shock. Yang Fan winked at her. Xie Xiaoman's long eyelashes fluttered, and she shut her mouth tightly. "Wake up! Wake up! Hey, wake up!" Yang Fan continuously patted and rubbed Wu Huing's chest. Under his efforts to help, the shallow mark from Xie Xiaoman's foot was completely patted away. Not long after, the matter was reported, and a steward eunuch came. The steward eunuch had seen Wu Huing before. When he saw it was him, he couldn't help but be shocked. He hurriedly ran back to report to Empress Wu. When Wu Zetian heard this, she hurriedly called for the imperial physician. When the imperial physician arrived, the sickly invalid was already dead. This imperial physician was none other than Wu Zetian's second gigolo, Shun Nanlu. Imperial physician Shun's complexion was fair, his appearance was clear, his temperament was refined, and his manner was refined. Although he was nearly 40 years old, he had taken good care of himself. He looked like a man in his early 30s. He was completely different from Xue Huai. Imperial physician Shun carefully examined the deceased. Naturally, he couldn't find anything. This person was congenitally deficient, his body was extremely weak, and Empress Wu's personal guard and a Jin Wu guard's imperial bodyguard said that he died from falling and vomiting blood. Not to mention that imperial physician Shun's medical skills weren't high enough to find any clues. Even if he found something strange, he wouldn't dare to say anything. God knows how deep the water was in this matter. After imperial physician Shun finished his examination, he cupped his hands to Wu Zetian and said, "Empress, this person's deficiency is caused by tuberculosis. It's a congenitally deficient disease, and it's all due to nourishment that he can survive until today. This fall may not be a big deal for an ordinary person, but for this person, it's enough to be fatal." Chapter 149. When Wu Zetian met Wu Huing the day before yesterday, she knew that he was extremely weak, but she didn't expect him to be so weak that he could die with just a slip. She was disheartened and ordered, "Men, carry the body out of the palace and send it back to Taiyuan for burial as soon as possible." The eunuch carried Wu Huing's body and left in a hurry. The palace gate was about to be locked, so the body had to be carried out as soon as possible. The eunuch carried the body to Xuanwu Gate. where the palace guards carried it out. While Wu Zetian was dealing with the aftermath of the incident, Xie Xiaoman forced herself to remain calm, but her heart was racing. She stole a glance at Yang Fan and saw that he was calm. Xie Xiaoman couldn't help but admire him. This guy has some guts to be able to be so calm in front of the Empress Dowager. Yang Fan had seen people killed at the age of 9, and when he was 13, he followed his senior brother to kill people. At that time, he followed his senior brother into the mountains to quell a rebellion, and the number of rebels who died in his hands was more than 10. In Luoyang, he had personally killed several enemies, so there was nothing to say about his mental fortitude. Although Wu Zetian's aura was strong, Yang Fan had been with curly beard since he was young, and the aura of that generation's hero was not something that ordinary people could withstand. Yang Fan had been living with it for many years and was already used to it. In this aspect, Xiaoman was indeed inferior to him. She was taken in by Anixia as a guard, not an assassin. Although Xiaoman had also killed people before, it was all because of Wu Zetian's orders. This person was also the ruler of the entire empire, so she naturally felt that it was only natural for her to do so. But now, it was the exact opposite. The person she killed was the nephew of this woman who could decide the life and death of everyone in the world, so of course she was afraid. When Wu Zetian ordered the body to be carried out of the palace, Xie Xiaoman finally relaxed. Yang Fan and Xie Xiaoman left the main hall and looked at each other without saying a word. On the west side of the palace was a rather large city. Most of the residents were guards and warriors. Xie Xiaoman's residence was also in the city. The two of them walked together for a long time without speaking. After walking for a long time, Xie Xiaoman finally stopped. She lowered her head and said to Yang Fan, "Thank you." Yang Fan smiled and said, "No need to thank me." Xie Xiaoman pursed her lips, slightly raised her eyes, and asked curiously, "This is no small matter. Why are you willing to take on such a huge responsibility to help me?" Yang Fan said, "Must there be a reason to help someone?" Xie Xiaoman said, "If it was like how you saved that little girl on the night of the Upper Yuan dynasty, of course you wouldn't need a reason, but this time, I can't tell that you're a righteous Jianghu wanderer." Yang Fan said, "All right, actually it's because I feel that it's not worth it for you to pay with your life for such a person." Xie Xiaoman quietly stared at him for a long time. Her lips gradually curled into a smile. "You're actually not a bad person." Yang Fan blinked and said, "Didn't you say that I'm a lecher who attracts bees and butterflies?" Xie Xiaoman blushed and said, "Actually, I also know that you're not that bad." She bit her lips and said, "It's one thing that you've done me a favor, but I still have to say that the palace maids are all people with bitter lives. This palace is like a big cage. Trapped in here, they won't be able to see the light of day until it's time for them to be released. It's fine if they don't fall in love, otherwise their days will be even more bitter. Moreover, if something really happens, you and they will all be beheaded." Seeing that she was quite serious, Yang Fan couldn't help but not know whether to laugh or cry. After listening to her, he couldn't help but ask, "Do you think I'm seducing those palace maids?" Xie Xiaoman stared at him with a pair of big black and white eyes and said in a very strange tone, "Do you think that there's any other meaning to your actions?" Yang Fan said helplessly, "Big sister, I'm older than you. Little sister, just call me Xie Dewei. Xie Dewei, I'll tell you the truth. Actually, those girls are too bored and took the initiative to stick to me." Xie Xiaoman sighed softly and said, "Good advice is unpleasant to the ear. It's fine if you don't listen to me. Anyway, I've already transferred you to Wu Cheng Hall. In the future, with me watching over you, you won't be able to play any tricks. Let me tell you in advance, Wu Chung Hall is where the Empress Bureau is located. The rules are very strict. Seeing that she didn't believe him at all, Yang Fan was very depressed. Those palace maids were more clever than the last. In front of Xie Xiaoman, they were all like obedient little white rabbits. How could Xie Xiaoman believe what Yang Fan said? Yang Fan could only helplessly sigh and said, "Miss Xiaoman, I'm your savior." Xie Xiaoman replied, "Seriously, your kindness Xiaoman will remember in my heart. If there's a chance, I will definitely repay you. But I can't just sit back and watch you do whatever you want just because you've done me a favor. Besides, what I'm doing is not necessarily a bad thing for you." Yang Fan spread out his hands and said, "Do you know that your wishful thinking is so one-sided? You don't believe my explanation at all. I'm very depressed." Xie Xiaoman chuckled lightly and said, "All right, stop pretending. In any case, you're not allowed to do anything too outrageous." At this time, a lantern slowly turned from the corner of the hall. The one carrying the lantern was the little palace maid Xu Xiaomiao of Wu Chung Hall. Xu Xiaomiao carried the lantern and wore a palace dress. Her footsteps were light like a happy butterfly. "Aya, who's standing here? You scared me." Xu Xiaomiao hurriedly stopped and patted her chest. When she saw that it was Yang Fan and Xie Xiaoman standing opposite each other, she couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "Xie Dui, bro beta Persei." "Oh, you guys?" Xu Xiaomiao glanced at the two of them, her eyes filled with warmth. Xie Xiaoman explained, "I was just about to go back to my residence to rest. He happens to be on the same path as me." "Oh, yes, Xiaomiao understands. He, it's just the same path, just the same path." Xu Xiaomiao smiled and nodded hurriedly. Xie Xiaoman looked as if she was afraid that Xie Xiaoman wouldn't believe her, and Xu Xiaomiao also looked as if she was afraid that Xie Xiaoman wouldn't believe her. Yang Fan stood at the side and couldn't help but laugh as he watched. Xie Dui, bro beta Persei. I still have to return to Wucheng Hall to continue my duty. I'll take my leave first." Xu Xiaomiao lifted the hem of her dress, squatted in front of them, and walked past them. Xie Xiaoman clearly saw that the moment she flashed past the two of them, she gently stuck out her tongue. Xie Xiaoman was very depressed, but she didn't know how to explain. She was about to leave in a sullen mood when she suddenly heard a whisper like a mosquito from afar. "No wonder Xie Dui was so fierce to me and even wanted to transfer second brother to Wu Chung Hall to watch over me. So that's why—" Xu Xiaomiao's voice wasn't loud, but Xie Xiaoman and Yang Fan's ears were very good, so they heard it clearly. So that's why. Xie Xiaoman suddenly turned around, as if she wanted to catch up and explain to Xu Xiaomiao, but then she thought that this kind of thing would only make things worse. She could only stomp her feet angrily and walk forward sullenly. Her two long legs spread out, and she walked quite fast. Yang Fan immediately caught up with her and walked beside her. The two of them walked like this for a long time without saying a word. Xie Xiaoman suddenly glared at him and said, "What are you laughing at?" Yang Fan said, "When did I laugh?" Xie Xiaoman said angrily, "Your eyebrows, eyes, mouth, and nose are all obviously smiling. Do you really have to laugh out loud to be considered smiling?" Yang Fan said leisurely, "Someone finally experienced the feeling of depression that I felt just now. I can't not laugh even if I want to. Ha, ha, ha." Yang Fan puffed out his chest and walked past Xie Xiaoman with his head held high. "You." Xie Xiaoman was extremely angry, but when she looked up, she saw that they were already close to Jiacheng, and a few soldiers were walking over with their shoulders swaying. Afraid that chasing after them would cause more gossip, she could only watch helplessly as Yang Fan walked through the door. The Hall of Martial Accomplishment, where Yang Fan was on duty, was an important place where Wu Zetian handled government affairs and received trusted officials after the court session ended. This palace was located on the west side of the Ming Hall. The main hall had 3 main entrances. The first one was the Guangfan Gate, the second was the Qianhua Gate, and the third was the Wucheng Gate. There was another gate on the east side of the hall called the Dongming Gate, and another gate on the west side called the Guangyun Gate. Out of the Guangyun Gate, through the Changle Gate, and into the Mingfu Gate was the Hall of Governmental Affairs, Prime Minister's Yamen. To the west of the Hall of Governmental Affairs was the Hall of History. To the south of the Hall of History was the Internal Medicine Bureau, and to the north was the Food Kitchen. To the north of the Hall of Governmental Affairs was the Women's Hospital, and to the north of the hospital was the Cultivation Academy. This area could be said to be the core area where the court handled daily government affairs. Yang Fan was on duty in the third courtyard of the Hall of Martial Accomplishment, the Wucheng Gate. Early in the morning, when it was time for Yang Fan to be on duty, he rushed to the Wucheng Gate. At this time, Empress Wu was in the Ming Hall summoning all the civil and military officials for a court session. The red sun had just risen, and a faint red hue covered the earth. The eunuchs and palace maids were busy sweeping and cleaning. At this time, a handsome young man wearing a soft hat, a round collar robe, and a leather belt around his waist slowly walked over. "Greetings, Shangguan awaiting imperial edict." "Greetings, Shangguan awaiting imperial edict." Along the way, the palace maids and palace maids greeted her one after another. Shangguan was awaiting imperial edict. The position of awaiting imperial edict began in the Han Dynasty. The awaiting imperial edict of the Tang Dynasty was very different from the awaiting imperial edict of the Han Dynasty. During the Han Dynasty, the awaiting imperial edict also had to accompany the emperor to court and await his orders at any time. The awaiting imperial edict of the Tang Dynasty was usually placed on duty at the Hanlin Academy. As a waiting imperial edict, Shangguan did not need to go to court unless special permission was given. Normally, she would rush to the Wucheng Hall before Empress Wu and sort out the unfinished documents from the day before. She would leave behind those that needed to be personally reviewed by Empress Wu and sort them out. She would also distribute those that needed to be sent to the various yamens. Shangguan leisurely walked to the front of the Wucheng Hall. Just as she was about to step into the hall, her gaze swept past the face of the imperial bodyguard at the side. Her leg that had already stepped over the threshold withdrew. She twisted her body and carefully sized up Yang Fan. With a slightly surprised expression, she said, "You are—" Yang Fan was also looking at her. As soon as she arrived, Yang Fan had noticed her. Miao Shenke's whereabouts were in the hands of this woman. Yang Fan's only target in the palace was this woman. How could he not pay attention to her? But he had tried every possible way to get close to her. Now that she was right in front of him, how could he ask her? Alas! The reeds were green, and the white dew was like frost. The so-called beauty was on the other side of the water, following the stream. The road was obstructive and long. Following the stream, it was as if she was in the middle of the water. Compared to this gentleman pursuing a fair and graceful lady, the current situation was not easy at all. Chapter 150. Yang Fan was thinking hard and could not help but be distracted. When Shanghai Wanner was talking to him, his eyes were still staring straight ahead. Halfway through Shanghai Wanner's sentence, he came back to his senses and hastily saluted. Subordinate Yang Fan pays respect to Shangguan Daizhao. As he saluted, he forgot about the big halberd in his bosom. The big halberd swayed and fell to the side. Yang Fan hastily grabbed it. Shanghai felt like laughing. The corner of her mouth twitched slightly. Pleased, she said, "Yes, it is indeed you. Why are you here?" Yang Fan replied, "Zaixiao initially joined the Jinwu Guards and became a cook. But in just 3 days, I was transferred to lead the army. Shanghai smiled and said, "Very good. In this way, when I have free time in the future, I can ask for some advice on your Kuju skill." Yang Fan laughed. "Shangguan Daijiao's Kuju skill is really brilliant. Zaixia is also interested to learn from you." Shanghai nodded her head and stepped into the hall. There is a strange feeling in her heart. She turned her head to look at Yang Fan and saw that his expression is normal and there is nothing unusual. But the strange feeling in her heart is still lingering, and she could not explain it clearly. Yang Fan is deep in thought. His eyes look dangerous. Shanghai has already sensed it, but she could not figure out what that expression means. Empress Wu is in charge of the Wu Chung Hall. She will take a break at noon and then have a meal. Following that, she will go to Wu Chung Hall. After her afternoon nap, she will meet with a few ministers who need to discuss military affairs in private. Therefore, for the whole morning, Shanghai was the owner of Wu Chung Hall. For the rest of the time, Yang Fan had been standing at the door, anxiously looking into the hall. Unfortunately, Shanghai did not come out again. Even if she came out, unless she took the initiative to talk to him, he could not strike up a conversation. Seeing the only person who knew the truth right in front of him, Yang Fan could not do anything. That kind of feeling was really uncomfortable. Yang Fan stood there and let his imagination run wild. There will be a time when she leaves Wu Chung Hall, right? For example, passing the decree for Empress Wu. When she leaves, I will find a chance to follow her. He. No way. This is the Martial Achievement Hall. My range of activity is limited to the third courtyard. If she leaves and I follow her, I'll be discovered immediately. She has to go to the toilet, right? The toilet is on the west side of the side hall. On the left and right side are the residence of the eunuchs and palace maids. During the day, they have their own duties and are not around. That place has always been deserted. I can follow her and subdue her. She is a girl, and with a little intimidation, she will obediently confess. That won't do. I won't have enough time to change my clothes. If I only cover my face, there are only a few guards in front of the hall. It will be easy to find out who left and who didn't. Don't tell me, after getting a confession, I have to kill her? Yang Fan stood there, his mind wandering. Suddenly, he heard a woman's voice. "Hey, what are you doing?" Yang Fan came back to his senses. He saw Shanghai who he had schemed against thousands of times, standing in front of him. She looked at him curiously. Yang Fan was startled. He stammered, I was thinking, what is the matter of waiting for the decree?" The corner of Shanghai Warner's mouth twitched. She held back her laughter and said, "Come with me to the history library. Bring these files over." Behind Shanghai Warner stood a little eunuch. He held a thick stack of files in his hands. It was high up to his chin. He swayed with great difficulty. Yang Fan hurriedly agreed. He took most of the files from the little eunuch's hands. Shanghai Warner walked in front. Yang Fan and the little eunuch followed behind. Even though Yang Fan took most of the files, it was still very easy for him to carry. He spread his legs and walked leisurely. The little eunuch felt relaxed at first. However, with the weight of 10 caddies in his hands, he found it more and more strenuous and fell behind. Yang Fan stared at Shanghai Warner's graceful back view. He couldn't help but think, this is really troublesome. She is the only person who knows the whereabouts of Miao Shinka. If I want to get information from her mouth, I'm afraid there is no other way but to use force. But what should I do after using force? Kill her? Not to mention that I can't do it. Even if I could, with her status, if something happens, would I be able to walk out of the palace? Yang Fan was thinking when Shanghai Wanner suddenly turned around. She said with a smile, "You go to the palace." Shanghai Wanner turned around. She found that Yang Fan's eyes were fixed on her, and the angle of his line of sight. With just a glance, Shanghai Wanner could tell that if she did not turn around, Yang Fan's angle of view would be below her waist, the position of her buttocks. Shanghai Wanner's tender cheeks turned hot. She suddenly felt a little angry. Yang Fan was deep in thought with the files in his hands. Shanghai Wanner suddenly stopped. Yang Fan realized that he was about to bump into her. He hurriedly stopped. The tall stack of files in his arms fell forward due to inertia. With a crash, they scattered on the ground. Yang Fan quickly squatted down to pick up the files. The embarrassment in Shanghai Wanner's heart lessened slightly. She glared fiercely at the back of Yang Fan's head. Seeing that the little eunuch had just caught up, she also squatted down to help him pick up the files. "Let's go." Shanghai Wanner picked up the last file and slapped it heavily on the tall stack of files in front of Yang Fan. She raised her chin and turned around like a proud peacock. This peacock walked in front. As she walked, she gradually became uncomfortable. She did not know if Yang Fan was still staring at her. She did not dare to turn around to look. In her consciousness, there was always a pair of eyes staring at her buttocks. It made her a little itchy, a little numb, and a little uncomfortable. When the little eunuch caught up, he suddenly found that Shangguan Daizhao was walking with a slight limp. Shanghai Wanner grew up in the palace. The only men she had seen in her childhood were eunuchs. After she was recognized by Empress Wu and became Empress Wu's Daizhao, she helped Empress Wu to manage the Hongwen Library. She weighed the talents of the world. Most of the people she came into contact with were learned scholars. Among them, there were very few young scholars. Most of them were old people in their 60s. Even if there were young officials and scholars who dared to be rude to this Shangguan Daizhao. Therefore, she had never had the slightest experience like this. This Shangguan Daizhao had been exposed to poetry and literature since she was young. After serving Wu Zetian, she was proficient in documents and government management. But when it came to matters of love, she was a blank piece of paper. Women recruited from the common people knew more about love between men and women, but who dared to talk to her about these things? Therefore, this Shangguan Daizhao's experience in this area was even worse than a 12 or 13-year-old girl. Therefore, the life in the palace turned her into a shrewd and capable person who was able to strategize in the government and officialdom. But when it came to love, she was an ignorant young girl. Her IQ and EQ were deformed. She did not know how to deal with the situation in front of her. She knew that Empress Wu had a male pet. As the person by the Empress' side, sometimes she even arranged for the Empress to sleep with her. But this did not mean that she knew much about love between men and women. She was a girl who had never had sex. Even if she knew what a husband and wife had to do when they slept on the same bed, it did not mean that she could still be calm when she was in the arms of a man. If a servant in the palace did something wrong, she knew how to deal with it. If a concubine in the palace had some problems, she could also deal with it appropriately. The officials in the court all had different backgrounds, and their influence was complicated. Even as the Empress, she had to consider all sorts of relationships when dealing with them. As the assistant of the Empress, she could deal with these problems with ease. If someone was disrespectful to her, of course she knew how to deal with it. But was Yang Fan being disrespectful to her? Was it disrespectful? Or was it just disrespectful? He did not do anything, nor did he say anything. It could only be infatuation. Shanghai Wanner's mind was in a mess. She did not know if she wanted to find a reason for Yang Fan to be guilty or to defend him. She suddenly thought of the strange look in Yang Fan's eyes when she first saw Yang Fan in the morning. "No wonder I felt that there was something wrong with him," Suddenly, she thought of Yang Fan's strong hug on the court. Her mind was in a mess. Her delicate palms were so nervous that they were sweating. Reprimand him, that did not seem appropriate. Punish him, that was too unreasonable. But to let him go so easily, she was not willing. Wanner's mind became more and more confused. Her usually elegant palace pace became more and more chaotic. Finally, she walked with a limp. There was a book in the streets called Destiny. It told the story of a knight-errant. A knight-errant followed a godly thief and broke into a manor. Coincidentally, he saw the daughter of a rich family taking a bath. As a result, the ranger became the lover of the daughter, and the godly thief was chased to death. The godly thief died puzzled. They had the same experience, but why was the treatment so different? Someone exposed the mystery. Who told you to be ugly? Shanghai won, or was like this now? Yang Fan's heroic appearance on the court and his handsome appearance had long left a good impression in Wan Er's heart. That day, Yang Fan's hug on the court made Wan Er think even more in the cold winter night. So when she found out that Yang Fan was peeping at her, her immediate reaction was to be embarrassed and flustered. If it was another person, if they dared to stare at Miss Shangwan's, but they would have dug their eyeballs out. Finally, they arrived at the Library of History. Shanghai Wan let out a long sigh of relief. If she continued to walk like this, she was worried that she would trip herself because of her messy footsteps. The Library of History was to the west of the Hall of Governmental Affairs. The two yamens were not far from each other, but the liveliness was completely different. People came and went from the yamens of the Hall of Governmental Affairs, but the entrance to the Library of History was deserted. It was quiet, and there was not the slightest movement. Shanghai Wanner stopped walking. Her heart was still beating wildly. The more she wanted to maintain her calm, the more she felt suffocated. Flustered, she avoided Yang Fan's gaze and ordered, "You guys, put the files in that side hall." Yang Fan did not know how much his unintentional action had stirred up in this woman's heart, which was whiter than a piece of white paper. Although her face was flushed red, he thought she had walked too quickly, and her breathing was uneven. Yang Fan did not care at all and walked directly with the young eunuch to the side hall where the files were kept. Waiting until the two of them were far away, Shanghai Wan took a few hurried breaths. That suffocating feeling eased slightly. She pressed her chest and felt her heart gradually calm down. Her face seemed to have returned to normal. Only then did she walk towards the main hall. Chapter 151. The main hall was quiet, and there were 7 or 8 scholars sitting there. The oldest of these scholars was nearly 70 years old, and the youngest was 46 or 47 years old. There were more than a dozen folding tables in the hall, and in front of each table was a futon. On the tables were the 4 treasures of the study and all kinds of books. Next to each table was a large earthen urn with many scrolls. As soon as she entered the hall, the smell of ink hit her face. Those 7 or 8 scholars were responsible for compiling history, making announcements, and summarizing all kinds of documents. Their work was relatively easy. The historical events of the past few years could only be described in 100 or so characters. Therefore, they usually had nothing to do, other than writing calligraphy, drawing, and occasionally taking on some private jobs to earn some money. They would gather together to recite poems and compose, enjoying themselves. At this time, they were gathered in front of a table, shaking their heads and chanting. As soon as Shangwan Wanner entered the hall, a few little eunuchs who were serving in the hall saw her first. They hurriedly came forward and saluted. "Greetings, Shangwan Wan." Shangwan Daizhao is here. When the scribes saw Shanghai Wanner coming in, they all came forward to greet her. Shangwan Wanner heaved a sigh of relief and said with a smile, "Scholars, have you come up with another masterpiece?" A scholar in his 50s stroked his beard and laughed. Shangguan Daizhao has come at the right time. Old Guan has just written a good poem and wanted to ask Shangguan Daizhao to appraise it. Old Guan was referring to the oldest scholar among the scholars. His name was Guan Yi, and he was 67 years old this year. Because he was the most senior among them, he was the only one who could sit in his seat without getting up to greet Shangguan Wan Hearing the scholar's flattery, Guan Yi chuckled and was about to pick up the poem he had written when a scholar next to him picked it up and held it up. The scholar held the poem in his hand and said to Shanghai Wanner, "I will recite it on behalf of Old Guan. Please appraise it on behalf of Shangguan Daizhao." This scholar was called Zhang Liang, and he was also a scholar in the Hall of History. He immediately held the poem in his hand and said while shaking his head, "The morning court opens in the Purple Hall. The good atmosphere follows the morning. North K Huajing is present. The east dawn is new. The shadows and fragrant mist merged together. The radiance was beautiful and auspicious. The birds' feathers began to settle, and the dragon's inscription became real. I suspect that the crown is worn into my body, and the crown of love is dear to me, swaying in the auspicious clouds, reflecting the courtiers in the morning." After Zhang Liang finished reciting the poem, Guan Yi smiled and said, "This old man woke up early today and came to the Hall of History. I saw from afar that the Empress of Heaven was holding a court meeting. Hundreds of officials were in the hall. The atmosphere was solemn. I was inspired, and after thinking for a long time, I wrote this poem. What does Shangguan Daizhao think of this poem?" Shangguan Wan'er said, "Elder Guan's poem is profound and full of charm. It describes the atmosphere of the royal court in the morning." Just as she said this, Yang Fan poked his head in from the doorway and raised his voice to ask, "Shangguan is waiting for the edict. The things have been placed in place. If there are no other instructions, I will go back first." Old Master Guan Yi stroked his beard, slightly closed his eyes, and gently nodded with a smile on his face. He was listening to Shangguan Wan'er's praise as if he was listening to heavenly music. Suddenly being interrupted, he frowned, opened his eyes, and cast a displeased glance at him. "Aya, you are Yang Fan." A young eunuch in the Hall of History heard Yang Fan's voice. He took a closer look and suddenly cried out in surprise. As soon as the words came out of his mouth, he realized that he had forgotten himself and hastily covered his mouth. This young eunuch also liked to play kuju. When Yang Fan was competing in the palace, he was also present to watch. He had a deep impression of his idol. As soon as he recognized him, he could not help but cry out. Unexpectedly, as soon as he cried out, the youngest scholar, Lin Shiming, also could not help but cry out in delight. "What did you say? He is Yang Fan." That day he scored 5 goals in a row in kuju, and together with Princess Taiping fought 5 against 10 and defeated the Tubo Yang Fan on the kuju field. Kuju was indeed the most widespread and popular sport in the Tang dynasty, with countless fans. This scholar Lin was also a fan of kuju and kuju. Usually when he had nothing to do, he would arrange a duel with 3 or 5 friends to play kuju for fun. Knowing that the imperial guard in front of him was the Yang Fan he often talked about, he could not help but be surprised and happy. Seeing that Scholar Lin was also making a fuss about the appearance of a palace guard, Guanfuzi was even more displeased. He dragged out his voice and lightly asked, "This guard, who is he?" Zhang Liang, who was standing to the side, answered, "He is a palace guard. It sounds like he is good at kuju." Guanfuzi made an "oh" sound, and his eyelids drooped. His left hand pulled on his right sleeve, picked up a brush, filled it with ink, and waved it on the paper. He disdainfully said, "Kuju is just a small trick. It does not benefit the country, nor does it benefit the people. It is just a small trick to entertain others and oneself. There is no need to make such a fuss." Hearing the sarcasm in his words, Scholar Lin could not help but blush. However, Guan Fuzi was too senior, so he did not dare to refute. Shanghai Wanner slightly frowned her delicate eyebrows. This Guan Fuzi had always been arrogant, but with his status, it was not a bearing for him to be so calculative with a palace guard. Shanghai Wanner was about to casually say a few words to get over this unpleasant atmosphere, but Yang Fan opened his mouth with a smile. The relationship between imperial guards and these idle historians was not even close for 8 lifetimes. He did not have to worry about offending these historians. Moreover, he did not even want to be an imperial guard for long. In fact, he did not take Guan Fuzi's words to heart. It was not to say that Yang Fan's cultivation had reached a state where he did not rejoice in material things and did not grieve for himself. It was because until now, he had not regarded himself as an imperial guard. He had not integrated himself into the court or into this environment. Everything he was doing now was only to find Miao Xinke and get close to Qiu Shinji. When his goal was achieved, he would leave. Everything here was just a memory to him. Why would he care if Scholar Lin looked down on his Kuju skill that he was so proud of? However, he could not care about Guan Fuzi's belittling of himself, but he cared about the feelings of Scholar Lin and the little servant who were humiliated. They were humiliated because they appreciated my talent. How could I sit back and watch? Yang Fan stepped into the hall and said in a clear voice, "I beg to differ with what this old man said. Although bow striking is not a great way, it is not without benefits to the country and the people. If we really talk about its usefulness, I think it is a bit better than those poems and prose that you have scribbled on." Guan Fuzi's wrist sank, and a piece of calligraphy was ruined. He angrily raised his head and glared at Yang Fan. "Ignorant boy, what did you say?" he said. "What did you say? You said that these poems and songs are small ways? They are not as good as Kuju, those juggling things for fun? Preposterous, truly preposterous." Guan Fuzi was old. When Li Shimin vigorously promoted the Kuju movement in the Tang dynasty to improve the people's equestrian archery level, he had long passed the age to learn Kuju. Therefore, he had always disapproved of this movement and even had some resistance. He was an elder of the Academy of History. The other scholars and editors all gave him some respect. Now that he was being taught a lesson by a soldier, how could he bear it? Yang Fan said, "The Hebei province of Jizhou had a drought last year, and the winter was bitter cold. Now it is the season when the young and the yellow are not growing. Many refugees are begging to come to the capital. Can you compose a poem to let them have food and clothing?" Guan Fuzi was startled and said angrily, "Outrageous! How is this possible? This," Yang Fan said again, "the 4 towns of Anxi have fallen, and there are different opinions in the court. Some people think that Anxi is a useless place, and it is better to abandon it and concentrate on China. As a result, Anxi has fallen, and it has not been recovered for a long time. Why don't you compose a poem to let the Tubo people give up the 4 towns? What do you think?" Guan Fuzi's face turned redder, and he trembled with anger. He said repeatedly, "Nonsense! A bunch of nonsense. Poetry is a matter of elegance. What you said is military strategy. It is completely unrelated. You are really cough, cough, cough." Yang Fan did not wait for him to finish and continued, "On Taihang Mountain, bandits run amok. When the local authorities arrest them, they escape into the mountains. When the local authorities do not pursue them, they come back and cause trouble. The local people suffer greatly and suffer unspeakably. Why don't you compose a poem to bring them to justice?" Guan Fuzi's fingers trembled, and his face turned purple. He pointed at Yang Fan and said, You. Yang Fan's face darkened, And he said sternly, the way of literature and martial arts is the foundation of governing a country. Poetry is just a game derived from the way of literature. It cannot build irrigation works, develop agriculture, and let the people have enough food and clothing. It cannot make the country rich and powerful, serve the country, and help the world. It is just something to entertain others and to nourish the body and mind. Why are you so proud of it? Poetry is derived from the way of literature, and bow beating is derived from the way of martial arts. Bowing can strengthen the body, train riding and archery, entertain people in peacetime, and have great use in wartime. Why can't it be compared to your poem? If you really want to think about it, your poems can only be enjoyed by 3 to 5 scholars shaking their heads and enjoying themselves. My bowing is enjoyed by the nobility, scholars, common people, peddlers and servants. Everyone can enjoy it. How can it compare? Your poems and prose require you to rack your brains and chew over the words. Every single one of them is so weak that they can't distinguish between the 5 grains. My kuju can strengthen the body, train riding and archery, and protect the country. How can it compare? Not far from the Hall of History is the Hall of Governmental Affairs. The ministers in the Hall of Governmental Affairs have to attend to a myriad of affairs every day and worry about the affairs of the world. How could they rely on your useless poems? Guan Fuzi was so angry that he almost fainted. Yang Fan did not pay any more attention to him. He smiled and bowed to Shangguan Wan'er. Shangguan Wan'er, he said, I still have duties to attend to. If there are no other instructions, I will return to my duty at Wu Cheng Hall. You go ahead. Shangguan Wan'er's eyes shone with a strange light. She did not expect Yang Fan to say such words and have such knowledge. In her heart, she thought that Yang Fan did not have the least bit of knowledge. Yang Fan smiled and bowed, turned around, and left. Shangguan Wan'er looked at his back and was slightly lost in thought. Behind her, as soon as Guan Fuzi saw that Yang Fan was about to leave, he angrily stood up. Unexpectedly, because he had been sitting for too long, the blood in his legs was not flowing smoothly. When he suddenly stood up, his legs were numb and his head was lacking blood. His vision darkened and he fell backward. Zhang Liang quickly supported him and shouted, Old scholar, what happened to you? Chapter 152. It wasn't a big deal for an ordinary person to be angered, but Master Guan was old and frail, and his body was already very weak. After being angered, he immediately fainted. Shanghai Wan'er hurriedly sent a young servant to fetch the imperial physician. The young servant hated this old man for putting on airs and looking down on everyone. On the way, he purposely dawdled a little. The imperial physician used needles to revive Master Guan. After looking, listening, questioning, and feeling the pulse, he stroked his beard and shook his head, saying, The scholar's fainting this time is indeed a blessing. The scholars were surprised and hurriedly asked for the reason behind it. The imperial physician said, The scholar is old and has been sitting for a long time. His kidneys are weak and his blood vessels are not good. If this goes on, it won't be long before he becomes a serious problem. If he gets angry, his life will be in danger. But the scholar doesn't know about this. Isn't it dangerous? Although he suddenly fainted today, after the diagnosis and treatment, this old man can see that the scholar's illness is getting worse. If he can be nursed back to health as soon as possible, it will be a blessing in disguise. Shanghai Wan'er asked, If that's the case, what should Scholar Guan do? The imperial physician said, From now on, the scholar should cultivate his body and mind. He must not have any emotions of great joy, great sorrow, or great anger. Right now, he can't be bothered with official affairs. This old man will prescribe some medicine for the scholar. Go home and take the medicine to recuperate. After a period of time, I will treat him again and see how his recovery is." As he said this, he spouted out a medical theory. What the imperial physician said was actually a cerebral hemorrhage, but he said it using the theory of traditional Chinese medicine. When scholar Zhang Liang heard that Scholar Guan's illness was so serious, he couldn't help but feel secretly happy. This old man relied on his seniority to do almost nothing in the history library. All he did was recite poems all day long, and everyone had to flatter him. Unfortunately, his position was the highest, and his salary was also the highest. This time, he was finally kicked out. Scholar Zhang was secretly happy, but his face was full of shock. "The scholar's illness is so serious. Scholar Lin, I'll have to trouble you to find a carriage and have it wait outside the illustrious Virtue Gate. My colleagues and I will take care of Scholar Guan for now, and then we'll help him out." Lin Shiming was the youngest. Naturally, he would be the one to run the errands. Without another word, he hastily went out of the palace to prepare the carriage. On her side, Shanghai Wana looked after him until several scholars helped Guan Fuzi out of the palace. Only then did she return to Wu Chengjian. When Shanghai Wana returned to Wu Cheng Hall, she saw Yang Fan standing there shyly with his chest puffed out. She glared at him fiercely and said with a straight face, "Come in with me." "Here." Yang Fan followed behind Shanghai Wana and walked inside. After a few steps, Shanghai Wana felt as if there was a pair of eyes staring at her from behind. Her back felt itchy, her waist felt stiff, and her whole body felt uncomfortable. Suddenly, she stopped and turned around. She rolled her eyes at Yang Fan and said angrily, "You walk in front." Shanghai Wana had always been dignified and elegant. She rarely showed such an angry expression. When she rolled her eyes, she had an indescribable charm, which made Yang Fan's heart skip a beat. Yang Fan was baffled. He did not know why Shanghai Wana wanted him to walk in front, so he followed her words and walked in the front. Shanghai Wana followed behind him, and indeed felt a lot more comfortable. The two of them entered the side hall. Yang Fan looked left and right and turned his head around in bewilderment. Shanghai Wana did not pay him any attention. She walked over and gracefully sat down on a Luohan bed. She stared at him and said, "Guan Fuzi is the historian Guan Xiuji, Hongwen Guan Shu. You are just a little imperial bodyguard. How dare you to contradict him?" Yang Fan said, "Even if he is the current prime minister, lowly officer must have committed a mistake and died in his hands before he can punish me. Could it be that just because his official position is higher than mine, he can do whatever he wants? Even if he is lowly officer Shangguan, there is no such logic in the world, right? Why can't lowly officer argue?" Shanghai Wana angrily said, "You still dare to say it? You are just a little imperial bodyguard. You are unreasonable. Offending him is not a good thing. Guan Fuzi is already old. His qi and blood are both weak. Because of your anger, he was carried home to recuperate. If by any chance something bad happens to him, won't it be a big trouble for you?" Yang Fan could not help laughing. "That's strange," he said. "Dai Zhao keeps saying that lowly officer contradicted him. But Dai Zhao was also present at the time. You should have seen it clearly. Obviously, he insulted me first. Lowly officer argued with him a few words. How did it become a contradiction? Did lowly officer use any obscene words to impose on that old Fuzi? That old Fuzi, relying on his several years of age, can wantonly belittle other people. How can other people's argument be called a contradiction? If that's the case, it'll be much easier to distinguish between right and wrong in this world. No matter how old you are, I'll just invite someone older than you. No matter what nonsense he says, you won't be able to defend yourself. Isn't that enough?" Hearing this, Shanghai Wana wanted to laugh, but hastily she put on a straight face and sighed softly. "No matter what, You are too reckless. If Guan Fuzi really becomes sick from anger with your status, who will speak up for you? Yang Fan could hear the concern in her voice, so he casually said, I can't care about that. In front of Shangguan Daizhao, he said that lowly officer can't bear it. How can lowly officer tolerate it? This was also Yang Fan's cleverness. It was obvious that he stood up because the scholar Lin and the little chamberlain who appreciated him were humiliated. At this time, he turned to Shanghai Wanner and said, You see, how much do I care about my image in the heart of my immediate superior? However, the speaker did not mean it, but the listener heard it. His previous series of actions had already made Shanghai Wanner misunderstand his meaning. As soon as this sentence came out, Shanghai Wanner's heart jumped with a pung sound. She panicked for no reason. He doesn't want me to look down on him, so he disregards the consequences and angrily refuted me? Shanghai Wanner had never had a man make such a confession of love to her in her life. For a moment, she was flustered and did not even know where to put her hands and feet. She was afraid that Yang Fan would see the expression on her face, so she quickly lowered her head and coughed softly. I was just giving you some advice on how to do things. This time, you don't need to worry too much. If there is a problem with Guan Yi's Xinshi, the striking the bow was personally carried out by Emperor Taizong, so he dismissed it as worthless. If you refute him, you are protecting Emperor Taizong. With this kind of loyalty, there will be no problem. After saying this, Shanghai Wanner felt that she was out of breath again. She quickly picked up a memorial and examined it attentively. She waved her hand at Yang Fan and said, Okay, go and do your work. Yang Fan clasped his hands in respect, turned around, and walked out the door. As soon as Yang Fan's figure disappeared from the door, Shanghai Wanner, who had been looking at him from the corner of her eyes, placed her hand on her chest and let out a big breath. Shanghai Wanner composed herself and secretly spat, What a good-for-nothing! What kind of big event have you not seen before? A little imperial bodyguard expressing his love to you. Is there a need to panic like this? Although she said that the feeling of someone expressing their love for the first time was like a stone falling into the water, creating a ripple. How could it be so easy to calm down? Shanghai Wanner sat there in a daze. She suddenly remembered that because her father was guilty, she was sent to the palace as an official slave. Now, although she had the Empress Dowager's appreciation and became the Empress' close minister, she had almost everything in this world. The only thing she could not have was the freedom to marry and have children, to build a family. She could not help but feel dejected, and her heart also became cold. After being in a daze for a long time, Shanghai Wanner sighed softly and thought gloomily, Even if you have freedom, can you really marry a little imperial bodyguard in the imperial army? Don't let your imagination run wild. Just focus on your work. Shanghai Wanner forced herself to calm down and turned her gaze to the memorial. As soon as she saw it, she could not help but let out an sound and immediately blushed. It turned out that the memorial in her hand was upside down all along. Shanghai Wanner was alone in the hall. Sometimes she was happy, sometimes she was angry, sometimes she was ashamed. It took a long time for her heart to calm down. After dealing with several memorials, she looked at the time. The Empress should end the morning court session, so she put down the memorial and walked towards the door. Before she reached the door, she heard a hearty laughter coming from the door. Hearing that the voice belonged to Princess Taiping, Shanghai Wanner quickened her pace. Princess Taiping and Shanghai Wanner had completely different emotional styles. Shanghai Wanner's character was introverted and reserved. Even a small action could arouse ripples in her heart that would not disperse for a long time. The more she put it in her heart and tried her best not to show it, the deeper the traces in her heart would be. On the other hand, Princess Taiping was straightforward and generous. She had the spirit of a man. whether it was love or hate, happiness or anger. She clearly expressed it without any shyness. That day at the Lantern Festival, she and Yang Fan were enjoying the scenery of Ding Ding Long Street from the dozens of Zhang Tall lantern tree. In a moment of passion, she kissed Yang Fan. If it were any other woman, when they saw him, they would inevitably feel embarrassed. But Princess Taiping seemed to have completely forgotten about this matter. That day's matter was only because of that enchanting and gentle scene. Her heart was moved for a moment. It was like a spring dream without a trace. Today, Princess Taiping came to the palace. She estimated that, at this time, her mother would be out of court soon, so she rushed to Wuqing Hall. When he arrived at the first courtyard, he inquired with the guards at the gate. Knowing that Imperial Mother had yet to arrive, he was no longer in a hurry. He leisurely strolled to the third courtyard. Before he entered the hall, he saw Yang Fan standing there. Princess Taiping immediately walked over. "Greetings, Your Highness." The guards on both sides bowed to Princess Taiping. Princess Taiping put her hands behind her back and tilted her head. She looked at Yang Fan with a smile. Yang Fan was puzzled. Then she asked with a smile, "Why were you transferred to Wuqing Hall? I remember that your previous job was quite easy." Yang Fan said in surprise, "How did Your Highness know where I was originally on duty? I have not told Your Highness before. Have I?" "Oh, I have heard someone mention it, by chance." Princess Taiping knew that she had let the cat out of the bag. She quickly waved her hand and changed the topic. "Is it hard to be on duty at Wuqing Hall?" Yang Fan said, "It's all right. In fact, except for the stricter rules here, everything else is not bad." Princess Taiping nodded and said, "Well, how did you take turns? Tell me about it. One day, when you're not on duty, this consort will compete with you. Last time we clearly won, but you stole all the limelight. This consort has always been unconvinced." Yang Fan said with a smile, "Since Your Highness has given the order, Yang Fan will naturally obey. Speaking of which, Your Highness and Shangguan Daijiao's Kuju skills. Yang Fan also admires them very much." Oh, hearing this, Princess Taiping became interested. She smiled and said, "In the Imperial Palace, I and One have always been regarded as the best in the art of Kuju. However, there has never been a conclusion as to who is better between the two of us. In your opinion, between me and One, whose art of Kuju is better?" Chapter 153. At this time, just as Shanghai One turned around the door, she saw Princess Taiping and Yang Fan standing face to face, smiling sweetly. Because Yang Fan's back was facing the main hall, she could not see his expression. But it could be imagined that whoever stood in front of such a stunning and enchanting beauty must also be smiling brilliantly. Not knowing why, Shanghai One felt somewhat uncomfortable in her heart. With his back to Shangguan One, Yang Fan said, "When I was playing Kuju with the Imperial Guards that day, I deeply felt that Your Highness's Kuju technique is extremely exquisite. Although I've only been playing Kuju for a short time, I've seen many first-class Kuju masters. Among these Kuju masters that I've met, Your Highness can be called." Princess Taiping was facing the main hall. She had already seen Shanghai One coming out. Her eyes flashed, slightly rippling with a touch of mischievousness. She and Shanghai One were both good at Kuju, but the two of them had never really competed with each other. They had always been equally famous. At present, Yang Fan was recognized as the #1 Kuju master. If Yang Fan said that she played better than One, she would firmly surpass One. She was confident that her Kuju was not worse than Shanghai One's. Moreover, when she asked this question, in front of her, even if Yang Fan was just pretending, he had to admit that her Kuju skill was better than Shanghai One's. At this time, Shanghai happened to be behind Yang Fan. When he found out that Shanghai was also there, his embarrassment must be very interesting. Who would have thought that Yang Fan was also very quick-witted? When Shanghai came out, she did not deliberately cover her footsteps. Moreover, she did not know martial arts, so it was not easy to conceal the sound of her footsteps from Yang Fan. When Yang Fan heard the sound of footsteps behind him and saw the mischievous look in Princess Taiping's eyes, how could he not know that Shanghai had come out? Yang Fan's expression did not change, but his tone changed abruptly. He continued, "Among all the Kuju masters I've met, Your Highness can be called the second." Huh. Princess Taiping's smile froze on her face. She looked at Yang Fan and blinked her eyes as if she had misheard, and asked, "Second? Not bad." Duke Taiping straightened his face and said, "Then who is first?" Yang Fan said, "In Zaixia's opinion, among the people in the imperial palace, Her Highness the Princess, Shangguan Daizhao, and Xie Duwei, 3 people are the best." Xie Duwei fought fiercely, charging to the front. Almost no one can stop him, and can be called a brave general. Princess is in the middle, commanding the whole situation, can attack and defend, and is a wise commander. Shangguan Daizhao can advance as a general, retreat as a commander, and has both of your strengths. Therefore, I think, among everyone, Shangguan Daizhao's Kuju skill is the best. Shanghai heard Yang Fan's words clearly. The uncomfortable feeling in her heart was swept away, and a shallow smile appeared on her face. Yang Fan's expression did not change as he finished his speech. He secretly sighed. "That was close. I was almost fooled by you. The princess. If I want to find that Miao Shinka's whereabouts, I need to start with Shanghai if I offend her, I will not have any chance in the future. If I do not hug her thigh, do you think I will hug yours?" Princess Taiping gave a humph sound and said unconvinced, "Listening to what you said, it seems to be reasonable, but one person's opinion, after all, cannot be taken as the truth." Yang Fan said with a smile, "That's what I'm saying. If we were to talk about Your Highness the Princess, your strongest point is that not only are you good at Kuju, but you are also good at Kuju, not to mention that you are the best among the women in Kuju. Even if you are compared to the many Kuju experts in the Imperial Army, Your Highness, you are still better than them, and this is very rare. Therefore, if we are talking about the Kuju skill, I think that among all the women in the world, Your Highness, you are the best." When Princess Taiping heard this, she giggled, rolled her eyes at him, and said, "At least you know how to talk. You will not offend anyone." At this time, Shanghai came forward and said with a graceful smile, "Your Highness the Princess has arrived." Although Shanghai was the daughter of an official, she was now the Empress Dowager's favorite, and her power was much greater than Princess Taiping's. Just like how Wu Sanxi and Wu Qingxi had to try their best to flatter Shui Huai, even though Princess Taiping had no request for Shangguan the 2 of them still called each other by their names in private, and were on equal footing. However, in public, Shanghai paid attention to each other's identity, and always insisted on meeting each other with the etiquette of a princess. Princess Taiping smiled. "Yes, I am here to see my mother." Shanghai said, "The Empress must have already left the court, but she has not yet arrived at Wuqing Hall. Princess, please sit in the hall for a while." Just as she said this, a little eunuch shouted from afar, "The Empress has arrived." Shanghai exclaimed, "The Empress has arrived. You and I should quickly welcome her." As she said this, she lifted the skirt of her robe and went out to welcome her. Princess Taiping rolled her eyes at Yang Fan and said with some displeasure, "Little rascal! Under her control. You dare not offend her, right? Humph! Why don't you think about who brought you into the palace? Shangguan can't be provoked, but can Taiping?" In Tao Guangyuan, next to the observation platform, a group of people were playing football. There were both men and women playing football. Most of the men were bodyguards and eunuchs who were not on duty at the moment, and most of the women were palace maids and beauties. Among the crowd, the three most dazzling stars were, of course, Princess Taiping, Shanghai Wan, and Yang Fan. Since they were here, of course, they were the red flowers, and the others naturally became the green leaves. The wind was blowing gently, faintly bringing with it the feeling of spring at this moment. They were playing for nothing. Playing for nothing mainly demonstrated the control of the ball, a bit like playing football. Everyone gathered in a circle, and after catching the ball, they used all kinds of technical movements to bounce the ball, displaying their skills to the fullest. When they were about to be unable to hold on, they passed the ball to the next person in time. In this way, the three of them, Yang Fan, Shanghai Wan, and Li Lingwe, were exceptionally eye-catching. When the ball was under their feet, the three of them displayed their skills, kicking the ball in a variety of ways, dazzling the eyes. From time to time, there were bursts of cheers on the field. Amazing! It's the same ball, but how come when it's under Erlang's feet? It's so beautiful. Xiaoman, look, this kick is so beautiful. Gao clenched her fist, standing on the sidelines, staring at Yang Fan. That excited look made her look like a little love-struck fool. Xie Xiaoman listened to her shouting and helplessly rolled her eyes. Xiaoman had just stepped down from the field, her face slightly flushed, and there was some sweat on her forehead. She had been playing for a long time, competing with Yang Fan for a long time, but unfortunately, she couldn't gain any advantage. When Princess Taiping and Shanghai Wan arrived together, she took the opportunity to step down. Yang Fan looked a little less serious and heroic when he was in his military uniform, but a little more naughty and chic. Buqi had to admit that his high-spirited appearance was very pleasing to the eye, especially when matched with his handsome kicking movements, which made him even more charming. Xiaoman glanced at Gaoing and saw her staring at Yang Fan with a look of joy. She couldn't help but ask worriedly, "Xiaoying, do you like him?" Yes. I love him so much. He's so handsome, so cute. This ball is great." Xiaoman suddenly became worried and said uneasily, "Xiaoying, you must be careful about your marriage. I always feel that this person has a romantic temperament and is not a good man to entrust your life to. Don't you see that he is not serious all day long, always flirting with those little palace maids?" Gao Ying was startled, turned back to look at her, and said with a smile, "What are you talking about?" "I said I like him, I like him. Do you have to marry a person just because you like him? Besides, when did he flirt? It was those little girls who pestered him. Okay?" She looked at Xie Xiaoman, slowly revealed a strange look, and said, "Oh, I heard from Xiao Miao that you seem to like him very much, right?" Xiaoman's face suddenly turned red, and she said angrily, "What nonsense are you talking about? How can I like him?" Gaoing said suspiciously, "Really?" Xiaoman said firmly, "Absolutely not. In this Luoyang city, there is no man who can enter my eyes." Gaoing said happily, "That's good. Listening to what you said." Gao Ying pinched her chin, narrowed her eyes and looked at Yang Fan in the distance, and said lecherously, "I really want to make him my man." Xiaoman said, "Men are afraid of entering the wrong profession. Women are afraid of marrying the wrong man. A man is fine with everything else, but a bad character. Once he trusts the wrong person for life, his life will be ruined." Gaoing said with a smile, "Xiaoman, why are you so prejudiced against him? I have never seen him flirt, especially recently. He has been on duty in Wucheng Hall all day. Has he had a chance to hit on women?" Xiaoman thought for a moment and said, "Well, this I have not found." Gaoing said with a smile, "That's right, Gaoing said with a smile, turned her head, and looked at the court again. This time, Her voice suddenly stuttered. Yang Fan had just walked off the court, probably wanting to rest for a while, and Shangguan Daizhao also walked off the court with him. The two walked to the stone bench on the side of the court. Yang Fan first took a futon, brushed it with his sleeves, put it back, and politely made a gesture to invite them to sit. Shangguan Daizhao nodded sweetly and sat down leisurely. Yang Fan also picked up a futon and sat down. The two talked and laughed. Except for Princess Taiping. When had Shangguan Daizhao ever sat with others on equal footing and greeted them with a smile? Not to mention that the other party was a man, and this man was a soldier whose status was worlds apart from hers. Gowing couldn't help but be stunned. Xia Muwen murmured to herself, I was wondering why he didn't flirt anymore, so it turns out that he has a higher goal. He is really bold, even daring to hit on Shangguan Daizhao. Gowing said dejectedly, so he likes Shangguan Daizhao. This is bad. If he likes someone else, I still have a chance, but if it's Shangguan Daizhao, how dare I compete? Xia Muwen was stunned. No way. You just said that you don't want to marry him. Gowing said confidently, that's because he doesn't like me. Xia Muwen said, this is your luck. Humph. I always feel that he is eating from the bowl and looking at the pot. His heart is too flirtatious. Gowing said disapprovingly, it's a waste of youth not to be flirtatious. It's better to be flirtatious now than in the future. Now he is spending on you. In the future, when he is enlightened, he will spend it on other women, leaving you as an idle wife. This kind of lover is tactful and knows how to make you happy. Don't tell me you like those dull and boring poor scholars. Xia Muwen. Chapter 154. Ever since she realized that Yang Fan had a crush on her, Sheng Haiwan had been flustered for a long time. Every time she saw Yang Fan, she would feel uneasy. Fortunately, Yang Fan did not feel this way and did not pursue her further. Only then did Shanghai gradually adjust her mood. Now, Wan was much more at ease. She did not need to be flustered or avoid Yang Fan. She only glanced at him, occasionally with a bit of bitterness in her eyes, as if she was complaining that he did not confess his love to her. No wonder Confucius said the headmaster must have been troubled by this inexplicable attitude of the opposite sex. The problem was that Yang Fan didn't know anything about this at all. After a few more Kuju sessions, he got closer and closer to Shangguan Daizhao. To Shangguan Wan, this was clearly Yang Fan's way of expressing his closeness to her in a more subtle way. She enjoyed this feeling, and it wasn't as stressful. Shanghai Wan said with slight annoyance, it's so annoying. I can't beat you even if I hit you for free. Didn't you say that you have never practiced playing Kuju before? How can you be better than me, who has been practicing since childhood? There was a hint of coquettishness in her words, but it was only in her heart and not on the outside. So Shangguan Wan did not notice. Yang Fan also did not know that it was the first time in his life that Shangguan Wan had spoken to someone in such a tone. He smiled and said, it's just some leisure time to relax and train my body. Why should I care? Waiting for Zhao's ability is not here. In fact, Yang Fan also did not want everyone to say that this young man is good at playing football. I am a soldier now. I still want to fight on the battlefield and make great achievements. That is the style of a man. Shanghai Wan said with a smile, yes, this is the ambition of a man. I thought that you have been flattered by those palace maids and eunuchs and got a little carried away. Yang Fan said, how could it be? In my heart, the person I admire the most is Great General Shui Rindue. Although Great General Shui is the 6th-generation grandson of Tuoba Wei clan's General Shui Andu, his family has already declined by his generation. He didn't borrow any power from his family, and he relied on his own abilities to make outstanding military achievements. Yang Fan secretly glanced at Shangguan Wan, and sighed. It's a pity that Grand General Shui passed away too early. Else I'd definitely request to be transferred to Grand General Shui if I had the opportunity to join the army. The general's 3 arrows set the heavenly mountain. The hero's long song entered the Han Pass. How awe-inspiring! There's also his good strategy to stop the war, his divine bravery to subdue Liaodong, his benevolent governance of Gaoli, his love for the people of Xiangzhou City, his removal of his hat to repel 10,000 enemies. Yang Fan recounted Shui Rengui's life's achievements and said regretfully, I remember that in the past, I've seen an inscription on a stone tablet that recounts Grand General Shui's life's achievements. These achievements are clearly recorded in the inscription. The words are magnificent. The blood is boiling. It's a pity that I didn't bring pen and paper at that time, so I couldn't record it down. Yang Fan's expression was one of deep regret. Shangguan couldn't help smiling and said, Are you talking about General Shui's inscription on the stone tablet? That was written by Grand Scholar Miao Xinke of Hong, Wenguan for General Shui. General Shui's life's achievements are all recorded in the inscription. It's really a brilliant literary talent, heroic and intense. If you like it, I'll give you one. Speaking to this point, Shangguan smiled mysteriously and said, But it's written by Grand Scholar Miao himself. Really? Yang Fan was pleasantly surprised and said, That's great. This inscription on the stone tablet that recounts General Shui's victory is very well written. Although I'm not good at literature, I still love it so much that I can't bear to part with it. Turns out this was written by a grand scholar surnamed Miao. His writing is indeed extraordinary. Can Imperial Edict request a copy of this grand scholar Miao's calligraphy? Speaking to this point, Yang Fan slapped his forehead and pretended to have a sudden realization. He said, That's right. Imperial Edict, you are the one who presides over the arts and comments on the world's poetry and literature for the imperial court. Most of the scribes and officials in the world are gathered under Imperial Edict. This grand scholar Miao is certainly no exception. If Imperial Edict asks, Grand Scholar Miao naturally has no reason not to agree. Hearing him address her as Imperial Edict over and over again, Shangguan unexpectedly felt that it was gradually grating on her ears. But how should she address Yang Fan? She couldn't say it, and her mood was somewhat dejected for no reason. So she said lightly, It's nothing much, it's just that I'm handling some paperwork for the Empress of Heaven. The original manuscript of Grand Scholar Miao Xinke's inscription on the stone tablet for General Shui is in my hands. Yang Fan made an O sound and said, Grand Scholar Miao's original manuscript. I believe it must be very precious. How can I snatch Imperial Edict's favorite? Is it possible to ask this Grand Scholar Miao to write a new one for me? I believe that if Imperial Edict you are willing to come forward, Grand Scholar Miao will definitely give you face. The more cautious and polite Yang Fan's words were, the more dejected Shanghai, who had other thoughts in her mind, felt to think that he's still a man, so timid and timid. 2 days ago, he was still staring at me like a starving wolf, but now he's acting like nothing has happened. Shanghai only cared about complaining about Yang Fan in her heart. What she saw was her slightly pursing her lips, staring blankly at the people on the court. Yang Fan only knew that she did not want to reveal Miao Xinke's whereabouts, and could not help but feel anxious. It was not easy for him to find such an opportunity to cleverly change the topic to Miao Xinke, but Shanghai did not want to talk about it. What should he do? Princess Taiping was playing happily when she suddenly saw Yang Fan and Shanghai chatting and laughing. Her mood immediately dropped, and she said that she was tired and wanted to go back to her residence to rest. Shanghai saw that she wanted to leave and quickly came forward to send her off. Princess Taiping indifferently said a few words and then left without even looking at Yang Fan. 1. Was observant. Naturally, she knew that Princess Taiping was not happy, but she did not know the reason. Princess Taiping and Shanghai, 1. Were beautiful for a time, but each had their own merits. 1. Was superior in that her skin was as white as snow, her temperament was outstanding. In terms of enchanting figure, charming style, Shanghai 1. Was still a virgin as clean as ice, and as clean as jade. Naturally, she could not compare with Princess Taiping, this kind of mature woman who had already experienced many affairs. In terms of status, although 1's power was still above Princess Taiping's, she was after all the daughter of a criminal official. Princess Taiping was a descendant of the royal family. She felt that she could make friends with whatever conditions she had. She was 100 times better than she had a good impression of Yang Fan, but Yang Fan often showed his affection towards Naturally, Taiping was not happy, and was also very unconvinced. It was just that this kind of subtle thought, how could other people understand? As the days passed, the flowers bloomed in the warm spring. The pure, white snow unknowingly became lighter, thinner, until it completely disappeared. You would not notice which morning it completely disappeared from your sight, but when you looked carefully, it was already completely gone. In the cracks of the black bricks, the tenacious weeds quietly sprouted their tender green buds. Only when the tender buds opened their brittle leaves and turned into a fresh and tender little grass, would you be surprised to find that the little life had actually stretched out. The branches were the same, with tender yellow leaves and crimson flower buds. When you found them, they were already swaying with the spring breeze, creating a misty spring feeling, like a layer of thin gauze covering the body of a beauty. That kind of feeling was very strange. It was like a silly little girl who appeared in front of you every day. Without you noticing, she had already grown into a graceful young girl, and you did not notice it at all. Until one day when her face turned red, her hair swept up, and she smiled shyly, you would suddenly realize she has grown up. Spring was a very tangled season. It was like the willow catkins that floated over from Luoyang, curling up and sticking to people's bodies. Gao Gonggong, who had just changed into a new set of robes, would angrily slap them. Yang Fan was tangled. Every day he saw the beautiful figure of Shanghai, come and go by his side. He clearly knew that Miao Shinka's whereabouts were in her hands, and she only needed to say one word to make him suddenly see the light, but he just could not ask. Shanghai was tangled. Sometimes, when she saw Yang Fan staring straight at her, she would inexplicably be happy for a long time. Sometimes, when she saw his expressionless face, she would be disappointed for a long time. Disappointment, joy, disappointment. Her heart, following the changes in Yang Fan's expression, fluctuated up and down and became moody. Thus, the scholars in Hong, when library began to struggle, there would always be mistakes in writing. Today, when they made a mistake in their writing, Shangguan Daizhao only smiled gently and ordered them to rewrite. Tomorrow, when they accidentally smeared a bit of ink between the lines, Shangguan Daizhao did not say a word and directly deducted half a month's salary. The scholars stood by the bank of the Luo River, letting the annoying spring breeze blow their long beards like a clump of grass. They leisurely sighed with emotion like the master of the academy. Women's minds are so hard to guess. Siemuin was also in a dilemma. Yang Fan was her benefactor, and Gowing was her best friend. She did not want her best friend to fall in love with a more frivolous man, but she was also worried that her benefactor would strike up a conversation with Shangguan Daizhao and bring him a fatal disaster. But from her perspective, what could she do? Spring was such an annoying season. It was early in the second month of spring, and the imperial examinations were over. For this year's imperial examinations, the Empress personally summoned the scholars who had passed the imperial examinations to the Luo City Hall to question them about their knowledge. This was an unprecedented event. In the past, there had never been such a thing as summoning scholars to the Golden Palace to question them about their knowledge in court. The scholars who had passed the imperial examinations became the first scholars in history to be questioned by the Empress and the Emperor, and were praised as the Son of Heaven's disciple. The imperial examinations were held for 3 consecutive days. Today was the last day. The Empress was very satisfied with the knowledge of this batch of scholars. After the court meeting ended, she still had a slight smile on her face as she walked into the Hall of Martial Accomplishment. Shanghai Wanner was waiting for Wu Zetian at the door of the hall. Xiao Man and Gao Ying followed behind Wu Zetian, fanning themselves. The 3 women's gazes involuntarily fell on Yang Fan, who was standing to the right of the door. Shanghai Wanner's gaze was very calm. She seemed to have just casually glanced at Yang Fan. Yang Fan's gaze was also very calm. He did not avoid her gaze, nor did he stare at her passionately. Shanghai Wanner's heart was filled with resentment. Under Xiao Man's black and bright eyebrows, her beautiful eyes glared fiercely at Yang Fan, giving him a silent warning out of habit. But she was helpless to get a supercilious look from Yang Fan. Then, she was disappointed to find that her good sister, Gao Ying, was looking at Yang Fan with her eyes almost curved into crescent moons. What a loser! Xiao Man glared at her resentfully, but Gao Ying was looking at Yang Fan with red eyes and could not see her. Chapter 155. Wu Zetian entered the Hall of Martial Accomplishment and sat down on a brocade stool behind the rolled-up high table. She flicked her sleeves and asked with a smile, "Wanner, do you have any important memorials that need to be dealt with? After dealing with court affairs today, I have interrogated 5 tributary scholars in a row. My body is a little tired. If there is nothing important, I would like to rest early." Shanghai Wanner had been absent-minded all morning, and her speed in dealing with the memorials was a little slow. Usually, she would have finished sorting out yesterday's memorials by this time, but now she was still lacking 2 or 3. When Wu Zetian asked, Shanghai Wanner's face heated up slightly, and she said, "There are not many memorials that require the Empress's approval. Wanner has already sorted them all out. There are only 3 more that I have not had the time to look at." Wu Zetian said, "Since that is the case, I will first look at them before I rest." The memorials on the table were divided into 3 piles. The left pile was for Shanghai Wanner to handle, the right pile was for the Empress to personally approve, and there were 3 more in the middle. Shanghai Wanner had been handling memorials for Wu Zetian for a long time. Wu Zetian naturally knew her habit of placing memorials. She placed the 3 memorials in the middle in front of her and picked up the first one. Wu Zetian was an old woman in her 70s, and her eyes were already a little blurry. She opened a memorial that Shanghai Wanner had not had the time to read. She slightly turned her body and squinted her eyes to read. Halfway through reading, Wu Zetian suddenly let out a poo-chi sound and burst out laughing. Shanghai Wanner had just come over with a bowl of wort. Seeing Empress Wu in such a state, she could not help but be surprised and asked, "Why is the Empress laughing?" Wu Zetian said with a smile, "Take a look yourself. Ha ha ha, this Wang Sholi is such a bookworm. He is so naive that he is cute. Ha ha ha." Shang Guanwan picked up the memorial and opened it to take a look. It was an impeachment memorial from Imperial Messenger Wang Sholi. In the memorial, Imperial Messenger Wang accused the Great Master of the White Horse Temple, Great Master Huai Yi. He said that even though he was a monk, he was still a strong man. The imperial palace was the residence of the imperial concubines. Only women and eunuchs were allowed to enter. Even the imperial guards and warriors had to leave the imperial palace at night to guard outside. Now, White Horse Temple Abbot Huai Yi entered the palace from time to time and stayed overnight. This caused a lot of gossip in the court. He, Wang Sholi, as the imperial messenger, did not dare to remain silent. He specially requested the empress to forbid monk Huai from sleeping in the palace at night, or to remove his power to protect the palace maid's chastity. When Shanghai Wanner saw this, she could not help but want to laugh. This imperial messenger, Wang, was really a bookworm. He could even make such a suggestion. He must have heard about the affair between Huai and the empress, but it was not convenient for him to say it directly. So he came up with such a tactful way. However, could this kind of advice affect Empress Wu in the slightest? Shanghai Wanner waved the memorial and asked Empress Wu, "Empress, how should we reply to this memorial?" Wu Zetian said with a smile, "Why bother with him? Just leave it in the palace." As Wu Zetian said this, she picked up the second memorial. Just as she opened it, she seemed to remember something. She looked up at Shanghai Wanner and said, "Oh, yes. Now that spring is just right. I want to go to Dragon Gate to relax and stay for a few days. During the trip, the minor court meeting will be canceled. All the memorials will be sent to Dragon Gate Xiangshan Temple. During the court meeting, all the officials will come to Xiangshan Temple to see me. You go and arrange it." "Yes, Your Majesty." Shanghai Wanner agreed and retreated. The western suburbs of Luoyang were beautiful, and Dragon Gate was the best. Dragon Gate Mountain was one of the 8 sceneries of Luoyang since ancient times. The pavilions here were majestic and spectacular. The spring at the foot of the mountain gurgled, and the Yi River rippled. Boats traveled back and forth, forming the beautiful scenery of Dragon Gate Mountain. Wu Zetian had always liked the scenery here. Every year, she would go to Dragon Gate to relax and relax. 2 days later, all the preparations for the war were completed. The accompanying royal relatives, civil and military officials, eunuchs, palace maids, and palace guards all followed Wu Zetian's carriage to the Dragon's Gate. She also sent the Golden Guards and Qiu Xinji's troops to the Dragon's Gate to protect them. The large group of troops marched towards the Dragon's Gate. Beside the Tianjin Bridge, a medium-sized merchant ship that could carry 50 to 60 people was quietly anchored there. A man wearing a turban on his head and a blue robe stood at the bow of the ship. This man was about 25 or 26 years old and could not be considered handsome. He could only be said to be pleasing to the eye. He had a slightly dark complexion and a small beard on his chin. He had a rather ordinary face, but his pair of bright and spirited eyes revealed a sense of shrewdness and capability. This made his ordinary face appear extraordinary. He smiled and looked at the endless parade of carriages and horses on the bridge with a thoughtful expression. The ship shook slightly, and the curtain was lifted. A woman walked out from the ship and stood beside the man in green. She used her hand to slightly cover her eyebrows and looked at the solemn parade of soldiers on the bridge. She laughed lightly and said, "We are really lucky. We have just arrived at Luoyang, and we already see the Empress on patrol. This kind of grandeur is really daunting." The man in green smiled slightly and did not reply. The woman who walked out from the cabin was wearing a cotton dress with a braided hairpin. She was dressed very ordinarily, but at a glance there was a magnetic-like charm that could immediately attract the eyes of men. This was because she was very feminine. Women were women. All women were called women, but sometimes the word woman was used to describe one type of woman. That was a femme fatale. To put it nicely, it was called a stunner. She had a long and fair neck. Her facial features were not particularly exquisite. Her fair and wide forehead was a bit too high, her bright and clear eyes were a bit too big, and her lips were a bit too thick. This kind of facial features was by no means the most perfect combination and could not be considered flawless. However, It was this combination that gave men a very special feeling when they saw it. It was very easy for people to associate it with sex. Her facial features were not the most perfect, but when it was cleverly combined with her face, there was a kind of charm to it. The wonder of creation was truly indescribable. Her figure was the same. She was a round and smooth woman. She was slightly plump and did not have a slender charm. However, as she stood there, she exuded a charm from her bones. It gave people the urge to press her down and possess her. This femme fatale beauty was called Yang Shuarao. She was Shunmu's woman. Shunmu was the man in the green robe. What they saw was the tail of the procession. The large procession quickly passed by. Shen Mu stood at the bow of the ship with his hands behind his back. He squinted at the procession and suddenly asked, "Where is Di Renjia now?" The femme fatale flirtatiously combed her hair and lazily replied, "That old man is still touring. I'm afraid he won't be able to reach Luoyang anytime soon." Shen Mu helplessly sighed and bitterly smiled. That old man has no choice but to get involved in this mess. How long does he think he can hide for? Yang Shuarao replied, "He'll hide for as long as he can. This Luoyang city is filled with holes. If he accidentally falls into one, he might not be able to climb out again. That unscrupulous old thief is smarter than a ghost. His nickname in the officialdom is Old Fox. How can he not be more cautious when he meets someone like you who specializes in digging holes?" Shenmu chuckled and said, "That's true. If he wants to delay, then let him. Anyway, the Empress has already ordered him to return to the capital. He won't be able to delay for long. Come, let's enter the city. We'll trick people while waiting for him." Yang Shuarao lazily stretched her waist and followed him back to the canopy. She delicately pleaded, "Are we going to see that young Master Jiang who wears white all year round? Let's rest for 2 days and accompany me on a tour of Luoyang's scenery. It's my first time coming to the eastern capital." Shen Mu's voice came from the cabin. "From Chang until Luoyang, you've already enjoyed the scenery along the way. Haven't you seen enough?" Yang Shuarao coquettishly pouted, "You dead man! It's as if you've never seen a woman in 8 lifetimes. I've been bullied by you along the way. How can I have the time to enjoy the scenery? Hee, reward my ass. You really hit the nail on the head. I'll bite you to death." A burst of laughter came from the cabin. The waiters at the bow were busy with their own things, as if they were already used to it. Qiu Shenji had already arrived at the Dragon Gate with the Jinwu guards. The Ministry of Justice's Zhou Xing and a large number of officials from the Ministry of Justice and Luoyang Prefecture were also the first to arrive. At this moment, a large number of officials were doing the final purge around the Dragon Gate. Even some monks who were not particularly clear about their background were driven away from the Dragon Gate. The officers and soldiers of the Jinwu Guards were arranging defenses around the Dragon Gate, Fragrant Hill, the banks of the Yi River, and the post stations. Qiu Shenji and Zhou Xing stood side by side in front of the mountain gate of Fragrant Hill Temple. The two of them were like killing gods. As long as one of them stood there, others would not dare to come close. When the two of them stood side by side, ghosts and gods would retreat. Within a radius of 10 feet, there was not a single person. Qiu Shenji and Zhou Lai were the 4 ruthless officials of the imperial court. Qiu Shenji and Zhou Xing were officials who climbed up the official path, so they naturally formed a faction. Lai Junqin was originally a prisoner. He relied on opportunism and informants to get rich. Su Yuanli was a Persian barbarian who did not follow the right path. Therefore, the two of them formed a faction. Wu Zetian's change of dynasty was imminent. Everyone could see that Empress Wu's ascension to the throne was unstoppable. However, Wu Zetian was old after all. She was a person who was almost 70 years old. No one knew when she would pass away. Since she was going to be the empress, the crown prince became the most important issue for all the officials. If Empress Wu wanted to be the empress, the crown prince would be the most confusing. The other dynasties only had a few princes. There were at most 2 or 3 people who were truly qualified to compete for the position of crown prince. Even so, the officials often chose the wrong side. And now, Empress Wu was using the identity of the Li dynasty's Empress Dowager to take over the country and proclaim herself as the empress. She would turn the Li clan's country into the Wu clan's country. The variable of the crown prince would be even greater. Empress Wu had 4 sons. 2 of them had already died in her hands. Of the other 2, one was now a puppet emperor. The other was under house arrest in Fangzhou and under strict supervision. If Empress Wu became the empress, it was hard to say whether her son would inherit the position of crown prince. Then, who was the remaining candidate for the crown prince? After Zhou Xing and Qiu Xinji discussed, they set their target on Princess Taiping. In the end, Qiu Xinji tried to probe and was given the cold shoulder. Now, the 2 of them had to choose another wise ruler to ensure their wealth and honor would last for a long time. Chapter 156. Zhou Xing stood on the stone steps of the mountain gate, motionless. Even the frown on his face did not change for a long time. If it was not for the spring breeze gently brushing against his robe and his beard, he would have looked like a statue standing there. After a long time, he shook his head and said in a low voice, "I have thought about it, and still feel that the possibility of the empress passing the throne to the Li descendants is the smallest, although they are the empress children. If the throne is passed to them, they will definitely restore the title of Li Tang. Then what is the point of the empress becoming the empress? She can just continue being the empress." Qiu Xinji nodded solemnly and said, "Yes, that's what I meant. That is why we chose Taiping. Speaking of which, if Taiping is willing to fight, I feel that she has the highest chance of becoming the crown prince." Zhou Xing said, "Yes, if there was anyone in this world that the heavenly queen truly loved and cared about, it was Taiping. Although her surname is also Li, if she wants to inherit the world, only a new dynasty can do so. Once the title of Li Tang is restored, she will no longer be the empress and will have to return to the imperial clan of Li Tang. So, Taiping is the best candidate." Qiu Xinji's eyes moved, and he suddenly said with interest, "The empress kills her own sons if she wants to, but she only favors Taiping. The rumors say that it was because the empress strangled her infant daughter to death to frame Empress Wang for the empress position. The empress is a woman after all, and she killed her own daughter. The empress only favors Taiping because she wants to make up for her guilt towards the little princess." Zhou Xing smiled faintly and said, "There is a reason for this. A little princess who died a few months ago does not need to be treated with great courtesy. But after the empress came to power, she gave this little princess a title and moved her to a grand burial. This is more grand than all the princesses of the Tang dynasty. Perhaps this rumor is true. However, there is no need to investigate it. The important thing is that the empress favors Taiping. Otherwise, there would not be so many rumors. Unfortunately, everyone has their own ambitions." Qiu Xinji said, "Taiping has no intention of becoming the empress. Then the Wu clan's descendants are the most likely?" Zhou Xing shook his head. "This is why I cannot make up my mind. The empress and the Wu clan do not have a good relationship. More accurately, it is extremely bad. After the empress took power, the Wu clan was the first to be punished. Think about it, what happened to the empress' 2 half-brothers, Wu Yuanshuang and Wu Yuanqing, and her 3 cousins Wu Huailiang, Wu Weiliang, and Wu Huayan?" Qiu Shinji thought for a moment, then said, Wu Yuanshuang and Wu Yuanqing died in exile. It is said that they died of depression because they were too worried. Of the Heavenly Empress' three cousins, Wu Hualiang died a long time ago, Wu Weiliang and Wu Huayan were executed by the Heavenly Empress. Their children all changed their surnames to Viper, exiled to Desolate Border. Zhou Xing replied with a, that's right. Even their surnames had been changed to Wei, the Wei from Viper. Even the Empress' cousin, Wu Hualiang, who died a long time ago, was not spared. The Empress sent his wife, Lady Shan, to the capital and personally whipped her with thorns. Lady Shan's back was smashed until bones were exposed. She wailed as she died. This isn't just discord with the family. What kind of hatred does one have to do such a thing? Qiu Shinji's eyes flickered. The Empress announced that they were disrespectful to the Empress' birth mother, Lady Yang. I don't really believe this reason. Lady Yang was already 40 when she married the Empress' father. At that time, the Empress' father was conferred the title of Duking. He was one of the 16 founding fathers of the Tang dynasty and one of the 8 prime ministers. He controlled the imperial army and had great power. What kind of woman couldn't he marry? Madame Yang was over 40 years old, but she was still able to marry the second wife of High Duke, only because she was from the Yang family of Hongnong, a prestigious and influential family. With such a background, and being the wife of Duking, how could her 2 stepsons dare to disrespect her? Not to mention that Wu Hualiang and the other 2 are from the Wu branch. They can't be disrespectful to the Duke's wife. Zhou Xing said, that's right. Because of this rudeness, the Empress took it to heart and entered the palace at the age of 14. 40 years later, when she was in power, she couldn't wait to execute her brothers and exile the entire Wu clan. I'm afraid this vengeance is not as simple as it seems. It might not even be on Lady Yang. Qiu Shinji said, the Empress entered the palace at 14. I heard that she was still a young girl before she entered the palace. Is that how her beauty spread? The 2 of them looked at each other as if they had suddenly thought of something, but neither of them were willing to say it out loud. Their gazes met, and they quickly looked away. Zhou Xing changed the topic and said, the Empress placed the Wu clansmen in an important position. It was only after she had the idea of becoming the emperor that she changed their surname from Wei back to Wu and transferred them back to the capital to give them important positions. That's why I'm not sure if the Empress still needs them after she becomes the Empress. Qiu Shinji thought about it and said, in my opinion, the Empress has no other choice. If she chose a descendant of the Li clan, why would she spend so much effort to become the Empress? Once the Empress becomes the Empress, she has to consider how to pass down her empire. Since the Empress can give up her vengeance and use the Wu clan to become the Empress, then, to pass down her empire, she can only choose a descendant from the Wu clan. Zhou Xing paced back and forth on the stairs with his hands behind his back. He looked up and asked, then, in your opinion, if the Empress can only choose one descendant from the Wu clan, who is the most likely? Qiu Shinji said decisively, Wu Qingxi. Zhou Xing said, what's the reason? Qiu Shinji said, among the Wu clan's descendants, the most promising are Wu Qingxi and Wu Sanxi. In terms of ancestry, Wu Qingxi inherited the ancestral title of Duke of Zhou and the legacy of Empress Wu's biological father. So, he is the eldest, while Wu Sanxi is the junior. In terms of bloodline, Wu Qingxi is of Wu Yuanshuang's bloodline. Wu Sanxi is of Wu Yuanqing's bloodline. Yuanshuang is the elder brother, so he's the eldest branch. Yuanqing is the younger brother, so he's the second branch. According to this order, Wu Qingxi has the highest chance of becoming the Empress. What does Brother Zhou think? Zhou Xing started pacing again. After pacing for a while, he stopped and turned back to Qiu Shinji. The Empress will be staying at Fragrant Hill Temple. The Empress relatives and civil and military officials will be staying at other temples and temporarily requisitioned residences of the officials. Wu Qingxi's residence is at Fengxian Temple. Qiu Shenji smiled. Good. When he arrives, I'll pay him a visit. I hope this time I won't come back empty-handed again. Zhou Xing laughed and said with certainty, that won't happen. Wu Qingxi is not Taiping. Wu Zetian's guards of honor arrived at Dragon's Gate. The civil and military officials who had arrived earlier to prepare went to the front of the mountain to welcome the Empress. Only then did they disperse and settle down, separately. Qiu Shenji rearranged and inspected the patrolling matters. When he returned to Fragrant Hill Temple, he reported to Empress Wu. When he saw the Empress looking tired, he quickly got up and bade farewell. Qiu Shenji left Fragrant Hill Temple and went straight to Fengxian Temple. When the people in Wu Qingxi's residence saw that it was the great general of the Jin Wu Guards visiting, they did not dare to slight him. They quickly invited him into a quiet and clean meditation room and served him a cup of cheese made from goat's milk. Qiu Shenji sat down and drank a mouthful of cheese. He asked, I took the liberty to visit without an appointment. I wonder if the Minister of Wu is here? Wu Qingxi was now the Minister of Rights, one of the lower three ranks of the Hall of Governmental Affairs. He was one of the prime ministers, which was why Qiu Shenji addressed him as such. The people in the Wu house answered. Unfortunately, the Empress is visiting Dragon's Gate. There are many Wu clansmen accompanying her. Because the clansmen rarely see each other, Alang and Minister Xia, Lord Sansi, have gone to visit the Wu clansmen. Qiu Shenji replied with an, oh. He was slightly disappointed. Then he asked, how long has the Minister of Wu been away? The people in the Wu house answered, about 3 hours. Qiu Shenji thought for a while and said, if that's the case, the Minister of Wu should be back by now. I will sit here for a while and wait for the minister. The people in the Wu house answered, yes, great general, please sit. When Alang is back, I will immediately report to you. At this moment, in the valley behind Fengxian Temple, pine and cypress trees stood tall, and a cool breeze blew gently. Dozens of bamboo mats were laid out in the forest. There were a few tables on the mats. On the tables there were buttermilk, rice wine, fruits, pastries, and all kinds of food. The Wu clansmen in the capital were all gathered here. They were all dressed in embroidered robes and jade belts. With so many people gathered here, it was as if they were on a spring outing. However, the scene was abnormally quiet. There was no noise at all. The ones sitting in the middle were, of course, Wu Qingxi and Wu Sansi. These two were obviously the core members of the Wu clan. Wu Qingxi said, everyone, I have already made it very clear to Sansi just now. Our Wu clan's wealth and glory are all tied to the Empress. Now, the matter of the Empress replacing Li Tang is imminent. At this time, our Wu clan must work together and do our best to help the Empress ascend the throne as soon as possible. Wu Sansi said loudly, once the Empress ascends the throne, our Wu clan will be the royal clan. We will be incomparably noble and worry-free. Therefore, everyone in our Wu clan must do their best. Whoever is half-hearted will be the common enemy of our entire clan. We will unite and annihilate them. The Empress is still unwilling to ascend the throne because there are still people loyal to Li Tang in the imperial court. Some have troops, some have power. So the Empress has no choice but to be wary. What we need to do now is to kill all the members of Li Tang's imperial clan and the ministers loyal to Li Tang. We need to eliminate all obstacles for the Empress. Wu Qingxi nodded. Sansi is right. Now, Prince say Li Shangjin, Prince Sun Li Sujia, Prince Nen, and Li Ying, and other members of Li Tang's imperial clan are still here. We need to get rid of these people as soon as possible. Then, we need to get rid of the ministers in the imperial court who are not willing to submit to our Wu clan. Wu Sanxi saw that he was arrogant and always put on the airs of the Wu clan's patriarch in front of his clansmen and himself. He was very displeased and coldly snorted, "Don't forget, there are still Li Xian's 2 sons. They must not be allowed to live." Chapter 157. Li Xian was crowned Prince Zhang Huai, the 6th son of Emperor Gaozong Li Ji, and the 2nd son of Wu Zetian. After his brother Li Hong's death, Li Xian was made the crown prince. Later on, he was accused of treason and was demoted to a commoner and exiled to Bazhou. After that, because Li Xian was a virtuous person, he became an obstacle to Wu Zetian's ascension to the throne. As a result, she sent Qiu Xinji to Bazhou to force Li Xian to commit suicide. After Li Xian's death, Wu Zetian used the excuse that Qiu Xinji had wrongly killed Li Xian and demoted him to a provincial governor. At the same time, Li Xian's title of crown prince was restored. Li Xian's 2 sons were able to return to Luoyang and become princes again. These 2 naturally had the right to inherit the throne. Wu Qingxi said, "That's right. We cannot let these 2 brats go. Time waits for no one. Everyone. The Empress is already old. Do we have to wait another 8 to 10 years before she ascends to the throne? We must remove all obstacles for the Empress as soon as possible and help her ascend the throne smoothly." Wu Xiaoji. As Wu Qingxi spoke, he suddenly saw his cousin Wu Xiaoji looking around absent-mindedly. He couldn't help but frown and call out in disgust. Wu Xiaoji was Wu Weiliang's 3rd son. After Wu Zetian ascended to power, she executed this cousin and changed his family's surname to Wei and demoted them to the desolate border. So for a period of time, Wu Xiaoji was called Wei Jiji. Later on, Wu Zetian's power grew, and she had the idea of changing the dynasty and becoming the empress. She urgently needed a force that was absolutely loyal to her, so she summoned the Wu clansmen back to the capital and placed them in an important position. Wei Jiji was thus granted the surname Wu and returned to the court to become an official. The suffering of being exiled would have different effects on people with different personalities. People like Wu Qingxi and Wu Sanxi would become even more passionate about power once they were in power. They used to behave with their tails between their legs, but now they were bossy and domineering. They wanted nothing more than to earn back the disappointment they had in the past by 100-fold. Wu Xiaoji was completely different from his 2 cousins, Wu Qingxi and Wu Sanxi. Since young, he had been quiet and cowardly. He did not like to compete with others and did not have a strong desire for fame and fortune. His father was executed by his aunt, Wu Zetian. He didn't have the ability or courage to take revenge on his aunt. He didn't even have the courage to refuse Wu Zetian's reward. However, deep down in his heart, he was unwilling to accept the reward from the enemy who killed his father. The feeling of humiliation, hatred, and powerlessness intertwined, causing him to become even more taciturn. He had always disapproved of the Wu clan's wild ambitions. He always felt that if a woman were to rule the world would not be stable. It was fine if the empress didn't proclaim herself as the empress, but if she did, she would bring disaster to the Wu clan sooner or later, just like the Empress Lu Ji of the Han Dynasty. So when these Wu clan members were immersed in the fantasy of becoming the royal family, Wu Xiaoji didn't feel excitement. Instead, he felt unease and boredom. However, because of his cowardice, he didn't dare to reveal his true thoughts and could only treat it negatively. When Wu Qingxi called out, Wu Xiaoji immediately came back to his senses. He quickly straightened his back and respectfully greeted, "Cousin." Wu Chengxi suppressed the anger in his heart, knocked on the table, and said, Sansi and I will be in charge of eradicating the hostile forces that are obstructing the Empress ascension. After that, we will have to build up momentum and organize people from all walks of life to gather together to petition and persuade the Empress. You will be in charge of this. When Wu Shaoji heard this, he uneasily twisted his body and said, Cousin, this little brother's talent is shallow. I'm afraid that I won't be able to handle it and will ruin the clan's plans. Wu Sansi fiercely glared at him and said, If you really want to be in charge of everything, I won't be able to rest easy. You only need to be in charge of finding a few courageous and quick-witted people from the imperial censors to wave the flag and shout battle cries to strengthen our momentum. As for the rest of the arrangements, I will take over. Wu Shaoji heaved a sigh of relief and said, If that's the case, then this little brother will reluctantly give it a try. Wu Chengxi and Wu Sansi gave some advice to the Wu clan's members before dispersing. In front of others, Wu Chengxi and Wu Sansi could be considered to be on good terms. Behind the scenes, they were not willing to submit to each other. Once the crowd dispersed, the two of them also left without saying a word to each other. Just as Wu Chengxi returned to Fengxian Temple, a family member who was waiting at the door reported, Alang, Jin Wu Guard's General Qiu Shenji is here to see you. He has been waiting for you in the guest hall for a long time. Oh, Qiu Shenji? Wu Chengxi's eyes flashed and said, Go, tell General Qiu that I have returned. I will go see him after changing my clothes. Wu Chengxi walked into his bedroom, but was not in a hurry to change his clothes. He first sat there and thought carefully for a while. He had a good relationship with Qiu Shenji, but that was because one of them was a relative of the Empress, and the other was a confidant of the Empress. They were not that close. Why did Qiu Shenji suddenly come to visit? After thinking for a while, Wu Chengxi still could not figure it out. He could only stand up and say, Come, change clothes. Two maids heard him and came in. They helped him take off his hat, washed his face, and tied his hair into a bun. They also took out a set of light robes with incense for him to change into. Wu Chengxi tidied up and slowly walked to the guest hall. When Qiu Shenji saw him, he quickly stood up and cupped his fists. Qiu Shenji greets Minister Wu. Ha ha, General Qiu, sorry for the long wait. I have just returned from a gathering with my clansmen. Please sit. Wu Chengxi invited Qiu Shenji back to his seat and sat down on the main seat. He said with a face full of smiles, I heard that General is stationed at the Dragon's Gate to guard the Empress. The army has just arrived, so you must be very busy. I wonder if General has something important to discuss with me? Qiu Shenji smiled. I have come today because I have something important to discuss with Minister Wu. Oh, Wu Chengxi gave him a deep look and lightly waved his hand. The family members standing in the hall immediately bowed and retreated. Wu Chengxi said, General, please speak. Qiu Shenji put his hands on his knees and said seriously, I am a martial artist and like to speak frankly. I will not beat around the bush with Minister Wu. Wu Chengxi laughed and said, That is for the best. Everyone is beating around the bush and guessing. It is very boring. I like people who are straightforward. General Qiu, if you have something to say, please speak frankly. If it comes from your mouth and into my ears, no one else will know. Qiu Shenji said, Then I will speak frankly. Minister Wu, although the world is still under the banner of Li Tang, anyone can see that the Empress will change Li Tang's order, and the dynasty will change. Wu Chengxi was shocked and was about to speak when Qiu Shenji raised his hand to stop him. He continued, I have always been loyal to the Empress. I believe Minister Wu knows my character very well. If there is anything to hide, there is no need. Wu Chengxi stroked his beard and laughed. Then what does General Chiu want to say? Chiu Shinji said, since ancient times when a new emperor ascends the throne, there is one thing that must be done. That is to choose a successor. I wonder what Minister Wu thinks about this. Wu Chengxi's eyes flashed. He leaned forward slightly and said attentively, I wonder what General Chiu thinks about this. Chiu Shinji said in a low voice, the successor is related to the country and the peace of the world. It cannot be ignored. Once the Empress ascends the throne, Minister Wu will not only be the Prime Minister of the court, but also the #1 person in the imperial family. Whether it is from the responsibility of the Prime Minister or the status of a member of the imperial family, Minister Wu should consider who the successor is. Does Minister Wu not have a suitable person in mind? Wu Chengxi waved his hand. AI, this, of course, will be decided by the Empress herself. If you ask me, in my opinion, the Empress has 2 sons. The current Emperor and the Prince of Luling of Fangzhou. The future successor will definitely be one of them. Chiu Shinji said, if the Empress replaces Li Tang, will she make Li Tang's Emperor and Imperial Prince Crown Prince? You must know that although they are the sons of the Empress, they are also the sons of Emperor Gaozong. They are surnamed Li and not Wu. Since ancient times, when has there been a precedent of an emperor passing the country to someone with a different surname? Wu Chengxi said cunningly, then what does General Chiu think? Chiu Shinji knew that Wu Chengxi did not know his intentions and did not dare to express his opinion. Thus he said bluntly, this Chiu thinks that when the Empress ascends the throne, the successor will definitely be the Wu clan. And among the branches of the Wu clan, whether it is in terms of talent, ancestry, or bloodline, if Minister Wu says he is second, no one will dare to say they are first. Therefore, the successor should be Minister Wu. Only then will it be in accordance with the will of the heavens and the will of the people. Wu Chengxi was shocked and hurriedly waved his hand. General Chiu, you are wrong. How can this Wu dare to be the successor? Don't ever say such things again. Chiu Shinji saw that he was putting on airs and pretended to be disappointed. He slowly stood up and said, AI, if Minister Wu wants, the successor will not be able to escape from Minister Wu's hands. Since Minister Wu has no intention of becoming the successor, then pretend that I never said anything and never came. I will not disturb Minister Wu any longer. I will take my leave now. General Chiu, please wait. Wu Chengxi saw this and quickly rushed forward to stop him. He laughed and said, General Chiu, please sit, please sit. This successor, it is not that I am belittling myself, but I am indeed nervous, very nervous. Who dares to covet the country's divine weapon? However, once the Wu clan becomes a royal clan, I will be the eldest among the sons and nephews. For the Empress Empire, for the Wu clan's empire, if the Empress is willing to place this heavy responsibility on Chengxi, then Chengxi will naturally be duty-bound. At this point, Wu Chengxi looked deeply at Chiu Shinji and said, although Chengxi does not have the talent to stabilize the country, I believe that if he is wise and humbly accepts advice, he will definitely be able to share the Empress' burden. General Chiu, are you willing to lend Chengxi a hand? Chiu Shinji smiled cheerfully. If not, why would this Chiu come to visit today? If Minister Wu has this intention, then this Chiu will do his best to assist Minister Wu. General Chiu is indeed a straightforward person. Servants, set up a banquet. I want to drink with General Chiu. At the banquet, the two opened their hearts and became closer the more they chatted. Their relationship was good to begin with, and now that there were benefits involved, their relationship became even closer. Under the influence of alcohol, Chiu Shinji spoke of his plan. The new dynasty has just been established, so I'm afraid the Empress will still choose Li Dan or Li Xian as the crown prince. The Empress always plans before taking action. Ascending as a woman is an unprecedented first. Choosing Li Xian as the crown prince is also to calm the hearts of the people and smoothly take over the power. Wu Qingxi filled his cup and nodded. Shunji's words are very reasonable. Qingxi also thinks so. Once the Empress ascends to the throne, she will definitely make either Li Dan or Li Xian the crown prince. However, this is for the smooth transition of the dynasty and for the world to remain undisturbed. Once the Empress firmly grasps the world in her hands, Qiu Shenji said, so if Minister Wu wants to ascend to the position of crown prince, you have to mix light and dark, yin and yang complementing each other. Only by planning early can you ensure that nothing goes wrong. You must know that when the crown prince changes in the future, the resistance will not only come from the officials who still refuse to give up on Li Tang, but also Wu Qingxi understood tacitly and said, "This I also understand. There are many people in my Wu clan who want to be crown prince. Shinji, what do you mean by light and dark complementing each other?" Qiu Shinji said, "This is to do things with all one's heart and assist the court. After all, the Heavenly Empress is already old, and there are many things that Minister Wu needs to help with. The Heavenly Empress likes talented people. So as long as Minister Wu fully displays his abilities and becomes a well-known figure among the Wu clan's descendants, would he still be afraid of not being able to enter the Heavenly Empress' eyes?" Wu Qingxi nodded repeatedly and said, "This is natural. Then what about in the dark?" Qiu Shinji said, "This in the dark, a fence has 3 stakes. A good man has 3 helpers. Minister Wu still needs to befriend many important officials of the court and nurture trusted forces. Just having the Empress appreciation is not enough. You must have enough power to make people look at you. Only then will you be qualified to ascend to this throne." Wu Qingxi smiled knowingly and said, "Yes, Shenji's words are reasonable. Then what does this yin and yang complementing each other mean?" Qiu Shinji said, "This yin is naturally to completely eradicate Li Tang's forces. Right now, there are still some princes who have not been eradicated, especially Li Dan and Li Xian, these 2 princes. No matter which one the Empress chooses as crown prince, the one who can pull them down from the position of crown prince in the future will have the highest chance of becoming crown prince. I don't need to say this. Minister Wu should understand." Wu Qingxi nodded again and said through gritted teeth, "Of course I understand. The person who can bring down this crown prince is enough to prove his position in the Emperor's heart, enough to prove that he has the power to influence the court. Those fence-sitters will naturally flock to him. Originally, even if he only had 70% of his power, as long as he succeeds in this matter, his power and reputation will be enough to reach 100%. And what does this yang mean?" Qiu Shinji smiled slightly and said in a low voice, "This yang is a marriage alliance." Wu Qingxi said in surprise, "After my wife died of illness, the position of the first wife has always been empty, but a marriage alliance? Who do you mean a marriage alliance with?" Qiu Shinji said, "Naturally a marriage alliance with Princess Li Tang. Minister Wu, getting rid of Li Tang's royal family is to remove hidden obstacles. But Li Tang has ruled the world for decades. The people's will, the civil and military officials everywhere. It is impossible to say that they have no loyalty to Li Tang. If you can marry a princess of the Tang dynasty who has great influence in the court, you can obtain the support and approval of these people and also obtain more of the Empress' trust and favor." Wu Qingxi's eyes flashed, and he said slowly, "Such a princess, who is it?" Qiu Shinji said word by word, "Naturally, the Grand Princess of Peace." Chapter 158. The spring mountains were calm and gentle, like a young girl smiling. The Yi River quietly flowed in front of the grotto, flowing calmly and beautifully, like the great Buddha of Lushna in the grotto, serene and charming. The color of the mountain was a crisp green, like the shallow stream in a stream, clear and shallow, but no matter how hard one tried, they could not see through it. Yang Fan wandered through the forest as leisurely as if he was walking on the beach of the South Sea. He liked the atmosphere here, relaxed, elegant, and natural. Among the thick, soft leaves, there were already many unknown wildflowers and weeds. Yang Fan suddenly saw a few things that he was familiar with. They were tender wild vegetables. Looking carefully, there were many tender mushrooms and wild vegetables drilling out of the withered branches and withered leaves. Cat's ear, purslane, penafang grass, shepherd's purse, broom sprouts, thorn buds. Yang Fan squatted down to pick them in high spirits. At first, he felt that there were not enough wild vegetables, but when he really picked them, they soon filled his clothes. Yang Fan was very happy. He could take these wild vegetables back and soak them in boiling water, dipping them in sauce. It would be a very delicious delicacy. Thinking of this, he could not help but think of his sister, the beautiful young girl who was like a green bamboo. Suddenly, he heard a rustling sound. Yang Fan quickly wiped the tears from the corner of his eyes and looked over. It was a little squirrel. The squirrel was holding a pine cone and dragging its fat tail. It stood under the roots of a tree not far away, staring at him with a pair of black eyes. Yang Fan was teased by the little squirrel, and the sadness in his heart dissipated with the wind. He pursed his lips at the little squirrel and called out twice. The little squirrel was startled, threw away the pine cone, and quickly climbed up the tree. When Yang Fan saw its cute appearance, he could not help but laugh. At this time, he heard another rustling sound. This time, it was definitely the sound of footsteps. Yang Fan turned his head in alarm. Under the forest, a corner of a white dress could be faintly seen. In the call, Xiao Man squatted in the grass and dug up wild vegetables. Although she was a beggar when she was young, she didn't know many kinds of wild vegetables. She was too young at that time, and the food she got was not enough to eat. When her mother needed to dig for wild vegetables, she would waste her time catching butterflies and insects. It wasn't until her mother passed away that she and her elder brother depended on each other for survival. It was only then that her elder brother taught her to recognize some wild vegetables. She remembered almost every word that her elder brother had said. She remembered that her elder brother had once said that it was very delicious to use the chicken to make some sauce and dip it in some wild vegetables. She also remembered that when her elder brother had said this, that skinny little face that was always bruised and swollen would reveal an expression of extreme happiness, as well as a hint of desire. Unfortunately, at that time, the two of them didn't have the chance to enjoy such a luxurious meal. It wasn't until she left her elder brother and followed Aunt Pei to Luoyang that she had the chance to eat the delicacy that her elder brother had mentioned. After so many years, she had fallen in love with this taste. However, if she wanted to eat this dish, she could only go to a restaurant to eat or go to the market to buy some wild vegetables and cook it herself. Now, after accompanying Empress Wu to Dragon Gate, she realized that there were so many wild vegetables on the mountain. She could even recognize many of them. As she dug happily, she recalled the times when she and her elder brother would dig wild vegetables and bird nests in the forest when they were young. She felt a warm feeling in her heart. It's Shangguan Wei. Yang Fan squatted in the grass and saw the figure coming. It was Shanghai Wan-er. Moreover, she was alone without anyone accompanying her. Yang Fan couldn't help but feel excited. Opportunity. A once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Should I make a move? No one knew how Shangguan Wan-er felt about grass, trees, and forests. Shangguan Wan-er had been a slave in the palace since she was a child. When she was still a little girl, her mother washed clothes that were as tall as a mountain every day. Everyone in the palace had their own errands to do. When everyone was busy, the young Shangguan Wan or would secretly leave behind the poems her mother wanted her to recite, and run alone to spend time with the grass and insects. She had a deep feeling for plants. She would feel completely relaxed when she saw them. Wandering in the forest, she didn't need to be as cautious as she was in front of Empress Wu. She didn't need to observe Empress Wu's expression at all times and analyze every word she said. She also didn't need to be as dignified and refined as she was in front of the scholars in Hongwen Library. Here, she was completely free. She could run if she wanted to, jump if she wanted to, and sing if she wanted to. The air here was freer than in the palace. It was intoxicating. Empress Wu was getting on in years. Every year after ascending the Dragon Gate, she would need to rest to recover. This period of time was the most relaxing time for Shangguan to wait for the imperial edict. She would always find a time to stroll alone in the green mountains and clear waters as if immersed in the gentle spring water. She would remove the mask on her face and be herself completely. This year, she was already 25. One, who had never had romantic thoughts before, was suffering from love. She felt even more depressed. So she was even more addicted to the feeling of wandering alone in the forest. She took a deep breath of the fresh scent of plants and stood still. Through the green leaves, she looked at the Yi River, which was as smooth and bright as a jade belt. Her feelings turned into poetry. A new poem slipped out of her mouth. The air is clear at dawn, and I admire the cherry flowers. The hawksbill turtle is the color of spring and the colored glass ripples. I whistle on the rocks and sing a short song as I climb the pines. Unless there is an outsider who passes by. Shanghai had just said, "Who passes by," when she suddenly heard a rustling sound. Shanghai turned her head and saw a figure rushing out of the forest like a cheetah. His 10 fingers were spread out, and he pounced on her. This person was wearing the uniform of the Imperial Army. His face was tightly covered with a cloth, revealing only a pair of eyes. Shanghai was shocked. She didn't have time to shout before she was pushed down by the person, and she was firmly pressed to the ground. Fortunately, the ground was covered with leaves that had accumulated over the years. It was soft and wouldn't hurt her. Shanghai was about to shout when a large hand covered her mouth, covering most of her delicate face. Only a pair of frightened eyes could be seen. "Don't shout if you don't want to die," a somewhat hoarse middle-aged man shouted fiercely. Shanghai quickly blinked her eyes at him, showing a completely understanding and completely obedient posture. The masked man slightly raised his hand in satisfaction. Shanghai who was somewhat suffocated, took a deep breath. The horseman said again, "Don't be afraid. I won't kill you." Shanghai calmed herself down and said angrily, "How dare you? You know who I am?" The horseman said, "Of course I know. You are Shangguan Daizhao. I'm looking for you. Miss Shangguan, I have something on my mind that I can't get rid of. Only Shangguan Daizhao can solve it. As long as you obediently listen to me, once I achieve my goal, I will immediately let you go. I will not go back on my word." Shanghai fixed her eyes on him. A strange expression slowly appeared on her face. Her cheeks quickly became flushed. She said shyly and angrily, You Yang Fan, you bastard. What the hell do you want to do?" Yang Fan was startled and said, "How did you know it was me?" As soon as he said this, he knew it was bad. When he said this, he forgot to cover his voice. Shanghai said shyly and angrily, "How did I not know it was you? How could I not recognize that sneaky look in your eyes? You really have eaten a bear's heart and a leopard's courage." Yang Fan pulled down the mask on his face. He was dumbfounded. Shanghai actually recognized him. What should he do? Shanghai Wanner saw his appearance. Her heart was beating even faster. This stinky boy, he actually took advantage of me, walking alone in the mountains, and covered his face. She thought about what he said just now. Things like, "I won't kill you," and "I have something on my mind that I can't get rid of." Things like, "Only Shangguan Daizhao can solve it. As long as you obediently listen to me, once I achieve my goal, I will immediately let you go." What he wanted to do. Was there a need to ask? Although Shanghai, Wan'er, was as pure as a piece of white paper when it came to relationships, she was not ignorant of the common knowledge of relationships between men and women. She felt that she had guessed Yang Fan's goal. Her body immediately became hot. She did not know if she was ashamed, angry, resentful, or hateful. Some of the questions that she could not figure out were suddenly cleared up. No wonder he pursued her for a few days. Seeing that her attitude was getting colder, he did not make any moves. It turned out that he had such dirty thoughts. Yang Fan did not know that Shanghai was thinking about the wrong things. When he saw that she had seen through his identity, he was dumbfounded. What to do? She originally planned to take advantage of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to force out the whereabouts of Miao Shenka. There were less than 50 to 30,000 imperial guards around the Dragon's Gate. Where would she go to investigate? But now, Yang Fan's heart was in a mess. Shanghai Wan'er was firmly pressed against his body. Feeling his strong and masculine body, that faint masculine smell, her heart was dizzy. She became more and more embarrassed and annoyed. A strange feeling that she had never felt before was like a warm little mouse scurrying around in her body, making her uncomfortable and afraid. Shanghai Wan'er's face was red, and she shouted in a low voice, "You bastard! Still not letting me go. Where are you grabbing?" Yang Fan then came back to his senses. Just now, when he pounced on Shanghai he covered her mouth with one hand and stuck his other hand on her shoulder. Because his identity was seen through by her, he lifted his hand to pull off the cloth. When he put it back, he placed his hand on her chest. Because he was at a loss and did not know what to do next, he did not notice at all. At this time, after being shouted at by Shanghai Yang Fan then came back to his senses. He felt that the edge of his palm was smooth and soft. The texture was rich, but it was not loose. The softness was extremely elastic. His face could not help but heat up, and he quickly raised his hand. Shanghai Wan'er saw that his cheeks were slightly red, and her face was even hotter. She wanted to struggle, but his body was firmly pressed against her. Their abdomens were pressed against each other, and their hips were kissing. When she moved a little, a strange feeling suddenly made her whole body go limp. It was as if her arm was being pressed down in her sleep. It was so numb that she could not use any strength. Shanghai Wan'er was embarrassed and angry as she said, "You still not getting up? Get up." At this time, Yang Fan really did not know what to do. At this time, a clear and cold female voice shouted, "Thief! How dare you?" Chapter 159. With a chonglang sound, there was the sound of a sword being unsheathed. Yang Fan hurriedly turned his head and saw Xie Muwen standing under a tree not far away. Her willowy eyebrows were raised, and her almond-shaped eyes were wide open. A long sword like the autumn waters was unsheathed and pointed straight at his back. The front of her lapel was falling down, followed by a lot of freshly picked wild vegetables. "It's you!" When Xie Muwen saw Yang Fan's appearance clearly, she couldn't help but be shocked. She had just picked a lapel full of wild vegetables and excitedly came out of the forest. She wanted to go back and cook them well so that she could taste them with Gao Ying, Lan Yiqing, and a few other close friends. Unexpectedly, when she came out of the forest, she saw a guard pressing down on a struggling woman. At first, She thought that it was an unruly palace guard who was having an affair with a palace maid. But when she saw the woman's appearance clearly, she couldn't help but be shocked. This woman was Shangguan Daizhao. Xie Muwen immediately unsheathed her sword and prepared to save her. Unexpectedly, when Yang Fan turned his head, she jumped in fright. Out of the requirements of her duty, of course, she should save Shanghai Wanner. Moreover, she hated men who bullied and raped women. If such a man fell into her hands, he would definitely not have a good ending. But the man in front of her was her savior. Xiao Man had been homeless since she was a child and lived a hard life. She was used to the fickleness of human nature and the fickleness of the world. So if someone treated her well, she would remember it in her heart, not to mention a life-saving grace. However, this person was not only a shameless perverted thief, but also her savior. How should she choose? When Yang Fan saw Xie Muwen appear, he knew that the situation was hopeless. He secretly sighed, and without saying anything, he jumped up and wanted to run away. People were emotional creatures, not to mention that Shangguan Wan'er and Xie Muwen were both beautiful and lovable girls. It was already difficult for him to lay his hands on them. Moreover, after spending so much time together, he had developed some feelings for them. How could he bear to lay his hands on them? Moreover, Xie Muwen's martial arts might not be as good as his, but in a situation where Xie Muwen was prepared, it would not be easy for him to kill her even if he wanted to. Once Xie Muwen turned around and ran, or shouted for the other guards, he would be surrounded. Right now, Yang Fan only wanted to escape. But once he escaped, he would have to hide and hide. If he wanted to take revenge, he would have to spend a lot of effort. As soon as she saw that he wanted to escape, Shanghai Wanner straightened her back and suddenly sat up. She shouted in a sweet voice, "You stop right there." Yang Fan's body stopped. He first looked at Xie Muwen with vigilance. Then he slightly leaned his body to one side and gathered his strength under his feet. Only then did he cast his gaze on Shanghai Wanner. Shanghai Wanner stood up. She slightly lowered her head and combed her slightly messy hair. In fact, her white gown was already wrinkled. There were some dried leaves on the back of her lapel. Even if she combed her hair, it would be difficult to cover up her embarrassment. But the charm and grace that she had cultivated for many years made her movements still elegant and noble. At first glance, it was easy to overlook the situation on her body. "Xiao Man, you can withdraw." At Shanghai Wanner's words, Xie Muwen and Yang Fan's eyes widened at the same time. Xie Muwen hesitantly said, "Shangguan is waiting to be summoned." Shanghai Wanner slightly lowered her flushed cheeks. She continued to comb her hair with trembling fingers. She forced herself to be calm and said, "You misunderstand. I was not careful when I was walking. I accidentally fell down. Bodyguard Yang wanted to help me, but he accidentally tripped over the wisteria. Cough. Well, you go and do your own things. This matter, by all means, do not mention it to anyone." Yes, this lowly officer obeys. Xie Muwen's big black eyes were full of suspicion, but even the person involved had said so. What else could she say? Xie Muwen secretly muttered. She returned her sword to its sheath. She glanced at the scattered wild vegetables on the ground with distress. Only then did she fly away. Yang Fan stood there, full of doubt. Why did Shanghai Wanner help me cover up? Yang Fan was puzzled. He looked at Shanghai Wanner with doubt. Shanghai Wanner lowered her head. She took a deep breath and gathered her courage. Step by step, she walked in front of him. She walked very slowly. The tips of her feet gently lifted and then gently fell back down. It was as if she was afraid that she would break the thick leaves on the ground. Because of this, her body appeared even more graceful and graceful. She stopped in front of Yang Fan. She hesitated for a moment. Then she slowly raised her face. When she raised her head, a strange, captivating redness appeared on her cheeks. Her pair of eyes that were as gentle as spring water were somewhat erratic, but in the end, she still bravely met Yang Fan's gaze. She stared at him and softly asked, Why did you do this? Why did I do this? Can I tell you my reason? Yang Fan thought. The corner of his mouth slightly revealed a helpless, bitter smile. Shanghai Wanner saw his helpless smile. It was as if she could clearly see his restless feelings. Her heart softened. She gently lowered her head and softly said, I know you like me, but how can you be like this? I don't like it. Huh? Yang Fan's breath was stuck in his throat. His face immediately turned red. He never thought that his coveting for her had already been discovered by her. But her understanding was actually like this. Shanghai Wanner gathered her courage. She suddenly broke through this layer of window paper. Although her face became even hotter, her mood suddenly became a lot more relaxed. She had lived for 25 years. She had never had this kind of experience and feeling. A man that she didn't hate, actually liked, not only dared to boldly and bluntly confess to her, but in order to obtain her, he even dared to use this kind of method. She should have been very disgusted by this, but she didn't know why. Right now, she only had a kind of drunken feeling. Her head was dizzy, and she couldn't think of anything. For 25 years, this lonely woman in the palace had always longed for love. But no one had ever dared to confess to her. The thing that was the easiest for other women to obtain was a kind of extravagant hope for her. But now, Yang Fan's actions actually made her feel overwhelmed by the favor he was showing her. So, being liked by someone is this kind of feeling. Shanghai Wanner felt both scared and a little curious. There was also a kind of indescribable excitement. She hung her head and waited for a long time. She didn't hear Yang Fan speak. She couldn't help but quietly raise her head again. She just happened to see Yang Fan's slightly red cheeks. His face was very young and very handsome. When it was red in Shanghai Wanner's eyes, there was a kind of very immature and bashful feeling. He was different from those noble young masters. He was also different from those scheming and astute civil and military officials. He was even more incomparable to those old and useless people in Hong Wenguan who shook their heads and recited poems all day. He was as fresh as the Yi River at the foot of the mountain. He was as young and tender as the new shoots of the green trees on the mountain. Occasionally, he would bare his fangs, displaying his wild nature that made people's hearts palpitate. He is younger than me by a few years. Thinking of this, Shanghai Wanner's heart that was bathed in the river of love couldn't help but tremble. She suddenly felt touched, and a kind of motherly love welled up in her heart. She couldn't bear to make things difficult for this little husband. He was still young. It was inevitable that he would be impulsive and make mistakes. Actually, his nature was very good. Thus, Shanghai Wanner softly comforted him. All right, you don't need to be afraid, and don't be embarrassed. This time, I won't blame you, and I won't look into it. In the future, you must not. She hadn't finished speaking when Yang Fan suddenly lifted her chin and kissed her. Shanghai Wanner's eyes suddenly opened wide. Her face was full of shock. Yang Fan was really aroused. Shanghai Wanner was not like Li Lingwei, who could dazzle people with just a glance. But her elegant temperament, bright feeling, and scholarly aura made her belong to the kind of woman who was exceptionally good to look at. Even if you read her for a lifetime, you wouldn't be able to get enough of her. If Princess Taiping was the sun, then Shanghai Wanner was the moon. The sun was sometimes warm, sometimes it was warm, Sometimes it was blazing like fire. The four seasons were changeable. If you looked at it for too long, it could dazzle your eyes. It had its own kind of lofty majesty that couldn't be violated. And the moon, no matter if it was curved like a hook or round like a jade plate, its brilliance was always bright and soft. If the sun and the moon were side by side, the first thing you would notice would always be the sun. But the elegant and tranquil moonlight would eventually steal your eyes without you noticing. Yang Fan didn't know why he had impulsively kissed her. Perhaps it was because her gentle voice had stirred up a feeling that had been suppressed in his heart for a long time, stirring his heartstrings. Perhaps it was because he had unknowingly fallen in love with this woman who was as bright as the moon. Right now, he just wanted to hold this lovely woman in front of him tightly and deeply kiss her. The young man would do it when he thought of it. So he kissed her. Soft lips, fragrant, and smooth tongue, the feeling of ecstasy. It turned out that the feeling of kissing was actually this sweet. Last time, Princess Taiping's kiss was just a shallow taste. Moreover, he was in an accident at that time, so the feeling was far less profound than this time. Yang Fan immediately liked this kind of feeling. In particular, Shanghai Wanner's status was so noble, but she was dominated and controlled by him. Her lips were slightly opened, and her tongue was passively sucked by him. She was so clumsy that she didn't know how to react. This made this young man produce a kind of overbearing intoxication. Shanghai Wanner's voice abruptly stopped. She was shocked by this man's overbearing manner. Her delicate body was so stiff that she couldn't move. Her body seemed to explode, and even her soul didn't know where it floated to, until Yang Fan's tongue entered her mouth and sucked the tip of her tongue. She woke up and suddenly pushed Yang Fan away. How can you be like this? Like this? I don't like it. Shanghai Wanna stuttered as she finished speaking. She lifted her skirt and ran away, looking at her flustered appearance. She didn't have the demeanor of someone who could weigh the world and the internal affairs of the Tang dynasty. Chapter 160. 7 miles east of Luoyang Golden Grain Garden. In the Western Jin dynasty, the rich man Shi Chong once built a villa here. The garden was built according to the terrain. A clear stream flowed in the garden, and the sound of water gurgled. According to the shape of the mountain and the water, the garden was built, and the lake was dug. Within dozens of miles, there were pavilions and pavilions high and low, and it was extremely magnificent. Now Shi Chong was long gone. His beautiful concubine Green Bead committed suicide for him, and the small building where she died had already become a speck of dust in history. The only thing that had not changed was the beautiful scenery here. In the 3rd month of spring, the peach blossoms were dazzling, the willows were curling up, the pavilions and trees were setting off each other, the butterflies were dancing among the flowers, and the birds were chirping on the branches. It was like a paradise on earth. There were still many villas built by the rich and powerful here, as a place to enjoy the spring scenery and relax. The rich princess also built a garden here, which was quiet and elegant, different from the common world. Usually, there were only a few servants guarding here, but now there were many maids walking around. It seemed that the rich princess had come to the garden for a spring outing. However, the owner of this garden was not the rich princess, nor was it the children of the rich princess, but the gentleman in white that Tin Ano served. The rich princess liked luxury, and often used expensive gifts to please Empress Wu, and made friends with Shangguan Wanner, Princess Taiping, and other Empress Wu's trusted aides, and the nobles in the court. She spent a lot of money on socializing. The salary of a princess was limited, and a princess who lived in an environment where Li Tang's royal family could be destroyed at any time could not have many ways to make money. The rich princess often presented expensive gifts to Empress Wu, often invited the nobles in the court, and often put on extravagant displays. Where did the money come from? This gentleman in white was her sugar daddy. No wonder the gentleman in white could be half of her home, and even turned from guest to host, and became the owner of this villa. Inside the small building, the zither players and musicians behind the folding screens had already left. The dancers dancing on the red carpet in front of the hall had already left. There were only 2 tables in front of the hall, and the people behind the tables were still there. Sitting behind the main seat was a young master dressed in a snow-white robe. Not far away from him was a green-clothed, delicate, and lovely Tin Ano. Shenmu sat behind a few tables at the side. He was still wearing a turban and a green robe with a round collar. Yang Xuerao, on the other hand, had changed her attire today. She was wearing a dark green light gauze gown and a pleated skirt embroidered with watery mist and green grass patterns. Her waist was tied with a light blue silk ribbon into an elegant butterfly knot. Her hair was casually tied into a loose bun with a light purple sandalwood hairpin inserted diagonally. This kind of attire was naturally much more gorgeous than the thistle hairpin and cloth skirt at the Tianjin Bridge, but it did not seem to be as charming as that day when she stood at the bow of the ship. This kind of feeling was very wondrous, like a wild flower full of vitality. If you insist on moving it into a pot or onto a dressing table in an elegant room, it would not be as stunning as letting it grow in the wilderness. Shenmu was actually a fake name. Just like the gentleman in white, who was called Young Master Jiang by Shenmu, his surname was naturally also fake. So be it. Young Master Jiang said indifferently, Wu Mei's ascension to the throne is already unstoppable. Rather than a mantis trying to stop a chariot, it is better to lend her a helping hand and help her ascend the throne earlier. This will instead leave behind some firewood for Li Tang. Shenmu said, once Empress Wu ascends the throne, young Master Jiang cut him off. So, what if Wu Mei has not ascended the throne yet? The more we obstruct her, the more she will use the descendants of the commoners to suppress us aristocratic families. It is better to do the opposite. She is already an old woman, and none of the Wu family's descendants are capable. Right now, we only need to wait and see. When the time comes, we will lend a little help and easily change the world. Young Master Jiang said proudly, the world will always change, but the heavenly Tao will not. We, the aristocratic families, use the scriptures as our foundation, which is equivalent to grasping the foundation of the country. Even if the country is destroyed and the emperors and generals are replaced, they will still need to use us. What is there to be afraid of? Listening to his words, the two's discussion was nearing its end. The dishes on the table in front of young Master Jiang were barely touched. On the other hand, Shenmu's table to the side was a mess of cups and plates. Chicken bones, fish bones, alpacas, and camel hooves were scattered everywhere. Shenmu picked up a piece of gelatinous and delicious bear paw and stuffed it into his mouth, chewing it deliciously. Seeing this, young Master Jiang lowered his head and covered his mouth with a handkerchief. He coughed softly to hide the disgust on his face. Yang Xuerao glared at Shenmu reproachfully. She took a clean white handkerchief and gently wiped the soup that spilled from the corner of his mouth. Shenmu smiled. When Shenmu first heard of young Master's plan, I was worried that I would play with fire and burn myself. Today, I rushed to Luojing and personally listened to young Master's overall plan. My heart is finally at ease. Young Master is talented and resourceful. Shenmu sincerely admires you. With young Master guarding Luojing, nothing will go wrong. Young Master Jiang said arrogantly, with my plan, nothing will go wrong. However, there are many things that it is not convenient for my obvious sect to do. I specially called you here because there are some places where your hidden sect can show off your skills. Wu Mei's ascension to the throne is imminent. Your people must cooperate with my actions at all times. Young Master Jiang glanced at him and said, "This courtyard is the princess's courtyard. It is quiet and safe. You can stay here." Shenmu smiled. "Thank you, young master. I have already arranged my own accommodation in Luojing. I can settle down tomorrow. This courtyard is the princess's courtyard after all. It is more eye-catching. I will only stay here for a night." Young Master Jiang said indifferently, "Up to you." He stood up and walked behind the screen. He did not look at Shenmu again, nor did he look at the troublemaker beside him. Shenmu was just a disciple of a side branch. That woman was originally a wine hostess in Chang and City. She had a lowly status and was not worthy of his attention. Shenmu did not stand up. He only smiled and said, "Young master, take care." Tin Ano stood up, smiled and nodded at them. He then followed behind young Master Jiang and left. Young Shuarao wrinkled her nose and said to Shenmu, "This guy with a coffin-like face is the young Master Jiang you were talking about? What a condescending look." Shenmu smiled. "Why? Don't you feel that he is elegant like a dragon among men?" Young Shuarao held her stomach and made a nauseating gesture. She curled her lips and said, "Such an arrogant and repulsive guy can be called a dragon among men?" She glanced at the almost untouched food on young Master Jiang's table and said, "Look at his half-dead appearance. He eats like a chicken. What a waste of a table of delicacies." Shenmu said, "You don't know this. This young Master Jiang has a serious obsession with cleanliness since he was young. If he sees someone spitting, he will vomit for a long time. Therefore, when he goes out, he rarely rolls up the curtains because he is afraid of meeting unclean passers-by. Just now, I must have eaten too much and affected his appetite." Yang Shuarao suddenly said, "I was wondering why you look like a reincarnated hungry ghost today. You did it on purpose, didn't you?" Shenmu winked at her and said with a smile, "I was also curious and wanted to see how clean he is. I heard." Shenmu looked around and said in a low voice, "I heard that this person's obsession with cleanliness has reached an unimaginable level. Even when a man and a woman are having sex, he feels disgusted when touching a woman's body. After he married his wife, he still slept alone and never slept with her. Later on, in order to continue the family line, he had no choice but to have sex with his wife a few times. After sex, he would wash for 4 to 6 hours and change water 7 to 8 times. To him, it's like he's being tortured." Yang Shuarao said in disbelief, "There is actually such a strange person in the world." Shenmu pinched her plump buttocks and said with a low laugh, "So, you should be glad that your husband does not have such a strange hobby. Otherwise, you will be a widow. Let's go. I am a little tired from the journey. Let's go back to the room and rest." Yang Shuarao winked at him and said in a sweet voice, "Just rest." Shenmu pretended to be surprised and said, "What else can we do other than rest? We came all the way from Chang and to here. My wife, don't you feel tired?" Yang Shuarao said, angrily, Let's go back and rest. If you dare to have any ideas on me later, I will bite off your penis." The court meeting was held on the 3rd day after Wu Zetian entered the Dragon Gate. The court meeting was held in the stone building of Xiangshan Temple. In order to avoid unnecessary travel between Luoyang and the Dragon Gate Mountain, the Empress decreed that officials who did not have any important affairs did not have to go to Xiangshan Temple to attend the court meeting. Therefore, there were not many people attending the court meeting today. Yang Fan patrolled below the stone building with his saber. The architecture here was different from the palace. In addition, there were no idle people in the temple or even the entire Dragon Gate Mountain other than monks. There were Jin Wu guards stationed outside. so the security was not very heavy. He also did not need to hold his halberd and stand on the narrow stone steps to go up the building. Wu Zetian slowly walked over. Today, she had also changed into men's clothes. Behind her, there were no palace maids fanning her and many guards of honor. It seemed that in this mountain, everything was simple for her, and she was much more relaxed. Wu Zetian, who had changed into men's clothes, still had a fair and delicate complexion. However, it was not as good as when women wore makeup to hide their age. Shanghai Wan, who was wearing a round collar robe and a soft-legged headgear, helped her up the stone steps step by step. After more than a dozen stone steps, when she reached the platform where Yang Fan was standing, Wu Zetian was already a little out of breath. Shanghai Wan considerately helped her to stop and let her catch her breath. The civil and military officials patiently followed behind. From the platform down, from the stone steps to the stone path under the shade of the trees, they formed a long line. When Shanghai Wan helped Wu Zetian up the stairs, her eyes were carefully looking at the ground, afraid that if she was not careful, she would trip the empress. Only when she stood still on the platform did she raise her head. As soon as she raised her head, she saw Yang Fan. Yang Fan was standing on the side of the platform with his saber in hand. A pair of bright eyes was staring at her. Shanghai Wan was shocked. She quickly turned her head and looked away in a panic. Yang Fan looked at the side of her face that was as pink as egg white. He watched a crimson tide climb from her ears to her cheeks, until the jade-like face turned into a bright red agate. The love in Yang Fan's heart was like a tide, overflowing layer by layer. This woman is really very cute. Chapter 161. Being stared at by Yang Fan, Shanghai Wan's chest rose and fell more intensely, and her breathing became more rapid. She seemed to be panting more heavily than Wu Zetian next to her. Wu Zetian stood still. She felt that after climbing a dozen steps, her legs were sore, and she was short of breath. She couldn't help but feel sad. Alas! After all, I'm getting old. I've only walked a few steps, and suddenly seeing Shanghai Wan's flushed face and rapid breathing, Wu Zetian was in a good mood. She puffed out her chest and said, Wan is so young, but she's even worse than me. It seems that it's not because I'm getting old, but because the stone steps here are too steep. Shanghai Wan restrained herself for a long time. Finally, she couldn't help but quietly turn her head and quickly glance at Yang Fan. It was just a glance, like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water. His eyes immediately moved away like a startled deer, and then, as if there was a magnet attracting her, she slowly moved back. After several confrontations like this, Shanghai Wan finally stopped hiding. On her pretty face, there was a kind of indescribable beauty in her eyes. She stared at Yang Fan with a hint of annoyance and joy, and then slightly lowered her head. In the shimmering light, there was a hint of spring, like the willow branches on the branches rippling in the wind. Xie Xiaoman was dressed in a robe with a leather belt around her waist. She didn't look like she was carrying any weapons. Today, she and Gaoing were not accompanying the Empress, so they were only acting as outer guards. From her vantage point, she could clearly see Yang Fan and Shangguan Wan flirting with each other. Xie Xiaoman's last shred of doubt finally vanished. It turned out that they really had feelings for each other. In this case, there was really no need for her to fight for justice. But when he was sure that Yang Fan and Shangguan Wan were really in love with each other, his prejudice against Yang Fan disappeared, and he began to worry about his savior again. Shangguan Daizhao is of such a high status. How can you and her be together? Wu Zetian rested for a while, and then continued to walk into the stone building. Shanghai Wan gave Yang Fan a deep look, calmed herself down, and helped Wu Zetian up the steps. Although it was just a little flirting, Wan's heart was as sweet as honey. That kind of indescribable joy was something she had never experienced before. People often say that women are the most beautiful when they are in love. Was like that right now. Almost in an instant, her skin, which was as white as the moon, became even more beautiful. There was a faint red glow in her white skin. Wu Zetian entered the stone building and took her seat in the court. The outside of the building became quiet. Gao Ying glanced at Yang Fan with hidden bitterness. Her idol seemed to have suddenly become less charming when she found a lover. Xie Xiaoman thought about the unattainable status of Shanghai and felt that she had an obligation to admonish her savior. So she gathered her courage and walked towards him. Ahem. Xie Xiaoman walked to Yang Fan's side and pretended to look left and right. Then she coughed softly. Yang Fan looked straight ahead and did not pay attention to her. Xie Xiaoman leaned back against the stone railing, stole a glance at him, and coughed twice. Yang Fan slowly turned around and said with a smile, "Xie Wei, have you caught a cold? If you are not feeling well, you might as well ask for a leave and go back early to rest." Xiaoman glared at him fiercely, then lowered her voice and said, "Come here, I have something to say to you." "Oh, what do you want to say, Captain?" Yang Fan said as he leaned forward. Xie Xiaoman uncomfortably took a step back and frowned. "Why are you so close? It's not like I can't hear you." Yang Fan chuckled, stood up straight, and said, "Please speak, County Commandant." Well, Xie Xiaoman looked around and covered her mouth with her hand. You like Shangguan Daizhao, don't you?" Yang Fan rolled his eyes, nodded, and said, "Yes, why?" Xie Xiaoman said, "Ahem, Shangguan Daizhao is gentle, elegant, knowledgeable, and beautiful. She is an outstanding woman." Yang Fan nodded. Yes, it's rare that Miss Xiaoman has the same opinion as me." Xie Xiaoman rolled her eyes at him and said, "But Shangguan Daizhao is the Empress's favorite. The Empress can't live without her. I'm afraid she won't let her leave the palace to marry and have children." "Oh," Xie Xiaoman glanced at him and mustered up her courage to continue. "Even if the Empress were to show mercy and allow Shangguan Daizhao to marry and have children with Shangguan Daizhao's status, she would only marry a noble family or an important court official." Yang Fan looked at her strangely. "Then what does Xie Wei mean?" Xiaoman felt a little guilty. Shangguan Daizhao used to be surrounded by hundreds of beauties in the kingdom of fragrance. But she had been so critical of him. Now that he had turned over a new leaf, she came to break them up. But she really felt that a guard like Yang Fan was not a good match for Shangguan Daizhao. If she forced herself to be with Shangguan Daizhao, she would get into trouble sooner or later. Thinking of this, Xie Muwen was a little embarrassed and said, cough, you see, you're my savior. I, Xie Muwen, am not someone who doesn't know how to be grateful. I can't just watch you. Huh? In fact, you and Shangguan Daizhao is not very suitable. And once this matter is known by the Empress, you may be killed. Oh, so I think you should be more rational. Don't be delusional," Yang Fan said with a smile that was not a smile. "I have always been puzzled. Why is it that no matter what I do, County Commandant Xie always wants to break us up? Now, I finally understand." Xie Xiaoman asked curiously, "What do you understand?" Yang Fan said, "Could it be that Miss Xiaoman is doing this because you like me?" Xie Xiaoman said, Yang Fan said, "You see, you also said that I'm your savior. The best way to repay a savior is to devote yourself to me. Besides, you are not happy that I am with the palace maids. Now that I am with Shangguan Daizhao, you are not happy. Isn't it obvious?" Xie Xiaoman said, "What do you mean?" "I think I am a little confused." Yang Fan said with a straight face, "County Commandant Xie, I know you like me. In fact, I quite like you too. How about this? After Shangguan Daizhao, and I become husband and wife, I will take you as my concubine. You see, a prince can take a concubine. With Shangguan Daizhao's gentle personality, she will not stop me. Just wait for a few years, okay? Xie Xiaoman was so angry that she was tongue-tied. Her face was red. Bah, bah, bah. In your dreams, my good intentions are treated as ill intentions, which eye of mine fell for you. Even if I can't get married, I will never marry a stinking monk, a dead scoundrel, a pervert, a pervert. Yang Fan picked his ears and pretended to be happy. He smiled leisurely and said, "The sound of nature is really nice to hear." Xie Xiaoman was even angrier. Shameless, pervert, despicable and shameless, treacherous and filthy. Xiaoman, hurry up and enter the hall. Xie Xiaoman was cursing to her heart's content when she suddenly heard Gao Ying calling her from afar. Turning her head to look, she didn't know when Gao Ying had already arrived at the entrance of the stone building and was waving at her from afar. Xie Xiaoman knew that Gao Ying must have summoned her from the palace hall. She glared at Yang Fan and angrily ran up the stairs. Yang Fan looked at her back and smiled without saying a word. This little girl was really interesting. She was obviously an innocent little girl, but she always wanted to be a big sister who liked to worry for others. Xie Xiaoman entered the stone building. After a short while, he saw her and Gao Ying hurrying out of the stone building. The two of them looked serious. When they passed by him, they didn't even look at him. The two quickly went down the stone steps. After a while, the general of the left guards of Jinwu, Qiu Xinji, also came out of the stone building with a serious expression. Neigh! A horse neighed. Yang Fan turned his head and saw Xie Muwen and Gao Ying in military uniforms, each riding a fine horse. They had just stopped at the bottom of the stone steps when a large group of imperial guards rushed over. Qiu Xinji quickly walked down the stone steps. An imperial guard brought a horse over. Qiu Xinji turned over and mounted the horse. Accompanied by Xie Muwen and Gao Ying, they left. The Dragon Gate Mountain was quiet at night. Tens of thousands of people were scattered inside, but they couldn't cause any trouble. The soldiers didn't know what happened during the morning court, and they didn't bother to ask. Especially the soldiers who were stationed in the palace for a long time, they had developed the habit of pretending to be deaf and dumb. The daily life of the soldiers stationed in the palace was more boring than that of the eunuchs in the palace. Being in the mountain was much more comfortable than being in the palace with strict rules, especially with the tens of thousands of troops of the Jinwu guards surrounding the Dragon Gate Mountain. Their daily tasks were even more leisurely. The Dragon Gate Mountain was a royal garden, and ordinary people were not allowed to enter. Therefore, there were all kinds of wild animals active on the mountain. The guards used all kinds of methods to catch many wild animals such as pheasants, rabbits, ducks, and snakes. With a simple process, they could make delicious food. In the evening, the guards built a bonfire in the mountain and roasted the delicacies of the wild animals. Apart from not being able to drink or sing loudly, it was just like a scene of a spring picnic. Yang Fan was also among them. He held a wooden stick in his hand and gently turned a wild rabbit over the fire. The rabbit meat was almost cooked, and the fat dripped into the fire, sizzling. The red light of the fire reflected Yang Fan's young face. There was a mysterious and sweet smile on his lips. This young man who was experiencing his first awakening of love finally had the shadow of the opposite sex in his heart. This was a very novel experience for him. On the night of the Lantern Festival, Princess Taiping's kiss opened a crack in his heart. But strictly speaking, that was not love. He never had delusions of marrying a princess, and it was not because he was aroused that he took the initiative to kiss her. But at this moment, the Shanghai oneer lingering in his heart gave him a completely different feeling. He liked the warm feeling of having a woman in his heart, looking at the red flame. He even fantasized that if he could get rid of his enemy without anyone noticing and maintain his current identity, then one day he would find his sister and marry Wanner, whom he admired. A family of 3, happy and harmonious. How wonderful that would be. Chapter 162. Hey, what are you thinking? Look at how happy you are. A guard next to him nudged him with his shoulder. The man was tearing into a fat pheasant as he mumbled, "The captain is asking you a question. Didn't you just come back from Nanyang? What's it like over there?" Yang Fan saw that everyone was looking at him and hurriedly smiled. "Our place is very different from here. Once you go out, you can see the endless sea. Whether it's day or night, you can always hear the sound of waves. The wind there smells fishy when it blows on your face, and you can smell it in your nostrils." Yang Fan told them the story of Southeast Asia. Many of these guards had never seen the sea in their entire lives, so they were very interested in the customs of the South Sea. Yang Fan said, "The water there is very clear. The water is a few feet deep, so clear that you can clearly see the sandy beaches, reefs, colorful corals, and all kinds of fish at the bottom of the sea. There are also many sea turtles on the beach. The sea turtles will dig a hole on the beach and bury their eggs in it, letting the sun shine on them to hatch the hatchlings. When the hatchlings are born, they will automatically rush to the sea. There is a large, densely packed area." Everyone was listening with great interest when County Commandant Zhu Bin appeared with a frightening face. "Look at the time, and you're still making a racket here. Who allowed you to do this? If anything goes wrong, you won't be able to bear the consequences. Disperse, all of you disperse." A captain went up to greet him with a smile and whispered a few words. Then he wrapped the leg of a roasted wild duck with leaves and stuffed it into Zhu Bin's hand. Zhu Bin snorted and swaggered off with the wild duck. The captain heaved a sigh of relief and waved his hand. All right, everyone disperse. Yang Fan, stay behind and extinguish the fire. Be careful not to cause a forest fire." Everyone took their unfinished food and dispersed. Yang Fan was the last to leave. He extinguished the fire and covered the ashes with some soil. Only then did he carry the roasted rabbit and slowly walk back. In the distance, Wu Zetian's bedroom was brightly lit. Yang Fan knew that Shanghai Wanner was also living there. Yang Fan stopped and looked at the cluster of lights in the distance, sighing softly. Once the window of feelings was opened, the mountain would no longer be a mountain, and the water would no longer be water. One would have an additional layer of cognition and feelings than before. Since he was young, he had been carrying too many things in his heart. For a 17-year-old boy, this was undoubtedly a little too heavy. He always carried it alone, and he could only carry it alone because he had no one to share his burden with. Now he suddenly hoped to have a gentle embrace to lean on, a gentle woman to listen to him pour out the fatigue in his heart, or nothing at all, just snuggling in that embrace and sleeping soundly. There was no doubt that Shanghai Wanner was now the person he longed for. The spring night breeze on the mountain was still a little chilly. A gust of wind blew over and woke Yang Fan up from his thoughts. He looked back at the bonfire that had just been buried and could no longer see the slightest bit of light. So he prepared to return to the barracks to sleep. When he raised his head, he saw a figure in the distance. The night was vast, and from where he was, he could see the round moon in the sky as big as a wheel. In front of the moon was a big tree, and that person was sitting on the horizontal branch of the tree, looking at the moon and drinking alone. The wind blew her long hair, and it fluttered. The silhouette of her body was very beautiful. Under the bright moon, the edges of her body were covered with a layer of mellow luster. so even the outline of her facial features could be easily recognized. This jade-like person was Xie Xiaoman. Yang Fan walked over curiously and circled around the forest until he reached the tree. The rustling sound of footsteps could be heard clearly by Xie Xiaoman at the top of the tree. She looked down and saw Yang Fan looking up at her, the bright moonlight shining on his face. "Hi. Alone? Are you not a human?" "Ha, Miss Xiaoman is really unruly. It seems that you are not in a good mood. Go away." Yang Fan laughed but did not walk away. Instead, he bit the rabbit leg in his mouth, jumped up, and climbed up the tree trunk like an agile ape. Xie Xiaoman looked at Yang Fan climbing up like a monkey and said in surprise, "I didn't know you were so good at climbing trees. You are not much worse than my elder brother." Yang Fan said, "You have an elder brother?" Xie Xiaoman said, "Why can't I have an elder brother?" Yang Fan laughed. "That's true. I also have an elder brother. I also have a younger sister." He turned around and sat down on the trunk, swinging his legs. "Why are you sitting here alone?" Xie Xiaoman ignored him, grabbed the wine bag in her hand, raised her head, and took another big gulp of wine. Yang Fan could smell the alcohol and could not help but frown. "Why are you drinking so much alone? Are you in a bad mood?" Xie Xiaoman still did not speak. Yang Fan said, "You are the Empress bodyguard. Be careful not to let people smell the alcohol. They will find trouble with you." Xie Xiaoman glared at him and said fiercely, "You are annoying." Yang Fan sighed and handed over the roasted rabbit, saying, "Don't drink. Eat the roasted rabbit. It is freshly roasted. It is still warm and fragrant." Xie Xiaoman looked at him, silent for a long time, then took the roasted rabbit, brought it to her mouth, and put it down. "Today, I was ordered to arrest 2 people. Oh, Xie Xiaoman's hair was tied up in a ponytail, a lock of hair hanging in front of her forehead, blown by the wind, passing by her eyes from time to time. Under her hair, her eyes were as bright as the stars, and Yang Fan could faintly see a trace of sadness in her eyes. Yang Fan could not help but lower his voice, whispering, "What is it?" Xie Xiaoman said quietly, "Those 2 people, they are the Crown Prince Zhang, Huai's only 2 remaining sons." Yang Fan was slightly moved. "The Empress's biological grandson?" Xie Xiaoman nodded lightly. Lai Junxin reported the 2 princes, saying that they cursed the emperor's father. It was treason, and the empress ordered an investigation. I thought that they would be arrested and interrogated. Unexpectedly, General Qiu Shinji surrounded the palace, and after capturing the 2 princes, he whipped them to death on the spot. Xie Xiaoman smiled. Under the cold moonlight, her smile was a little sad. "I am the Empress personal guard. There are some missions in the inner guards that I do not have to do. I've killed people before, but not many, and I've never killed an unarmed and defenseless person." "Yes, the 2 princes, one is 11, the other is only 8. Yes, they were in front of me, being ruthlessly whipped by the wire of hardware. The whip was full of hooks, and with every lash, a large piece of flesh and blood would be scraped off. At first, they would still cry, but later on, they could no longer make a sound. Only when the whip landed would their bodies twitch a little. When they breathed their last, it was a bloody mess, and they were unrecognizable." Xie Xiaoman's eyes were bright, and there was a faint glint of tears. She said in a low voice, "In the past, I heard people talk about some of the princes and ministers being punished. The heads of the ministers rolled on the ground. The family members who were not slaves were chained, like cattle and sheep herded in herds. The people who were banished far away were placed in prison carts. Their necks were torn by the large chains, and blood flowed everywhere the cart went. Prince Hua, Li Yuanghua, was 70 years old, and he died in a prison cart for 10 days. Prince Li Su of Jiangdu was beheaded in Jiangdu. Prince Li Yuanjia of Han and Prince Li Lingkui of Lu were ordered to commit suicide, and Prince Li Yuanjia's 3 sons were all beheaded. Prince Li Xin of Ji has always been a good ruler, but he was also exiled to Bazhou and died on the way, and all 5 of his sons were beheaded. And Prince Shu, Xie Xiaoman took a deep breath and said, I have heard of these things before, but hearing is one thing, and seeing it with my own eyes is another. I still can't forget the way those 2 children looked at me. I know they begged me to save them, but there was nothing I could do. Yang Fan said coldly, You did not kill them, whether you went or not. They all had to die. The Empress wants to proclaim herself the Empress. So Li Tang's princes must all be killed, the senior statesmen and ministers loyal to Li Tang must all be killed, and those who can give hope and expectation to Li Tang's people must also be killed. In this regard, what did Li Tang's imperial family do? Hoping that she would be the fish that escaped the net. What did the civil and military officials who received the Li family's salary do? They begged for their own future and wealth. What did the feudal vassals do? They have a lot of troops in their hands. As long as it doesn't affect their interests, they don't care what the emperor's surname is. You're just a little girl. Why bother looking for trouble? Xie Xiaoman looked at him in a daze. His series of killing made her hair stand on end. But thinking about it carefully, wasn't this the Empress's actions these past few years? Wasn't this the reaction of too many people? Yang Fan said softly, You are just a bodyguard. With or without you, these things would have happened. You don't need to take these responsibilities on yourself. There are many injustices in this world that you can't shoulder. Xie Xiaoman looked at him in a daze and asked, If it were you, would you be indifferent? Yang Fan said coldly, I only know that it's not my responsibility. If I had the ability to save him, and it wouldn't have implicated me, but I didn't help him, perhaps I would be condemned by my conscience. Otherwise, I would not be like you, sitting here and drinking. The one who wanted to kill was the Empress. The one who guessed the emperor's intention was Lai Junqin, and the one who fawned over the execution was Qiu Shinji. What does it have to do with you? Xie Xiaoman tilted her head and thought about it. What he said seemed to make sense, but also seemed to make no sense. She wanted to refute, but her head was dizzy after being drunk, and she couldn't think clearly. Yang Fan looked at her cute and naive appearance. That charm vaguely resembled his younger sister, and felt even more pity in his heart. He reached out to touch her hair, but suddenly remembered that this was not his younger sister. If he extended his hand, she would kick him off the tree. He hurriedly withdrew his hand and softly said, Silly girl, don't think too much. Go back and drink a bowl of soup to soak up the hangover, then soak in a hot bath and have a good rest. You are an imperial bodyguard. As long as you do your job well, don't let your imagination run wild. Xie Xiaoman nodded and said charmingly, Yes, it sounded quite reasonable. At least, I felt much better now. You don't look too bad. Chapter 163. Yang Fan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I really don't know where your prejudice against me comes from. Have I ever done anything bad? Go back and rest. You look drunk. Do you want me to send you back? Xie Xiaoman shook her head. It's fine. This little bit of wine won't make me drunk. She raised her head and gulped down another mouthful of wine. She stuffed the wine bag and rabbit meat into Yang Fan's arms. All right, I'm going back. I'll do as you said. Drink a bowl of soup to sober up, take a hot bath, have a good sleep, and forget about these things. Hey! Yang Fan reached out to grab her, but before he could do so, Xie Xiaoman had already jumped down. Yang Fan saw that she was already drunk and was afraid that she would lose her balance and fall. But he didn't expect that even though she was drunk, her jump was still smooth. Seeing her land firmly on the ground, Yang Fan was relieved. Xie Xiaoman waved at him and said, I'm leaving. She turned around and took a step, then turned back and said, And the rabbit meat you smoked, that smell, it's very close, looking at her receding figure. Yang Fan shook his head and smiled. He whispered to himself, This girl is really drunk. She even said it smelled very close. Yang Fan looked up at the bright moon in the sky. He pulled out the cork of the wine bag and drank a mouthful of wine. He tore off a mouthful of meat and drank another mouthful of wine. Leaning against a tree, he recited, "When the melon is planted, it's yellow under the stage. When the melon is ripe, it's separated. One pluck makes the melon good. Another pluck makes the melon thin. 3 plucking is enough, but the last plucking is enough." This Huangtai Melon Ci was written by Crown Prince Zhang Huai Lixian before he was exiled to Guazhou. On the surface, he was inspired by the sight of the melon fields, but in fact, it was a lyric poem because of his elder brother's sudden death and the uncertain future of himself and his 2 younger brothers. At that time, he let the music score prevail and sang this poem to Empress Wu, hoping to move his mother's heart. But it did not have the slightest effect. Instead, this poem was widely spread. Now, Li Xian had been forced to commit suicide. Although his 2 brothers, Li Dan and Li Xian, were still alive, they were in a precarious situation. Instead, his 2 sons had been forced to commit suicide. His branch of the family could be considered to have come to an end. This poem could be considered to have become a prophecy, only that it had happened to his own family. In terms of state affairs, this was a monarch killing a minister. In terms of family affairs, this was a grandmother killing her grandson. It seemed that no matter what, no one had the right to say anything. Then, under the illumination of the cold moonlight, Yang Fan actually felt a sense of desolation in his heart. The last of Crown Prince Zhang Huai's bloodline, 11-year-old Li Shuyi and 8-year-old Li Guangxuan, were whipped to death by their own grandmother because they cursed the monarch's father and committed treason. This matter did not affect Wu Zetian's traveling mood at all. The next day, the news that the empress would hold a large-scale traveling banquet on the banks of the Yi River spread. In the fragrant hill temple, in a meditation room temporarily used as the administrative office, Shanghai carefully made arrangements. The famous musicians and dancers of the royal palace's musical houses and the left and right musical houses must be arranged in advance to avoid any mistakes during the rush. In addition, several famous music and dance troupes in Luoyang must also be invited. You can transfer a few pleasure boats here and let them live on them. They are not allowed to wander around. The steward of the musical house respectfully responded. Shanghai Wanner said, "What you said just now, make a more detailed plan. The empress likes grandeur, so the scene must be grand and lively. Start building the colored houses now. You can borrow some soldiers from General Qiu Shinji to help." The steward of the musical house responded again. Shanghai Wanner waved her hand and dismissed him. Then she said to Senior Captain Zhu Bin, "In the Dragon Gate section of the Yi River, there are checkpoints on both sides. Ships and people entering and leaving must have a pass jointly signed by the internal guards and the musical house before they can pass through. Ships must be strictly inspected, and there must be no negligence." "Yes," Zhu Bin answered and hurried to make arrangements. Shanghai Wanner then said to the imperial officer of the Food Bureau, "Within the 4 seas, all kinds of delicacies on land and water must be prepared. Make a list of all kinds of ingredients and send them to the palace as soon as possible. If there is not enough, buy them as soon as possible. Tell Tuan to hurry up on this matter. In order to facilitate the supply, a temporary kitchen needs to be built on the bank of the Yi River. The location must be hidden and downwind, so that the empress won't smell it. I have decided on a place for you. You can go and have a look first. If there is nothing wrong, prepare it as soon as possible." After Shanghai Wanner finished speaking, she asked a little eunuch to leave with the imperial officer of the Food Bureau. Then she inquired and made arrangements for the officials of the Imperial Clothing Bureau, the Imperial Carriage Bureau, the Imperial Carriage Bureau, the Imperial Household Bureau, the Imperial Household Bureau, and so on. When these people were all sent out, Shanghai Wanner took a breath and sat down to carefully review the invitation list from the imperial household. Shanghai Wanner read the invitation list from beginning to end, picked up a pen, added a few names, pondered for a moment, and crossed out a few names. Imperial banquets had never been a simple banquet. An invitation list, an order of seats, in the eyes of observant people, was a clear signal. Other people didn't know, but as the Shanghai Wanner who assisted Wu Zetian in handling court affairs, she knew many secrets that others didn't know. She knew that long before Li Junchen impeached Crown Prince Zhang Huai's two sons, Wu Qingxi and Zhou Xing had jointly submitted a memorial to impeach Emperor Gaozong's sons, Li Xiangjin, the Prince of Zhe, and Li Sujie, the Prince of Sun, for plotting rebellion. The Empress Dowager had issued a secret edict to arrest them all and bring them back to Luoyang to be punished. The reason why Li Junchen impeached Crown Prince Zhang Huai's two sons was obviously because he heard the news and saw that he had fallen behind Zhou Xing, so he couldn't wait to step forward. But the Empress didn't even blink, didn't even investigate, and didn't care whether the crime of cursing the monarch's father was appropriate for the two children. She instructed Qiu Xinji to execute them. It was clear that a great purge of Li Tang's royal family was about to begin. The people that Shanghai Wanner crossed out were all princes, and relatives of Li Tang's royal family in the capital, as well as ministers who were openly close to Li Tang's royal family. There were also a few princesses of the Tang dynasty, such as eldest Princess Dongyang. Eldest Princess Dongyang had once married Zhangsun Wuji's uncle, Gao Xingxing. Empress Wu hated the house and its crow, so how could she possibly like her? Only a few people remained on the list, such as Princess Taiping and eldest Princess Qianjin. The few people she added were ministers who originally didn't have the qualifications to attend the banquet, but had recently been in frequent contact with the Wu family. Shanghai Wanner knew that although the addition and deletion of a few people in a grand banquet didn't seem to be a big deal in the eyes of some people, it would inevitably increase the arrogance of some people, adding fuel to the fire. But the reason why she was used by Empress Wu, wasn't it because Empress Wu needed such a person? It was easy for Empress Wu to find another female official who was good at understanding people's intentions. But if she left Empress Wu, she would just be a daughter abandoned by a big tree. She knew very well what fate awaited her at that time. So every day, she would be very careful, not allowing herself to make a single mistake, because she couldn't afford to make a mistake. Wanner looked over the list again and handed it to a servant next to her. She ordered, "Send the message." After the servant left, Wanner was the only one left in the crowded meditation room. She let out a sigh and stretched her body tiredly. She stared at the large Zen character on the wall across from her and began to daydream. Ever since she was kissed by Yang Fan, Shanghai Wanner had been avoiding him because she didn't know what to do. However, once her emotions were stirred up, they would grow rapidly and crazily like weeds in spring. This little girl, who had always been reserved and introverted, barely managed to build a dam in her heart, but her emotions broke the dam again and again. She didn't dare to be idle. Once she was idle, she couldn't help but think of that person and that kiss. She finally knew what the feeling of lovesickness in the poem was. Picking leaves, not seeing each other for a day is like 3 months. Picking leaves, not seeing each other for a day is like 3 years. Picking leaves, not seeing each other for a day is like 3 years. Come. Shanghai Wanner clutched her wrist. She suddenly gathered her courage and called out loudly, "Waiting, what orders do you have?" The servant, Little Hai, appeared at the door. Shanghai Wanner quickly waved her hand and said, "There's nothing else. You can leave." "Yes." Little Hai bowed and moved away from the door of the meditation room. Shanghai Wan was restless in the room. After struggling for a while, she called out again, "Come." Little Hai suddenly appeared at the door. She bowed and said, "Waiting, what orders do you have?" Shanghai Wan thought for a moment and waved her hand. "There's nothing else. You can leave." Little Hai was confused. She quietly moved away from the side of the door. Shanghai Wan stood up and paced in the room. After pacing for a while, she gritted her teeth and lightly stamped her foot. She called out, "Come." Little Hai faintly appeared at the door. She had a strange expression on her face. "Waiting, what orders do you have?" Shanghai Wan's face was taut. She solemnly said, "Go and call Imperial Bodyguard Yang Fan in." "I have orders." Little Hai bowed and said, "Yes." Then he habitually moved to the side of the door. His figure flashed and disappeared. Then they heard him cry out as if he had just woken up from a dream. Then they saw him run back, running along the stone steps in front of the door. Shanghai Wan hurriedly rushed back to the table and sat down. She grabbed a brush and a memorial to the throne. When Yang Fan entered the meditation room, there was only Wan inside. She was bent over and sitting behind the table. Her hand was holding a weasel hair brush. Her small face was completely red. She looked like a primary school student being forced by a strict teacher to write a poem, but the content of the poem had already been completely forgotten by her. When Yang Fan walked in, he couldn't help but feel a bit nervous. Most youngsters who had their first awakening of love were like this. Yang Fan had experienced many things, so his mentality could be considered quite calm. But he still couldn't completely avoid this. But when he saw Shanghai Wan's appearance, his nervousness was completely replaced by curiosity. He curiously looked at Shanghai Wan. He had never seen such an expression on her face before. He really didn't know what she meant. Shanghai Wan had just summoned the stewards of the inner, left, and right halls, as well as the officials of the 6 ministers and the 24 divisions. She had arranged all kinds of affairs in an orderly and confident manner. Even the fate and future of some members of the royal family had been easily completed by her, without the slightest difficulty. But when Yang Fan came in, she was as nervous as a rabbit under the gaze of an eagle. She lowered her head and gripped her brush. She stared at a memorial to the throne on the table without saying a word. She didn't speak, but Yang Fan could not speak. Yang Fan coughed and saluted, saying, "Shangguan is waiting for an imperial edict to summon your subordinate. What's the matter?" Chapter 164. As soon as she heard Yang Fan's words, Shanghai Wan was startled like a rabbit that was shot by an arrow. She tightly gripped the pen, as if she was holding a sharp dagger. She nervously looked at Yang Fan. Suddenly, she gathered her courage and stammered, You like me, right?" Yang Fan really didn't expect her opening remarks to be like this. This sentence that came out of nowhere caused him to be unable to react, causing him to be in a daze. Shanghai Wan blushed and lowered her head. She slowly said, "Your request. I have carefully considered it for a long time." Yang Fan did not react. Shanghai Wan stammered, "I called you here to tell you I allow you to like me." Shanghai Wan finished her words with a red face. She let out a big sigh of relief. She did not raise her head and just continued to bite the pen. Yang Fan was really dumbfounded this time. He stood there, dumbfounded, looking at Shanghai Wan. Shanghai Wan lowered her head and nervously bit the pen for a long time. She did not hear any movement, so she quietly raised her eyes. When her eyes met with Yang Fan's, she was startled and asked in surprise, "Why are you still here? Is there anything else?" Yang Fan blankly shook his head. Shanghai Wan let out a sigh of relief and said, "Oh, then you go and do your work. I also have something to do." Yang Fan walked out as if he was sleepwalking. When he reached the door, he could not help but look back. Shanghai Wan was looking at him with a pair of big eyes. When Yang Fan turned around, Shanghai Wan was startled again. She was like a frightened little squirrel, quickly lowered her head, and nervously continued to bite the pen. Yang Fan walked out of the meditation room in a daze. He stood under the sun as if he had not woken up from a dream. Although Yang Fan had never had a lover, he was not ignorant about the love affairs between men and women. But no matter how knowledgeable he was, he had never heard of establishing a relationship in this way. He could not even figure out what Shanghai Wan meant when she said, "I allow you to like me." Of course, he did not know that in the heart of Shanghai Wan, who had no experience in love, she had no other way to understand the love between men and women. This was already the most serious and solemn confession. "I accept your pursuit. I am willing to be your woman." There was almost no description of normal love words between men and women in poetry. Wan who was used to dealing with official documents, so it was not surprising that she used an official language to express her willingness to be Yang Fan's lover. It was just that poor Yang Fan, who claimed to be a prodigal son of love who has never touched a single leaf when he was in Nanyang, was also confused by this expression that he had never seen before. Yang Fan stood under the porch with the halberd in his arms and guessed for a long time. Combined with the shy expression of Shanghai Wan at that time, he vaguely guessed her intention. Yang Fan thought, this Tang dynasty's Minister of Internal Affairs, who is in charge of the government and the literary world, who plays an important role in the political and literary circles, and the world's talented woman. Could she be a bookworm? Does she think that they are lovers like this? If they are lovers like this, they can sleep on the same bed without interfering with each other's business. And they can also have children. The grand banquet was held at Longmen Mountain as scheduled. The banquet was held on the bank of the Yi River at the foot of Longmen Mountain. The famous musicians and dancers of the palaces, Jiaofang, and the left and right Jiaofang all came to the banquet. Several famous music and dance troupes in Luoyang were also called to participate in the grand event. Along the river, there were luxurious carriages and horses shoulder to shoulder, and tens of thousands of people gathered. It was an unprecedented grand occasion. Colorful buildings were built on the river, colorful boats and pleasure boats were built on the water, pavilions and pavilions were shaded by green trees and flowers and grass along the river. Banquets were everywhere, and music and dance were everywhere. It was an unprecedented grand occasion. The palace banquets of the Tang dynasty had always been extremely luxurious. Within the 4 seas, treasures of land and water were all prepared, and the song and dance had always been particular about grandeur. Before the banquet officially began, hundreds of musicians of the musical house on the bank of the Yi River had already begun to imitate the 100 birds facing the wind. The sound echoed between the valleys on both sides of the river, like the singing of hundreds of birds. Yang Fan and Xie Xiaoman stood in a corner of the passage of the colorful house, watching the palace maids and courtesans carrying all kinds of delicious food to the colorful house built along the river. There were also beautiful dancers who had changed their clothes on the pleasure boats, barefooted and exposed their forearms, walking along the red carpet to the performance venue. Those dancers and courtesans were all young and beautiful girls. Now that they were dressed up for the performance, they looked even more stunning. Their snow-white skin, slender waists were half exposed, and their hips swayed as they walked. Yang Fan was not the only one who was mesmerized by them. Many guards on both sides were dazzled by them. It was all because there were too many beautiful girls, and they walked past in front of them too fast. At this time, there was no need to worry about not seeing the beautiful girls, but there were too few eyes to see them clearly. Xie Xiaoman looked at the eyes of the men and said disdainfully, "Why are you all like wolves?" Yang Fan looked at the beautiful girls with snow-white feet walking back and forth in front of him. He used his claws to scratch the halberd twice and said with a drooling expression, "I really want to be a beast." Xie Xiaoman rolled her eyes at him and said angrily, "What are you thinking? You are a beast." Yang Fan rolled his eyes at her and snorted, "You don't like me again. Have I ever been a beast to you?" Xie Xiaoman put her hand on the long sword at her waist. Little Yao raised her nose and snorted coldly, "You try." Since that night, Xie Xiaoman's attitude towards Yang Fan had become much friendlier. In fact, in the beginning, she disliked Yang Fan's bad habit of womanizing. Now, after so long, she gradually understood that it was not Yang Fan's womanizing, but the girls in the palace were too enthusiastic, too bold. Let's not talk about others, just her good sister. Don't think that she's always staying far away from Yang Fan, but look at her resentful eyes. If Yang Fan just hooked his little finger, she would happily send herself into the tiger's mouth. As for Yang Fan and Shangguan Daizhao's feelings, it had nothing to do with her. Although she still thought that Yang Fan and Shangguan Daizhao were not a good match, since they were in love, she could only wish them a happy ending. With the knot in their hearts gone, the two got along more naturally than before, although they still quarreled often. "Tianhou is here." There was a commotion in the distance. Someone softly shouted. Yang Fan and Xie Xiaoman quickly stood up and looked forward, only to see Wu Zetian in a splendid dress, surrounded by many dignitaries, slowly walking over. Xie Xiaoman quickly tidied up her clothes and quickly walked up to greet her. Wu Zetian slowly walked over on the red carpet. There were two beauties on her left and right. One wore clothes as white as snow and was as elegant as the clouds. The other wore a bright red dress and was like a ball of flames that could melt people. The woman dressed as white as snow, bright like the moon, was naturally Shanghai, and the flame-like beauty was Princess Taiping. Yang Fan was slightly surprised because when Wu Zetian went to Dragon Gate this time, Princess Taiping did not go with her. He did not expect that Princess Taiping would also come today. Accompanying Wu Zetian was a large group of royal relatives, old and young, male and female. Princess Taiping not only brought her two daughters, but also brought her two daughters. The eldest daughter was 6 years old, the eldest son was 4 years old, the second daughter was 2.5 years old, and the youngest son was only a little more than 1 year old. They were all carried by the maids. Princess Taiping was holding Wu Zetian's arm, talking to her in a low voice. Wu Zetian nodded and smiled from time to time. Princess Taiping did not notice that Yang Fan was standing among the guards not far away. While Shanghai was holding the other side of Wu Zetian, her pair of beautiful eyes kept looking left and right. Suddenly seeing Yang Fan, Shanghai Er's eyes lit up. Her white cheeks slightly swayed with a touch of red. She quietly lowered her head, looked at her toes under the skirt, as if she was afraid of stepping on ants. "So, you are my woman?" Yang Fan leaned on the halberd. With a face of hidden bitterness, he looked at Shanghai who was slightly tilting her head, shyly bowing her head, step by step in front of him. In full view of the crowd, he could not even say a word. As for the flirting, could it be to look at the back of her head? Yang Fan suddenly felt that Xie Xiaoman's words were not unreasonable. It was really troublesome to find a wife who was too famous and had too much status. As soon as Empress Wu arrived, the banquet began. For this banquet, many dignitaries in the capital were invited, and whenever there was a chance, they would curry favor with Empress Wu. Princess Taiping was one of the few members of Li Tang's royal family. Needless to say, Princess Taiping was Wu Zetian's biological daughter. Everyone in the world knew that Empress Wu doted on this daughter the most. So when Princess Taiping was invited, she felt that the invitation was boundless. In terms of age, the princess was 5 or 6 years younger than Wu Zetian. However, in terms of seniority, she was the daughter of Li Yuan and the aunt of the Gaozongs, Li Ji. Thus, the Gaozong's empress, Wu Zetian, had to treat her like an aunt. In addition, the two of them had a good relationship, so the princess was allowed to sit next to Empress Wu. The two of them were about the same age, so they were able to talk about many things together. With the addition of the princess, Wu Zetian was able to smile with just a few words. Wu Zetian patted Princess Taiping's arm and said, "The scenery at Dragon Gate is beautiful and pleasing to the eye. I am very happy here, but I lack a confidant. You don't have to leave today. Stay at my place tonight. We can have a good chat." The noble princess was overwhelmed by the favor and hurriedly said, "That's great. I haven't seen the Heavenly Empress these few days and haven't spoken to the Heavenly Empress, so my heart has been empty. Tonight, I will accompany the Heavenly Empress for a chat. Empress, please have a drink." Wu Zetian picked up a cup of fermented rice and took a sip. Her phoenix eyes turned and saw her daughter Taiping resting her chin on her palm, watching the singing and dancing on the red carpet in front of her lazily and disinterestedly. So she said, "Taiping, don't always be cooped up in the mansion. You have nothing to do. You can go sightseeing and relax. This time, you should stay for a few days." Chapter 165. When Princess Taiping heard Wu Zetian's words, she nodded slightly and said indifferently, "Since Anyang has ordered, your daughter will stay at Dragon Gate and accompany Anyang." Wu Zetian saw that her daughter's expression was gloomy. She knew that today the invited guests of the imperial family were all in one hall, and most of them were in pairs. Her daughter was reminded of her late husband, and therefore she resented her. Wu Zetian sighed inwardly and said to Shang Guanwan, since we are traveling, there is nothing important other than when we are dealing with memorials to the throne. You don't need to be in front of the emperor all the time. You and Taiping have always been good friends. The two of you get along well." Shanghai was in a trance. She was thinking about that handsome young man. When she suddenly heard Wu Zetian talking to her, she couldn't help but be startled. When she heard Wu Zetian's order, she was overjoyed and quickly replied, "One obeys." Shang Guanwan was secretly delighted. Ever since she had plucked up the courage to confess her feelings to Yang Fan, her heart had finally found a place to belong to. However, due to her special status, she could not be free easily. How could she have the chance to spend even a moment with her lover? Now, she finally had the chance. Shanghai couldn't wait to tell this good news to Yang Fan. But she couldn't leave right now. Even if she left, how could she talk to Yang Fan in public? Unable to restrain himself, he took the opportunity to write a line of words on his handkerchief with an eyebrow pencil and returned to the side of the stage. Seeing Xie Xiaoman pacing back and forth by the side of the stage, he coughed and said, "Xiaoman." Xie Xiaoman quickly stepped forward and cupped her fists. "Your humble servant is here." Shanghai calmly took out the folded thing from her sleeve and handed it to her. She ordered, "Quickly hand this thing to Yang Fan's bodyguard. Don't make any mistakes." Xie Xiaoman was startled. She took it with both hands. It was light and soft. When she looked carefully, she saw that it was a handkerchief. Xie Xiaoman nodded and left with the silk in her sleeve. Shangguan Wanner added, "This is urgent. Have Guard Yang go to a secret place to watch by himself." Here, Xie Xiaoman turned around. Little Yao wrinkled her nose and thought to herself, "What urgent matter do you have that you need to instruct a big shot from the escort division to do it?" Bang! It's obviously the two of you who are being lovey-dovey with each other, but you're using me as a messenger goose. Really, who am I working for? The princess was invited today, and she already felt honored. Now that Empress Wu had specially asked her to stay for the night, She was even more excited. She sat beside Wu Zetian and chatted with her carefully. She only cared about pleasing Empress Wu. Empress Wu glanced at her daughter from time to time because she saw that her daughter was lonely. The noble princess saw this and hurriedly said, "Today, the Empress has set up a banquet. The monarch and the officials are gathered together, and the atmosphere is joyous and harmonious. I know that Princess Taiping's dancing skills are outstanding. Why don't we invite Taiping to sing and dance to help the Empress enjoy the wine?" Wu Zetian looked at Taiping and smiled. "Daughter, your mother hasn't seen you sing and dance for a long time. Today is a rare occasion. Why don't you dance for your mother?" Princess Taiping saw that all the invited members of the imperial family were sitting together with their husband and wife, while she was alone. She couldn't help but feel a little lonely. She vaguely remembered that when her father was still alive, Li Tang's family would gather together at every banquet. But now there were only a few Li family members left. She felt even more sad and said, "Your daughter is a little tired and has drunk a few cups. It's not suitable for me to dance." Empress Wu's face darkened slightly. Shangguan was sitting beside her happily. When she saw that Empress Wu was unhappy, she hurriedly said, "It's better for two people to dance than for one person to dance alone. Waner is willing to dance twin Tuzhaji with Princess. I wish the Empress eternal youth and longevity as long as the heavens." Shangguan got up and walked over to Princess Taiping. She gently pulled her sleeve and gave her a look. Taiping understood. She knew that her mother had always been strong, and it wouldn't be good to embarrass her. She also got up and said, "Then your daughter will dance with Shangguan Daizhao. If I don't dance well, mother must not laugh at me." Empress Wu's countenance cleared up. She laughed and said, "You little girl, what are you afraid of if your mother laughs at you? Besides, how can these dancers compare to my daughter's dancing? Quickly dance." Today's banquet was grand. Shangguan, who always wore men's clothing, and Princess Taiping, who liked to wear men's clothing, were both wearing colorful palace dresses. One was pure white and elegant. The other was as red as a raging fire. They didn't need to change into special dancing clothes. The little eunuch went to make arrangements. The dancers and singers quickly withdrew. The musicians also stopped playing, waiting for the two to come on stage to perform the Tuzha Ji dance. Princess Taiping and Shangguan both came down from the stage. They stood opposite each other on the red carpet. One was wearing a blazing red dress. The other was wearing a snow-white dress. They had their own characteristics, but they were all charming. They immediately attracted everyone's attention. Dong, dong, dong. The musicians sat on the bow of the boat. The gaily painted boat was anchored on the opposite side of the riverside. The drums sounded 3 times. Princess Taiping and Shangguan raised their sleeves. Pa! They raised their sleeves and swung their waists, just like a phoenix spreading its wings. Dong, 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 dong. The rhythmic sound of drums sounded, followed by the accompaniment of various musical instruments with the style of the Western regions. It made people who listened to the cheerful music have a magical power to dance with it. On the stage, Princess Taiping straightened her shoulders and held her chin. She twisted her waist and bent her hips. Her right arm stretched out like a snake, and her left leg slightly covered behind her buttocks. Her enchanting posture and enchanting curves made people's hearts beat faster. Shangguan did the same movement as her. The difference was that she raised her left arm and sucked her right leg behind her buttocks. The two of them did the same movement. It was as if they were dancing alone in front of a mirror. The red one was like fire. The white one was like snow. The colors were bright. The Tuzha Ji first move of the drum. The flowery gown was slender. Both had slender waists, and both were enchanting. They squatted, knelt, folded their wrists, and spun around. Their movements were vigorous and graceful. One advanced, one retreated, and the other moved back and forth. Their white dresses danced like flying snow, while their red dresses were like raging flames. In addition, both of them had the same rosy complexion, and it was mesmerizing to watch. Good, good. Hee, your daughter danced really well. Since she became a wife, I haven't seen her dance for a long time. It's hard for this child to not be left behind. Wu Zetian nodded her head repeatedly. Her face was full of smiles. The noble princess stole a glance at her face. She said softly, Taiping is young, beautiful, and talented. The empress should be proud to have such a good daughter. It's just that. Noble princess and Taiping have a good relationship. We often see each other. I always feel that Taiping is often depressed. Wu Zetian's face turned slightly cold. She was the one who ordered the death of Taiping's son-in-law, Xue Xiao. She also knew that this matter hurt her daughter greatly. For this reason, she broke the rule that the princess of the Tang dynasty could not have more than 350 households. She raised Princess Taiping's fief to 1,200 households. Princess Taiping's fief was raised to 1,000 households in the Tang dynasty. At the same time, she was rewarded with a large amount of wealth. She also knew that these worldly possessions could not make up for the harm her daughter had suffered. She still remembered when Xue Xiao had just been arrested and thrown into prison. Her daughter had knelt in front of her and begged for mercy. However, she could only do this. This world is fair to everyone. If you want to gain something, you must lose something. Even someone as powerful as her could not have it both ways between the throne and familial love. The noble princess hurriedly said, Empress, noble princess means that Taiping is so young and beautiful. How can she waste her life like this? Noble princess was widowed when she was young and knows the feeling of a lonely quilt on a cold night. Empress, you love Taiping the most. Can you bear to let her suffer so miserably? Noble princess thinks that Empress should quickly choose a good son-in-law for Taiping. At that time, the husband and wife will be in harmony and love will be complete. Empress, you will also be able to put down your worries, right? Wu Zetian hesitantly said, We have naturally thought about this. It's just that. Xue Xiao died less than a year ago. To choose another son-in-law for her now seems a bit. The noble princess said, Empress, you are worrying too much. It is precisely because Taiping often thinks of her deceased husband that we should choose a son-in-law for her as soon as possible. Wu Zetian was somewhat moved. She muttered to herself, I just don't know which family's son is suitable. The noble princess hurriedly said, Speaking of this, there is really no one more familiar with this than me. If Empress has this intention, then I will immediately start making arrangements. Wu Zetian also knew that the noble princess had a good relationship with many people. She was an active person in Luo Jing's circle of nobles. After thinking for a while, she finally nodded and said, Fine. Then help me look around and see which family's son is worthy of my daughter. The noble princess was overjoyed. She hurriedly replied, Yes, your majesty. Wu Chengxi sat behind a table on the left and cast a glance at the noble princess. The noble princess nodded slightly, revealing a trace of a smile. Wu Chengxi was very happy. He raised his cup and drank it in one gulp. At this time, thunderous applause and cheers could be heard everywhere. Wu Zetian and the noble princess looked forward and saw that Princess Taiping and Shang Wanwan were performing the last move of the twin zhizhi. It was a very large waist bending movement. The white part was like the moon, and the red part was like the rainbow. It won the applause of the entire hall. The moon quietly crept up the treetops. The chirping of insects lingered in the ears. The spring breeze gently caressed their faces. It made the forest seem even more quiet. Yang Fan leaned against a tree and broke off a stalk of grass out of boredom. He played with it in his hand for a while, and then put it in his mouth. Xie Xiaoman gave him a handkerchief. The handkerchief had a light and delicate fragrance on it, and there was a line of beautiful handwriting on it. When the moon rises above the willow branches, I look forward to meeting Langjun. Yang Fan came, holding the handkerchief with his daughter's fragrance. The moon had already climbed up the treetops, but there was still no trace of her. Yang Fan was already a little anxious. Left Princess Taiping's dormitory. She walked along the winding corridor of the temple to the side hall and walked to a door in the side hall. When Wu Zetian told her to spend more time with Princess Taiping, she knew that her chance had come. As long as she didn't stay by Empress Wu's side, even if she left for a while, she would have an excuse to cover up. No one would care about her whereabouts. Several guards who were on duty tonight were standing in front of the door of the side hall, chatting with each other. As soon as they saw Shang Wanwan, they quickly straightened up and said respectfully, "Shang Wanwan awaits the edict." "Yes." Shanghai Wan lightly responded. She was about to step out when a cook asked, "Waiting for the imperial edict. Where are you going?" Shanghai Wan said, "I'm just taking a walk to relax." The cook hurriedly said, "It's getting late. Waiting for the imperial edict to go out. Do you need me to bring a few guards?" Shang Wanwan said indifferently, "What can happen in this place? I like the quiet." The cook embarrassedly agreed and didn't dare to speak anymore. Shanghai Wan slowly walked out of the mountain gate and walked into the forest path. As soon as she was out of the sight of the guards, she immediately quickened her pace. It's not easy to get rid of Ling Yu. The time has passed. I'm afraid I can't wait for Langjun. Chapter 166. Shanghai Wan hurriedly ran to the place where Yang Fan had pounced on her last time. She stretched out her hand and pulled the ribbon on her arm. Because she ran too quickly, the ribbon got caught on a branch. Gasping for breath, it was quiet all around. Yang Fan's figure was nowhere to be seen. Shanghai Wan couldn't help but be startled. Could it be that Xiao Man didn't send the message? That can't be. Xiao Man has already reported to me that he was the one who personally received the silk handkerchief. Also, I've already checked. He's not on duty today. Could it be that he was also delayed by something? Because Shanghai Wan came out from Princess Taiping's place, it was not suitable for her to change her attire. So this was her regular attire from Princess Taiping's place. She wore a lotus root silk blouse and a light yellow skirt. This was a revealing outfit with a crimson V-neck, a pair of full breasts that didn't match her slender figure, squeezing out an alluring cleavage. Following her rapid breathing, her soft breasts rose and fell. Her snow-white skin was reflected by the moonlight like a light snow on a sunny day. Slowly bundled silk skirt covered half of her chest, like a white jade with cicada wings and silk clothes. Looking at a beauty under the moonlight, it was really soft and charming. At this time, a shadow flashed behind the tree. Yang Fan flashed out with a smile. Shanghai Wan first covered her mouth in shock when she saw it was him. She threw herself at him. Just as she was about to enter his embrace, she suddenly stopped, shyly looked at him, lowered her head, and said, "Bad guy, you came early, but hid here to scare me." This sentence was even more touching, no different from exposing a young girl's feelings. Yang Fan's heart was moved. He was overjoyed. He knew that his family's one was not a bookworm, but actually quite interesting. He couldn't help but chuckle, gently grabbed her pair of soft hands, and mischievously said, "Who told you to come late? You made me wait for so long. Scaring you is already light. You didn't come late. You should be spanked. You should be spanked until your little butt is swollen. Shanghai Wan aggrievedly said, "How can there be such a rule?" Yang Fan put on a straight face and said, "Why not? This is the rule in Nanyang, so this is the rule of our Yang family." Shangguan Wan'er thought about how her buttocks were going to be hit by his big hand, and how he would hit it until it was red and swollen. She was ashamed and embarrassed, but also wronged. Thereupon she raised her little face, and with a blushing face begged, "Can I hit you?" He had no choice but to escape with great difficulty. "In all my years, I have never been beaten before. My mother has never beaten me before, and the Empress has never beaten me before." In the beginning, Yang Fan thought that she was just joking with him. Listening to her interesting words, he was delighted. However, the more he listened, the more he felt that something was wrong. Looking at her serious and aggrieved expression, he couldn't help but be surprised. Yang Fan asked tentatively, "You can't be thinking that. I'm really going to spank you, right?" Shangguan Wan'er was stunned and asked in surprise, "Didn't you just say that?" After a brief pondering, Yang Fan sorted out his chaotic thoughts and explained, "I wasn't really fighting. I was fighting for real. No, I wasn't using all my strength." Shangguan Wan'er's big innocent eyes widened, and she asked in surprise, "Then why are you fighting?" Although Yang Fan was still a young boy when he was in Nanyang, young boys and precocious girls of the same age often talked about these topics. When he came to Luoyang's Xiuwen workshop, he spent all day with the workshop attendants and was even more imperceptibly influenced. He tried hard to recall the teachings of the girls and the hot words of the Nanyang sisters, and tried to use the simplest words to explain. "Actually, this spanking is just a light pat, and it's very enjoyable. Not only is it not painful, but it's also very comfortable." "Oh, then isn't it a waste of time?" Yang Fan said patiently. "It's not a waste of time. Its purpose is not to hit people. It's actually a kind of bedroom pleasure, a method of flirting between men and women." "Oh, I see." Shangguan Wan'er slightly tilted her head, her delicate eyebrows slightly furrowed. She seemed to understand, but she was very serious and trying very hard to understand it. The exquisite royal sister in Yang Fan's eyes suddenly disappeared. This was clearly an extremely cute little girl, the body of a royal sister, the heart of a little girl. Yang Fan weakly held his forehead. The quiety river was silent, but under the moonlight, the flowing water constantly flashed with layers of light. Yang Fan and Shangguan Wan'er sat on a rock about 3 feet above the river, the trees and weeds around them hiding their figures. Yang Fan's hand was wrapped around Wan'er's slender waist, and Wan'er automatically snuggled into his arms, her face full of sweetness. Of course, right now, Yang Fan could not make any further moves. He only put his hand on her waist, which made Wan'er's delicate body tense up. It took a long time for her to calm down. No matter if Yang Fan's hand was moving up to touch those 2 soft lumps of flesh, or if he wanted to quietly slide down to get closer to her round and perky buttocks, Wan'er would quietly grab his hand and put it back on her waist. Right now, she was already intoxicated with a man snuggling up to her like this, listening to his soft words of love and feeling the heat of his large hands on her waist. She couldn't take any more intimacy. Am I stupid? After several times of not understanding or misunderstanding Yang Fan's words of love, and seeing Yang Fan's embarrassment, the clever Wan'er finally sensed that something was wrong. She could not help but ask carefully, "Of course not." Yang Fan gently kissed her smooth and tender cheeks. He softly said in her ear, "Can a stupid woman become a female scholar who weighs the talents of the world? In fact, my Wan'er is too naive. You grew up in the palace, and you have never been in contact with these people and these things." Shanghai Wan'er was relieved. She put her face on his chest and rubbed it sweetly. She softly said, "I don't know how to be your woman, but it doesn't matter. Anyway, I have you. You can teach me." Mr. Yang wanted to say, "Come, help me pull some grass and lay it here. Strip yourself and lie on it." However, he could only think about it. As a new teacher, he also understood the principle of step by step. He had to guide her step by step. He could not scare his good student. However, it was not always Yang Fan who played the role of Mr. Yang. When they naturally talked about their future, Shanghai Wanner showed that she had always been smart and capable. "Lang Jun, we can't make our relationship public yet. The Empress is about to ascend the throne. In the past, many things could only be handled by me, who was waiting for an imperial edict in the palace. Once I become the Empress, I can legitimately rule over all the officials in the world. I can meet the internal and external ministers. The prime ministers can help the Empress with a lot of things. Maybe I can have more freedom." Shanghai Wanner apologetically said to Yang Fan, "Also, your current official position. Lang Jun, please don't misunderstand. I don't care about it, but the Empress does. The Empress values family background and status the most. If I say I want to marry you, even if others don't say anything, the Empress will not agree." Yang Fan nodded his head heavily and said, "I understand. This is also what worries me." Shanghai Wanner said, "Wanner has planned for Lang Jun. Lang Jun, please don't blame Wanner for making a decision on my own." Yang Fan said, "Of course not. What is Wanner's plan?" Shanghai Wanner said, "Wanner has thought of two ways. One is to let Lang Jun change his official position 3 times a day. In less than a year, you will be a top official. At that time, with Lang Jun's status, it won't be difficult for you to marry Wanner. The other way is slightly more difficult, but it is also an opportunity. As for how to do it, I still need to think carefully." This little girl, who snuggled in Yang Fan's arms like a little bird, was indeed worthy of being the hidden minister of the Tang dynasty. Yang Fan usually saw her handling memorials for Wu Zetian, and from time to time she would go to Hongwen Library to recite poems with the scholars. Otherwise, she would change into martial arts clothes and be active on the court. But now, it was so easy for her to turn a small soldier into an official of the court. The little girl had become a big sister, and an omnipotent big sister at that. Yang Fan said, "What is Wanner's plan?" Shanghai Wanner said, "The first method is for Lang Jun to retire from the army. Wanner will find someone to recommend Lang Jun to become an official." Yang Fan frowned and said, "Is it so easy to become an official?" Shanghai Wanner said sweetly, "Of course it is difficult, but easy is not difficult. Our imperial examinations are held once a year, and each examination only takes 12 people. How can we satisfy the needs of the officials of such a big country? Self-recommendation, recommendation, imperial examination, inheritance, grace, there are many ways to become an official. Wanner assists the Empress in handling government affairs, and many officials in the court owe Wanner a favor. This is a small favor, and people will naturally help. At that time, it doesn't matter if it is through recommendation, or if Lang Jun chooses a famous family and becomes a relative, it will be easy to get Lang Jun an 8th or 9th rank official. Of course, there was a recommendation system at that time, but the people who were recommended were either famous, talented, or originally low-ranking officials with political achievements. In short, they had to have a certain level of qualifications. But of course, this was not a problem for Shangguan Wan. As for the family shadow system, it was a special benefit for officials of 5th rank and above. They had the right to recommend their own children to become officials. Di Renjia's 3rd son, Di Guangzhao, used this method to become an official. But this system was no longer limited to children. Because everyone was doing this, no one came out to find fault. Whoever dared to break this unspoken rule that was beneficial to all officials would become the public enemy of the court. Even someone as incorruptible as D. Rengia used to recommend his aunt's nephew, who was not his biological brother, to become an official through the family shadow system. So Shanghai Wanner didn't even need to deliberately find a rich family with the same surname for Yang Fan. She just needed to attach herself to a distant relative and get him a low-ranking official. With Shanghai Wanner's power as the prime minister, it was very easy for her to get an 8th or 9th rank official. But of course, an 8th or 9th rank official was still not qualified to marry a woman of Shanghai Wanner's status. But from an 8th or 9th rank official, almost every step was as difficult as ascending to the sky. Shanghai Wanner let him be a low-ranking official first. Her intention was obviously to let him enter the court system first. Although Yang Fan was not very familiar with the court, he was clear about this. He couldn't help but ask, "But then, how do you change your official position 3 times in a day and become an official within a year?" Chapter 167. Persuasion. Shanghai Wanner stared at Yang Fan and said, "The Empress is about to ascend to the throne, but this window paper has not been pierced yet. There will definitely be someone who will pierce it. This person has to represent the will of the people, so the official position cannot be too high, and it cannot be a nephew of the Wu family. Ordinary people are too much of a joke, so it must be a low-ranking official." Shanghai Wanner said, "You used to be a worker at the Xiuwen workshop, a monk at the White Horse Temple, and a soldier of the Imperial Army. Your Kuju and Jiju are famous in Luojing, and you have a large number of fans. Not only can you represent the people, but you can also easily gather people from all walks of life to lead the persuasion. This is completely different from the first merit. As long as you can make this contribution, you will soon become an official of the people." Yang Fan said, "Meritorious service is also a talent. Just leading the persuasion will make me an official of the people?" Shanghai Wanner smiled and said softly, "Lang Jun, have you not heard of the story of buying a horse's bones with 1,000 pieces of gold?" Yang Fan suddenly understood. He thought for a while and slowly asked, "Then what is the second method?" Shanghai Wanner's eyes flashed with a strange light. She asked, "Lang Jun, you are not willing to persuade the people? Do you also think that a woman seizes the dawn, only the family rope?" Yang Fan shook his head and said, "In this world, is it important whether the Li or the Wu family is the emperor? Is it important whether the emperor is a man or a woman? I don't think so. As long as he is a good emperor who can bring happiness to the world, what does it matter? When I was in Nanyang, I saw some small countries where women were the kings. The people lived and worked in peace, and the sky did not fall. However, using persuasion as a way to advance is a shortcut, but also a dangerous one. When I was in Nanyang, I had a very insightful elder who taught me a lot about how to behave and how to do things. He also told me about the world's events from ancient times until now. Since ancient times, those who used this shortcut to advance to the top did not have a good ending. A person with no foundation suddenly stepped on the heads of countless people and became their natural enemy. Especially now, cruel officials were running amok in the imperial court, and the various powers were tangled and complicated. It was even more dangerous to be in such a high position. Besides, if I use this method to get promoted, I will be looked down upon by others. If I become an official who is looked down upon, I will not be happy, and one will not be happy either." Shangguan Wanner happily said, "Wanner is also worried about this, but I haven't had time to tell Lang Jun about the pros and cons of this matter. I didn't expect Lang Jun to be able to see through the mystery, and see through it so clearly." "Don't flatter me," Yang Fan said with a laugh. "I don't know much about the officialdom. How can I have this kind of ability? You only need to say it, and I can see the pros and cons clearly. In fact, it's because you said just now that you've thought of two methods, and that the other one is more difficult and requires careful consideration. If there were no downsides to this method of persuading Warner to be promoted with Warner's intelligence, why would she spend so much effort to think of a second method? It was because I remembered what you said that I was certain that this method must be accompanied by great benefits and great harm. So I racked my brain to think of what's so bad about it. Shangguan Warner pursed her lips and smiled. Lang Jun, you don't have to be so modest. Although it's like that, how many people would think about the disadvantages of this method of promotion? Lang Jun is so young, but your mind is so meticulous, you really can't be compared to an ordinary man. Yang Fan grabbed her slender waist and said with a smile, if it was an ordinary man, how could he enter Shangguan Daizhao's eyes? Shangguan Warner looked up and pouted coquettishly. You still call me Shangguan Daizhao? Yang Fan said, I won't call you that. I'll only call you Warner, my good Warner. He lowered his head and caught her cherry lips, teasing her with his tongue. Shangguan Warner's delicate body softened, and she panted and collapsed into his arms. Her charming eyes were like silk, and then she asked, Warner, what's the second method? Shangguan Warner's body went limp. She felt that as soon as he kissed her, there was an indescribable sweetness in her body. She was 25 years old, and this was the first time she had experienced such a feeling of floating in the air. After Yang Fan finished his question, Warner was still lying on his lap, like she was drunk. After a while, she gently hit him and pouted coquettishly, Bad man, you've made me so confused. How can I talk? Who said that this little girl didn't understand the matters between a man and a woman. After all, she was a mature girl. The only thing she lacked was this kind of knowledge. Now that she was teased a little, she naturally glowed with all kinds of amorous feelings. If her naivety in love was a little more mature, it was unknown how charming she would be. Shangguan Warner sat up and tidied her hair. Then she said, the other method is more difficult. Now, I only have a general idea. As for how to do it, I need to think about it carefully. Yang Fan said, tell me about it. Warner sorted out her thoughts and said slowly, the second method, I think, is to continue to develop in the army. But I need to transfer the 16 guards of the Southern Office to the Northern Office. Although Yang Fan was now a member of the Royal Army, he didn't know the complicated relationship of the Royal Army. He couldn't help but wonder, the Northern Office? Warner nodded and said, yes, the 16 guards of the Southern Office need to be approved by the Ministry of War even if the Empress mobilizes them. And the Northern Office, to be exact, is the Emperor's private army. This private army has existed since the founding of the Tang Dynasty. It was originally the 30,000 elite troops who followed Emperor Gaozu in Taiyuan. After the founding of the Tang Dynasty, this army is independent of all other armies. Even the Ministry of War can't command it. It only listens to the Emperor and acts according to the Tiger Seal. It is called the Yuan Tsong Imperial Army. When Emperor Taizong was in power, he selected 100 elite guards from the Yuan Tsong Imperial Army to guard the Xuanwu Gate. They wore tiger skin clothes and rode on horses, so they are called 100 Horsemen. Shangguan Warner said sweetly, you are a big horseman, and you will be on duty every 3 months. Eventually, you will be transferred out of the palace. Once you are transferred to the Northern Office Imperial Army, you will be the Empress's private army and can stay in the palace. And once you become one of the 100 Horsemen, you will be the Empress's private guard. You can walk freely in the palace, and there will be fewer restrictions. Yang Fan just knew that there were so many tricks in it. Seeing Shanghai Warner talking proudly, he couldn't help scratching her nose gently and said with a smile, in this way, I can see Warner often, right? Shanghai Wanner smiled mischievously and said in a sweet voice, "No, they said that once you become 100 horsemen, it will be much easier for you to be promoted than the generals of the Southern Office. The Northern Office Imperial Army is actually the Emperor's private army, but nominally it is attached to the Yulin Guard. The general of the Yulin Guard is Wu Yui, the nephew of the Empress. The general of the left Yulin Guard is Yen Jingrong, and the general of the right Yulin Guard is Li Duozhua. In fact, Li Duozhua and Yen Jingrong can only mobilize the ordinary Yulin Guard. Only Wu Yui has the right to mobilize the Yuan Tsong Imperial Army, which is the strongest and most powerful. Have you heard of the Plum Blossom Internal Guard? The Plum Blossom Internal Guard is also a part of the Yuan Tsong Imperial Army. Do you understand how much power they have now?" Yang Fan nodded solemnly. Shanghai Wanner frowned slightly and said, "It's just that after becoming a Yuan Tsong Imperial Army, it's not easy to be promoted step by step and become the trusted commander of the Emperor's trusted army. I haven't thought about how to make Lang Jun stand out in the Yuan Tsong Imperial Army." Yang Fan gently put his arm around her shoulder and comforted her. "This kind of thing can't be arranged by you. I'm a man. If I rely on you for everything, how can it be? You've shown me the way. If I walk on this road and climb this mountain, I still have to rely on my own efforts. I don't believe that I'm worse than others." Yang Fan gently sighed and let her head lean on his chest. He looked at the clear moon in the sky and the faintly discernible stars. For a moment, he was filled with lofty sentiments. From now on, he had another goal in life. He wanted to kill his enemy, find his little sister, marry his woman, and work hard to become an official, a high-ranking official. Shanghai Wanna looked at his handsome and energetic face with fascination. His eyes were confident and firm. She was gratified and said, "Yes, I believe in Lang Jun's ability. Lang Jun doesn't need to worry too much. As long as we have the heart to seize every opportunity, it shouldn't take too long." She gently leaned on Yang Fan's chest and murmured, "In order to make the Empress, the Emperor, there will inevitably be a reign of terror in the court. There will be many vacancies, and many opportunities will appear." It was a light sentence, but it was like a clap of thunder in a silent place. The sea of officialdom had been quietly stirred up, but Wanner didn't want to think about this. This was not something she could control. These years, she had seen too many ups and downs of life and death. The only thing she wanted was to protect herself and the people she cared about in this turbulent time. Since the day she became a palace slave, there were very few people she cared about in this world. Now, there was one more person she cared about in this world, her man. Wanner gently sighed and buried her head deep in Yang Fan's chest. Listening to his powerful heartbeat, she suddenly felt a peace in her heart that she had never felt before. Perhaps this was happiness? A wisp of cloud passed by in the sky. The moonlight cast mottled shadows in the forest. Wanner only hoped that time would stop at this moment, but she knew in her heart that it was time for her to go back. I'm going back." Yang Fan accompanied Wanner until they were a stone's throw away from Taiping's residence. If they went any further, there might be soldiers patrolling, and they would inevitably be seen. Shanghai Wanna stopped and reluctantly said to Yang Fan. On the way back, her little hand was held by Yang Fan. It was as if she had become a delicate little woman. She liked the feeling of her hand being held by his broad and strong hand. Yang Fan nodded and said in a low voice, "I don't know when it will be convenient to see you again." Shanghai Wanner was satisfied with her lover's attachment to her. Her eyes were full of hope, and she smiled sweetly. "I will think of a way. Let's go. If we delay any longer, I'm afraid Taiping will be suspicious." Yang Fan nodded. Shanghai Wanner gently pulled her hand out of his hand and took 2 steps back. She looked at him affectionately and turned to step onto the small path that led to the mountain gate. Shanghai Wanner, wearing a light-colored apricot yellow dress, was bathed in the hazy starlight and moonlight. She was like a fairy walking on the waves. Chapter 168. On the same night, on the shore of Chiu Lake, a Wu boat swayed gently on the surface of the lake in the spring breeze. Suddenly, a hurried bell rang, and a ray of light from the cabin shone on the deck. There was a thin rope tied to the side of the ship, and there was a bell hanging on the thin rope. At this moment, the thin rope was stretched taut, and the other end was far away in the water. The bell kept ringing along with the rapid trembling of the thin rope. Ha ha ha! It's hooked! With a burst of old and loud laughter, a short and fat old man, wearing a round neck robe and barefooted, hurriedly ran to the deck with a book in his hand. When he saw the urgent ringing of the bell, he hurriedly threw the book to the side and hurriedly pulled the rope from the water. 2 more people came out from behind him. One was a strong, dark, skinny man who ran forward to help him pull the rope. The other was a pretty girl dressed in green. She rolled up the bamboo curtain unhurriedly and tied the rope to the frame of the cabin door. The cabin lights illuminated the bow of the ship. With the help of the man, the old man pulled the rope to the bow of the ship, and a lively big grass carp was pulled onto the ship by him. This big grass carp weighed about 30 to 40 pounds, and it jumped with all its might, almost pulling the fat old man down. The fat old man saw that the big fish was already on the ship, and there was no need to worry about it escaping again. He laughed and said complacently, "How is it? How is it? What did I say? I said we can catch fish without fishing gear, right? Ha ha ha." The old man put his hands on his waist, which was so fat that it was almost impossible to see his curves, and laughed complacently. The big grass carp slapped under his feet, and the strength was so great that it made the cabin slightly shake. The light shone on the fat old man's face. His hair and beard were already 80% white, and he had a round, slightly dark face. His face was plump, and his eyes were full of spirit, giving people a gentle and generous feeling. He didn't know how to trim his beard, and it matched his fluffy and slightly crooked hair bun. He was completely slovenly. Ha! A Lang really has a way to catch fish like this. The lean man grabbed a clothes hammering rod and hit the fish's head hard a few times. The fat grass carp finally stopped jumping around. He then bent down and deftly untied the rope. He took off the fish hook and the bell, rinsed them with water, and handed them to the fat old man. He then excitedly picked up the big fish. The fat old man picked up the bell, shook the water inside, and handed it to the girl in green, saying, "Chanwan, the bell is back to you." The pretty girl in green took the bell from the fat old man's hand, squatted down, rolled up her trouser leg, and hung it back on the bell. The old man also pulled a thin rope from the side of his collar. There was a small loop at the end of the rope. The fish hook in the old man's hand had a hook, and as soon as it was hooked onto the iron loop, it was stuck. Nobody knew what it was for. The old man rubbed his hands and smiled as he urged the thin man, Sheng, quickly clean up the fish and stew it for this old man to drink. Chanwan, quickly go and make the fire bigger. This old man is almost drooling." The pretty girl in green pursed her lips, smiled, and went back into the cabin. The strong man called Sheng pulled out a sharp knife from his waist and began to slaughter the fat fish at the bow. The fat old man squatted at the side like a child, as if Sheng could immediately clean up the fish if he didn't blink. Sheng slaughtered the fat fish and muttered, "The Empress is summoning Lang back to the capital. This is such a big matter. Why is Lang not in a hurry? We've been walking and stopping along the way, and only now have we arrived at Haiyang County." There's still a long way to go before we reach Luojing. The fat old man glared at him and said, "The Empress is summoning me back to the capital, and I'm not even in a hurry. Why are you in such a hurry?" Seeing Ah Sheng skinning the fish, the old man sighed again, looked up at the direction of Luoyang, and murmured, "The weather is going to change." Ah Sheng buried his head in slaughtering the fish and said, "It can't be. The weather looked very clear in the evening, and it shouldn't turn cloudy." The old man ignored him, stroked his beard, and said leisurely, "When the weather changes, there will be a storm of blood. If we arrive a few days later, we will have less of the fishy smell on us. What's wrong with that?" Ah Sheng looked up and saw the old man stroking his messy beard. He couldn't help but say, "Ah Lang, you haven't washed your hands when you caught the fish just now, and now you've stroked your beard." Ah, sure enough. The fat old man was shocked and quickly ran to the side, picked up a wooden bucket with a rope, went to the lake and filled a bucket with water, and then washed his beard. By the time he finished washing his beard, Ah Sheng had already packed the fish and sent it to Chanwan. The fat old man's face was covered in water, and there were still droplets of water dripping down from his beard, wetting the front of his shirt. He ignored it, and only leaned on the side of the boat, looking into the distance, thinking about something. Ah Sheng walked to his side, followed his gaze, and looked into the distance. There was nothing to see, so he leaned on the side of the boat and said to the fat old man, "Lang, the Empress has summoned you back to the capital. Is there a big use for you?" The fat old man made a "has" sound, but didn't say anything. Ah Sheng scratched his head and said, "Since Ah Lang isn't in a hurry to return to the capital, why are we hanging around Lake Chiu? Zhongli is not far from here, and Ah Lang has a cousin who lives in Zhongli. Why don't we go there and be guests for a few days?" The fat old man shook his head lightly and said sadly, "The Empress is in power, and Li Tang's royal family is declining day by day. Di Renjia, as a minister, can't support Li Tang's legitimacy, and I'm not willing to resign to show my noble aspirations. My cousin, Fang Zheng, is not good and is quite dissatisfied with me. Why should I go there and ask for trouble?" So this person was Di Renjia. When he said this old man, who had been like an old urchin with a pure heart from the moment he rushed to the bow of the boat, had a hint of heaviness and desolation in his tone, and a hint of seriousness in his expression. He was silent for a moment, and suddenly laughed. He pointed to the flickering silver snakes in front of him, and asked, "Ah Sheng, do you know what is the strongest thing in this world?" Shu Sheng didn't waste his time thinking, and directly answered, "I don't know." Di Renjia looked into the distance and said in a clear voice, "It's water. The hardest thing is easy to break, and the best is like water. Water lives in a good place, and its heart is kind. With good people, it speaks with good words, governs with good governance, does things with good ability, and acts with good timing. On the surface, it looks very weak, but its goal has never changed. No matter how many twists and turns it takes, it will eventually reach the place it wants to go." Shu Sheng said, "Water actually has so many tricks." Di Renjia sniffed and said, "Not only that, water can also be used to clean the beard. It can also be used to stew fish. This old man can already smell the fragrance. Quickly bring out the jar of Jiannan roasted spring that Envoy Lu gave to this old man." After a moment of desolation, old Di's face revealed an optimistic and cynical expression. He pulled out 2 thin ropes from under his collar and tied them around his ears. 2 silver hooks hung down, and then he separated his beard and hung it on the hooks. So the hooks he used to fish were actually his beard hooks. By the riverbank of Yi River, Wu Zetian was half lying on a bamboo couch, and a fishing rod was fixed to the side of the bamboo couch. Above her head was a yellow umbrella, providing shade for her, and the warm sunlight shone on her legs. The dark green water was very calm, and occasionally a light breeze would blow, and a fishing float would float on the surface of the water. The noble princess hurried over with small steps. Hearing the movement, Wu Zetian opened her eyes slightly. Seeing that she had arrived, she lazily said, "My dear daughter, what have you been doing so early in the morning? We have already caught 3 fish, and you have only just arrived." The noble princess laughed. Even if I had rushed to fish last night, I could not have caught more than the heavenly empress." She sat on the bed beside the couch and leaned forward and said to Wu Zetian, "Yesterday, didn't the heavenly empress say that she wanted to find a suitable husband for Taiping? How could I dare not to take it seriously? Yesterday, when I went back, I asked people to pick out all the men in the capital who are qualified to support Taiping. Didn't I choose them all morning?" Oh, hearing this, Wu Zetian sat up with great interest and said happily, "Have you chosen?" The noble princess said, "I have carefully chosen all morning and have chosen 5 men. Heavenly Empress, please listen and see which one is suitable." Wu Zetian laughed. All right, speak." Saying this, she waved her hand, and the pretty maid serving her, Tuan Er, quickly presented a bowl of fermented rice. Tuan Er was Empress Wu's trusted maid, and she took care of Empress Wu's daily needs. With just a look from Wu Zetian, she would know what Empress Wu needed, and thus she was the most favored by Empress Wu. Wu Zetian drank a mouthful of fermented rice and said to the noble princess, "Tell me, I want to know which family's son has this good fortune." The noble princess said with a smile, "The first one is the minister-counselor of the Shangshu province, Ni Ming. He is only 27 years old this year and is already a secondary class 6th rank official. He works in the Shangshu province and is young and promising. This Ni Ming originally had a wife, but because he did not have any children, he divorced her, and now he is still single." Wu Zetian frowned slightly and said, "Ni Ming, surnamed Ni? It doesn't sound like he is from a noble family." The noble princess hurriedly said, "Yes, this Ni Ming is from an ordinary family, but he is talented and learned." Wu Zetian waved her hand slightly and said unhappily, "No, how can my beloved daughter marry a commoner from a poor family? Who is next?" Wu Zetian placed great importance on one's family background, although when she was in power, in order to fight against the Shandong great families and Guanlong great families, she had promoted some of the children of the concubines. However, this was only for political purposes. Wu Zetian, who was born into a noble family, looked down on the poor people of the concubines. In the beginning, when her beloved daughter, Princess Taiping, married Xue Xiao, Wu Zetian even despised Xue Xiao's 2 sisters-in-law, who were of humble birth, and did not deserve to be her daughter's sisters-in-law. She issued an edict to force Xue Xiao's 2 elder brothers to divorce their wives. Fortunately, Xue Xiao's 2 elder brothers were deeply in love with their wives and could not bear to abandon them. They hurriedly verified that their wives came from a noble family in Jiangnan, and only then did they let it go. Even her daughter's sisters-in-law came from a poor family, and she was not willing to accept it. So how could she let her daughter marry a commoner? Therefore, the noble princess only said half of what she wanted to say before she was vetoed. The noble princess awkwardly said, These people that you have chosen in terms of appearance, character, and learning, they are all flawless, but their background." Wu Zetian said, "Could it be that the 5 people that you have carefully selected are all from poor families, and not a single one is from a noble family?" Chapter 169. The noble princess said slowly, If one's family background is also suitable, I do have another candidate. It's just that this person was originally ranked the last of the 5 by me. Compared to the others in other aspects, he seems to be slightly inferior." Wu Zetian said disapprovingly, "Since this person is from an aristocratic family, how can he be inferior to those from poor families? Who are you talking about?" The noble princess smiled and said, This person is your nephew, Empress Wu Qingxi, Minister Wu. Wu Zetian was stunned and said in surprise, Qingxi? The noble princess said, yes, in terms of status, those people naturally can't be compared to Wu. Or in terms of family background, talent, and ability, they can't even be compared. However, Wu Xiang's age was slightly older. Taiping is only 24, while Minister Wu is already in his early 40s. Qingxi, Wu Zetian didn't listen to what she said and started thinking. Li Lingyue was her most beloved daughter. Her daughter lost her husband. Of course, as a mother, she would be concerned. Moreover, her daughter's husband was killed on her order, so she felt even more apologetic towards her daughter, so she wanted to make it up to her. However, because Xue Xiao had died not long ago, she also knew that her daughter and Xue Xiao were deeply in love. Xue Xiao's death must have hurt her deeply, so she didn't intend to find another husband for her so soon, and didn't think about who was more suitable. Now that the noble princess mentioned Wu Qingxi, it evoked another layer of her thoughts. Wu Zetian thought to herself, I'm about to ascend the throne and become the emperor. Once I become the emperor, the Li family's empire will belong to the Wu family. This child Lingyue has always been proud and arrogant. How can she stand being left out? If she marries a nephew of the Wu family, then she will be the daughter-in-law of the Wu family. A daughter married out is like water spilled out. Speaking of which, she will be considered a member of the Wu family. Moreover, if Lingyue marries the son of the Wu family, Wu and Li will become one. Then, Wu Zetian looked at her daughter with satisfaction. If it wasn't for her daughter's idea, she wouldn't have thought of this point. This way, she could solve her daughter's lifelong problem. After changing the world, she wouldn't have to worry about her daughter being suppressed and persecuted by the Wu clan. Moreover, it would greatly benefit her in obtaining the support of the world's people. It was truly killing 3 birds with 1 stone. The more Wu Zetian thought about it, the happier she became. Regarding the inheritance of the throne, although others had all kinds of speculations, she had never thought of passing it on to her daughter. Just like how Wu Zetian valued the children of the concubines, in her heart, she still valued the great family. Although she wanted to become the emperor as a woman, she had never thought about having a female crown prince. Wu Zetian was not a feminist. She only wanted to become an empress because of her personal power and status. She had no intention of changing the status of women in the world. In her mind, letting her daughter become the daughter-in-law of the Wu family was undoubtedly the best way for her daughter. Wu Zetian nodded as a joyful smile appeared on her face. Good, very good. Qingxi is a good child. His status is also suitable for your daughter. The princess said, Yes, I also think so. It's just that the age gap is a little big. Wu Zetian rolled her eyes at her and said, A man is 10 years older than a woman, so they are of the same age. Qingxi is only 41 this year, and your daughter is 24 this year. Yes, almost the same. A good match. A very good match. Wu Zetian did what she thought. She happily turned her head and called out, Tuan, go. Summon Taiping to see me. Yes, your majesty. The princess's face quietly flashed a touch of pride. I won't marry. I said marry, so you must marry. I would rather die. Even if you die, you must be buried in the Wu family's ancestral grave and become the daughter-in-law of the Wu family. Princess Taiping was summoned in front of Wu Zetian. When she heard that she was going to marry Wu Qingxi, she was immediately angry. Wu Zetian's character was very strong. Seeing that her daughter was so stubborn, she could not help but be furious. After a few words, the mother and daughter were at a stalemate. The princess saw that the mother and daughter were at a stalemate and hurriedly comforted. Empress, please calm down. Taiping, The Empress is doing this for your own good. Besides, Minister Wu's status is also suitable for you. His character and appearance are also not bad. Princess Taiping looked at her coldly. Taiping was not angry, but when she was angry, there was a sense of majesty. Her demeanor was very similar to her mother's. The princess felt a chill in her heart and could not say anything. Princess Taiping looked at Wu Zetian and said sadly, "Mother, children's lives are decided by their parents." Her daughter's lifelong partner was chosen by her mother, but her daughter's lifelong husband was also personally ordered to be killed by her mother. Now, mother wants me to marry someone, but do I like this person? Princess Taiping looked straight at Wu Zetian and looked gloomy. It is said that mother loves me the most. But I want to ask mother, when you ordered my husband to be killed, did you care about me? Now, mother wants to choose Wu Qingxi as my husband. How much of it is for me? Wu Zetian was unable to restrain her anger. She slapped the table and said, "If it is not for you, then who is it for? How do you know about my painstaking efforts?" Princess Taiping shook her head lightly and said bitterly, "I do not know about mother's painstaking efforts, and I do not want to know. I only know that if it was not for mother's painstaking efforts, I would not have lost my husband, and my children would not have lost their father. Mother's painstaking efforts. I really do not want to accept it anymore. You disobedient child." Wu Zetian was so angry that she trembled. Princess Taiping bowed to Wu Zetian slowly and said in a very light and cold voice, "If mother wants me to marry, I would rather become a nun again." Princess Taiping slowly straightened her back and waved her sleeves to leave. Princess Taiping looked at Princess Taiping, who left decisively, and then looked at Wu Zetian, who was so angry that she did not know what to say. Princess Taiping is going to pack up and return to Luoyang. A little palace maid hurriedly ran into Shanghai Wan Er's meditation room and reported to her. Shanghai Wan Er put down the memorial and said in surprise, "Didn't Princess say that she would stay in Dragon Gate for a few days? Why did she leave? Is there anything urgent in the city?" The little palace maid said, "I don't know. Her Highness was summoned in the morning. Her Highness came back angrily and immediately ordered people to pack up and leave Dragon Gate." Oh, Shanghai Wan Er frowned and thought for a while. She put down the brush and stood up, saying, Let's go see the princess." On the bank of Yi River, Princess Taiping angrily boarded a gaily painted boat with a large group of servants and ordered, "Weigh the anchor. I want to leave immediately." The boatman did not know why Princess Taiping wanted to leave in a hurry. Seeing her unhappy face, he did not dare to say anything. He hurriedly obeyed the order and set sail to leave Dragon Gate. Shanghai Wan rushed back to Princess Taiping's residence, but there was nothing. When she rushed to the bank of Yi River, she saw a big ship with its huge sail open and 2 arrows away. Along the Yi River, a large ship was sailing towards them. When it reached the checkpoint on the water, it anchored and stopped. The right guard commander, Wu Yuji, watched the large ship stop. Holding his sword, he boarded the ship with a heavy expression. Beside him, a thin man in green with long eyebrows bent his back slightly. He did not move an inch away from him and whispered, "General, this is the order of Minister Wu, and Minister Wu, you." Wu Yuji raised his hand, and the man did not speak. He just coldly winked at the guards behind Wu Yuji. At the bow of the ship, a general had already come to greet them. As soon as he saw Wu Yuji, he immediately bowed. "Subordinate Hu Biao greets General Wu?" Wu Yuji nodded with a sullen face and asked, "Has Prince of Sun been brought back?" The green-clothed, thin-faced man at the side emphasized coldly, "General, Li Sujie is now a criminal, not Prince of Sun." Wu Yuji glanced at him and did not speak. The armored general cupped his fists and said, "Li Sujia and all his family have been brought back." The corner of Wu Yuji's eyes twitched, and he said in a deep voice, "Take them to the deck." The green-clothed, thin-faced man laughed coldly. His surname was Li Gui, and he was Wu Sanxi's personal attendant. Therefore, although he was domineering, the cowardly Wu Yuji did not dare to offend him easily. The Prince of Sun that Wu Yuji asked about was called Li Sujia, the fourth son of Emperor Gaozong. His biological mother was Consort Xiaoshu. At the age of 6, he was conferred the title of Prince of Yong and Governor of Yong Province. At the age of 12, he was conferred the title of Prince of Sun and transferred to Qizhou Provincial Governor. After his mother, Consort Xiaoshu, was killed by Wu Zetian, he was demoted to Shenzhou Provincial Governor. After that, he was transferred many times and was Shuzhou Provincial Governor before he was arrested. Zhou Xing secretly reported that Prince of Sun, Li Sujia, and Prince of Zhe, Li Shangjin, had rebelled, and Wu Zetian issued an edict to make fun of them. Prince of Sun, Li Sujia, and his family were escorted to the capital, and they happened to pass through Longmen. Because Wu Zetian was now enjoying spring at Longmen, the criminals were escorted directly here. After a while, there was a clatter of iron shackles, and a group of people were escorted out of the cabin. These people were men and women, old and young, dressed in different clothes. Some were in official clothes, some were in casual clothes, and some were in casual clothes. It was obvious that they were in different environments when they were arrested. Some were arrested outside, and some were arrested in the bedroom of the inner residence. They didn't even have time to change their clothes. As soon as they stepped on the deck, the sunlight was a little dazzling. As soon as they came out, they all narrowed their eyes. One of them was a middle-aged talent with a clear face, 3 strands of beard under his chin, and a delicate and pretty appearance. He looked to be in his 40s and was Prince of Sun, Li Sujia. Prince of Sun narrowed his eyes slightly and waited until he slowly adapted to the sunlight before casting his gaze on Wu Yuji. He didn't know Wu Yuji. When he was still a teenager, he went to the local government to be an official. Later, Wu Zetian became the empress. Because she hated his mother, Consort Xiaoshu, she ordered him not to return to the 2 capitals. From then on, this was the first time he had returned to Luoyang in more than 20 years. The Prince of Sun thought that when they arrived at the dock, they would take him ashore and put him in prison. But when he looked around, it was just a sentry post in the middle of the river, and there were many murderous soldiers surrounding them. He couldn't help but be a little stunned. His wife, concubines, and children saw the unkind expressions of the soldiers and couldn't help but gather around him in fear. Wu Yuji looked at the old and young family, his expression full of struggle, and didn't say a word for a long time. Li Gui took a step forward and said gloomily, "General Wu." He deliberately emphasized the word Wu. Wu Yuji's body trembled when he heard this. He suddenly clenched the hilt of his sword and said in a deep voice, "By imperial edict, Li Sujia conspires against the law. Immediately, all the men in the family are to be sentenced to death. The women are to be palace slaves." Chapter 170. Li Sujia, the Prince of Sun, already had an ominous feeling when he saw the situation around him, but he still didn't dare to imagine that with his status as a prince of the Tang dynasty, he would be executed without trial. Hearing Wu Yuji's words, the Prince of Sun was shocked and said in horror, "Sujia is a member of the imperial family, a prince of the Tang dynasty. You dare?" Before Wu Yuji could answer, Li Gui stepped forward and shouted, "What are you waiting for? The general has already given the order. Why don't you act?" The warriors behind Wu Yuji swarmed forward and took down all the men of the Li family present. Li Sujia had a total of 13 sons, the oldest of whom was already an adult, and the youngest was still in swaddling clothes. They were also taken from their mother's hands. The women and the young children were so frightened that they burst into tears. Li Sujia's arms were firmly clasped, and his eyes were red. With tears in his eyes, he shouted with grief and indignation, "This is the Empress Dowager's order. Isn't it? Isn't it?" Wu Yuji kept his mouth shut. Li Gui laughed. "What? Are you planning to lodge a complaint in the netherworld? Humph. Do it. Hang his sons first. Hang them one by one." As Li Gui spoke, the shallow pockmarks on his face became particularly obvious because of the swelling and redness of his face. He seemed to be particularly interested in the cruel scene. "Wait!" Wu Yuji shouted, and stopped the soldier's actions. Li Gui suddenly turned to him, his eyes as gloomy as a spitting poisonous snake. "What does the general mean? Could it be you want to defy the will of the emperor?" Wu Yuji was well aware that this was a prince who was accused of rebellion and then executed without teaching. But he was even more clear that he couldn't disobey. Although this order came from Wu Qingxi and Wu Sanxi, it must be Wu Zetian's intention. Otherwise, even Wu Qingxi and Wu Sanxi would never dare to give such an order. If he didn't obey, he would be abandoned by the entire family. Wu Yuji gritted his teeth, suddenly turned around, waved his hand, and shouted, "There is an order of seniority. There is a distinction between superiors and subordinates. First, give Li Sujia death." What kind of cruel devastation was it for a father to watch his own flesh and blood being hanged? And he didn't just have one child, but 13. From big to small, from adults to babies, there were a total of 13 sons. The Prince of Zun had to watch helplessly as his 13 sons were hanged one by one. Wu Yuji shuddered at the thought of that resentment. The only mercy he could spare was to execute Li Sujia first. A piece of white silk was wrapped around Li Sujia's neck. Li Sujia looked up to the sky and howled in grief. "I, Li Tang, am a member of the royal family, a descendant of the royal family. When have I been reduced to a lowly dog? Heavens!" Before he could finish his sorrowful cry, the white silk around his neck tightened. 2 strong men, one on the left and one on the right, with their feet in a horse stance, their hands tightened on the white silk, causing it to creak. Li Sujia's face flushed red, her eyes almost popping out of their sockets. The white silk creaked and twisted. After a long time, Li Sujia was like a taut string that suddenly snapped, suddenly softening. The white silk was still twisting, and the women's hoarse cries and shouts could be heard from the side, as well as the frightened cries of Li Sujia's young sons. The crown prince of Zun and several of his brothers wanted to struggle and resist, but they were shackled and their arms were twisted tightly by the strong soldiers, so they couldn't move at all. Wu Yuji didn't dare to look at this scene at all. He had already walked to the side of the boat and looked out at the leisurely river, refusing to look back. Li Gui secretly curled his lips and thought, "Trash! Your surname is also Wu." He waved his hand, and as soon as the 2 strong men let go, Li Sujia fell to the ground. According to the rules, he should cover his face with a wet towel in case the hanged person's life was great, and he could still catch his breath. But when Li Sujia fell to the ground, the white silk was pulled back, and his head was twisted at a strange angle. It was clear that the 2 strong men had used too much strength and had broken his neck. Li Gui chuckled and waved his hand. "Well, it's time to send our crown prince of Zun on his way." Wu Yuji, who turned his head to look at the water and didn't dare to look back, heard this, and the corners of his eyes twitched a few times. Next, Li Gui looked at these phoenix children and dragon grandchildren, whimpering and dying at his feet like dogs, and faintly felt a kind of morbid pleasure. Just at this time, Princess Taiping's pleasure boat slowly sailed over from the opposite side. Princess Taiping stood at the bow of the boat, the wind constantly blowing up her clothes, but her mood slowly calmed down. When she first boarded the boat, she was inexplicably angry, but as the anger disappeared, it was replaced by a bellyful of sadness. Li Tang's royal family was like a big tree whose branches were constantly being sawed off, leaving only a bare trunk. It would soon wither, rot, and collapse, but she could only watch helplessly. It was her biological mother who dug the grave for the Tang dynasty. She couldn't and was powerless to stop it. She was also a descendant of the Li family. How could she feel good watching this? And what about herself? She was also hurt by her mother again and again. Her mother loved her dearly. There was no doubt that compared to her brothers, whom her mother would kill whenever she wanted to and who did not have a shred of motherly affection, she undoubtedly received her mother's special love and protection. However, compared to her mother's love for power and position, what was she worth? Her mother clearly knew that her husband did not participate in the rebellion, but in order to make an example of him to others, just to frighten people, even if he was her beloved daughter's husband, she could still kill him without mercy. Xue Xiao was still alive and did not hinder her mother's great cause. But just to make others more afraid, and more intensely show that those who opposed her would die, she did not hesitate to let her own daughter become a widow. She closed the palace door and kept her daughter outside. At that time, she was holding her child who was just a month old. Mother cried, child cried. Both mother and son cried until they breathed their last. Now, the mother wanted to marry her daughter off to her nephew. Yes, what a good plan this was. The daughter-in-law of the Li family took away the Li family's empire. The son-in-law of the Li family sat on the Li family's empire. In order for her to sit on the throne, she ruthlessly took away her daughter's son-in-law. In order for the descendants of the Wu family to sit on the throne, she forcibly gave her daughter a son-in-law. Tears gradually condensed into beads of tears in Princess Taiping's eyes. She closed her eyes slightly, and 2 crystal tears fell. At this moment, a cry drifted into her ears along with the wind. Princess Taiping suddenly opened her eyes and saw a large ship anchored in front of her. It was a battleship, and Princess Taiping was on a gaily painted pleasure boat. The gaily painted pleasure boat was a multi-story ship, 1 story higher than the battleship. Princess Taiping looked down and saw that the deck of the battleship in front of her was full of corpses. Bai Ling. Bai Ling was sentenced to death. Could it be an ordinary person? Princess Taiping's heart moved. She immediately pointed to the battleship and ordered, "Meet them." Stop. The big ship approached. Because it stopped too quickly, the 2 ships collided slightly, and the people on both ships shook slightly. At this time, the soldiers on the battleship were putting white silk around the neck of a 9-year-old boy. This was the 10th son of Li Sujia, the Prince of Zun. On the deck, there were dead bodies lying on the ground. Li Sujia and his 9 sons had all been hanged. Seeing the tragic situation on the deck, Princess Taiping held the side of the ship with her hand. Before the big ship stopped completely, she shouted to stop the soldiers' actions. 2 maids next to her lifted the footboard and slammed it on the side of the ship, causing the battleship to shake. The plank was made of solid wood and was extremely heavy. Moreover, it was often soaked in water, so it was even heavier. Normally, it would take 7 or 8 sailors on the ship to lift the plank off the ship. Who would have thought that the 2 strong and stocky women by Princess Taiping's side would unexpectedly have such extraordinary strength, which made those sailors endlessly stunned? Princess Taiping stepped onto the footboard and walked to the bow of the battleship. She looked at the dead bodies on the ground and asked sternly, "Who are the dead? Why are you lynching them here?" Wu Yuji had already turned around when he heard the movement. Seeing the many dead bodies on the ground with their tongues sticking out and their eyes glaring, Wu Yuji was frightened and didn't dare to look anymore. He hurriedly stepped forward and saluted Princess Taiping, saying, "General Wu Yuji greets Princess Taiping." The Wu family had many sons and nephews. Princess Taiping had seen Wu Yuji several times, but she couldn't remember his name. However, from the contact with those palace gatherings, she roughly understood this Wu Yuji. He was different from Wu Sanxi, Wu Qingxi, and the others. He was more reserved and docile, so she found him pleasing to the eye. She nodded and said, "So it's General Wu. What's going on? Who are the dead?" Wu Yuji said, "Princess, the dead are Prince of Zun, Li Sujia, and his son." Hearing this, Princess Taiping felt a chill in her heart. When Li Sujia's concubine, Lady Yun, heard that the person who came was Princess Taiping, she immediately struggled out from the hands of a soldier and threw herself on her knees, begging, "Princess, please save your nephew. Please save your nephew." Her son was the boy who had just been hanged. Seeing that her son was about to be hanged, Lady Yun felt as if her heart was being cut by a knife, but she was powerless to save him. Now that she heard that Princess Taiping had arrived, even if the hope was slim, she couldn't care less. She knocked her head on the ground a few times and hurriedly pulled her son to kneel down, saying anxiously, "Stupid son, quickly kneel down. This is your aunt. Quickly beg your aunt to save your life." The child was already scared silly. Hearing his mother's words, he knelt down with a thud. The mother and son kowtowed like pounding garlic, banging on the deck. In a short moment, his forehead was already dripping with blood. Only Lady Yun was begging. The child was so scared that he couldn't speak. He only knew to follow his mother and kowtow, kowtowing hard. Princess Taiping's heart trembled. As soon as she asked about the identity of the dead, she knew that this matter could not have been Wu Yuji's private execution. Prince of Zun, Li Sujia, was her half-brother. Because of the hatred between their mothers, her relationship with this brother was very cold since childhood, but after all, they were of the same bloodline. A prince of the Tang dynasty, who should have been the most distinguished person, was now strangled here like a dog. As a member of the Li family and a son of the royal family, Princess Taiping couldn't help but feel a sense of sympathy for the death of a rabbit. Especially the scene of Lady Yun and her son and other concubines and daughters of Prince of Zun kneeling down and begging made her even more miserable. She was also a mother, and just a year ago, she also lost her husband. Princess Taiping's eyes turned red. She slowly raised her head and stared at Wu Yuji. "Let them go.